Class is in session once again. Welcome everybody to Radiant Academy. It is 2:03. Summer is not quite over yet for most of you, but blink and it will be back to school season. And we got some teams today who are already ahead of the curve. My name is CB. I am so happy to be here today, and I'm also very happy to be joined by someone who knows the competitive side of Valorant way better than I do. It's Emily. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be here. I've never done anything for GC Academy, but I'm excited to cast and yap with you.
And yap we shall. I'm sure there's going to be plenty to yap about. These teams have been going through the tournament lately, and it's been interesting. Like, I was looking at the bracket compared to the past Radiant Academy, just the most recent one, 102. Let's have a quick look at it, by the way. Something that I want to point out is that the previous team, Abby, that won Radiant Academy 202, got eliminated, or at least the remnants of it. A team called Colin P got eliminated by Skyline's Last Hope, a team that was bounced out in the quarterfinals 2-0. So I suspect that the overall power level of a lot of these teams from the past tournament has leveled up.
No, I completely agree. Looking at this bracket, I'm super excited for the match that we have specifically today. Before I get into that, though, I just want to, you had like a fun fact, I would say, about the team names and team themes.
Yeah. So we're not going to see all of them because it was also including like the first round of 16. But yeah, 8 of our 16 playoff teams have either cat-themed names or cat branding, and 3 of those teams, now 3/4 of them, have made it into the semifinals. So yeah, it's just cats all over the place.
Yeah, I bring that up because that is just so GC coded. Like from the start of GC back in what 2020, 2021, there's always been like at least one cat themed team. So it's nice to see that like this almost tradition has continued.
It's something that I think is like not unique to marginalized gender tournaments, but very much so a mainstay of them. Because again, like I come from the Overwatch side of things, also by Radiant, where we do the Calling All Heroes circuit, and a lot of the teams, you know, if they're not associated with an org, they're gonna go for something like cat related. Like we had like a team named like Catboy Cafe that was like one of the mainstays for the first couple of tournaments. It's If I had a nickel for every time a marginalized gender team branded themselves after something related with cats, I would have several nickels. I could probably afford to fund my own cat related team.
Oh yeah.
But regardless, we've got only one of those cat-related teams slated for action right up here. We've got Truly Humble Under God going up against Big Cats. Really just getting to the point of it, I suppose. And I think this is going to be an interesting one to watch because we were talking a little bit in the break about how the playstyles of these two teams are similar. Something else I wanted to highlight, we didn't really see it in the bracket so much, but out of all 4 of the semifinal teams that we have, Shampoo's Cats is the only team that has dropped a map to anybody at all. Aside from that, everybody has been 2-0s across the board, and none of these teams met in round robin. So I think this is the first time that any of these teams are going to be colliding. It's for some of them, it's going to be the first time that they are truly tested, and we're going to see what they're all made of. And for these 2 teams, I think it's especially interesting.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think this lineup is going to be quite competitive because, like you said, at least in this lineup, both teams have gone 2-0. You know, I'm looking at Truly Humble Under God's roster, and the player that I'm most excited to see is Rich Violent Thug because they've had the top KDA of the entire tourney with a 3.0. And the team as a whole just loved running like a double duelist aggressive comp. And when you look at them going against a team like Big Cats, while they do still run like double duelists on a lot of the maps, they are known for playing more standard comps as well. And I'm hoping that instead of seeing double duelists against double duelists run it down, I really do hope that they bring out like a more standard comp to try and counter the double duelist comp and the aggression.
If they do decide to go for just that kind of run it down thing, though, like with a player like Rich Violent Thug, you do have to kind of give Thug the upper hand in that, right? Like just having that much of a KD means that you are totally fine with shutting your brain off, running it down mid, and capping some fools. And like if it works out that way, it works out. But I do also kind of want to say, like, you talk again about how their styles are a little bit similar. I've noticed, you know, Big Cats do have a tendency to switch things up a little bit from time to time. You know, I specifically highlighted that both teams like to play a lot of the Clove. Terror and May, the respective Clove players, but Terror has been known to also make a swap from time to time, play something like the Chamber and play a little bit more far back, a little bit less, you know, just run it down mid on that double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Big Cats, the players themselves, I in my eyes, are like their roster has more experienced players. I would say, like, you have a player from Fly, you know, Ev. You have Kurosu and Terror that are from Hakimori or Hakikimori. There we go. And they just got a dominant win over FlyQuest, right? So these players definitely have more experience, I'd say, competing, which is why I think they do kind of go towards more standard comps here and there, just because they're less. They don't have to rely so much on their mechanics as much as their brains. You know what I mean? Like, they had the big brains to pull out some interesting comps and make it work.
Yeah, and again, like my instincts do tell me to lean towards favoring big cats in this exchange because I mean, this isn't really like a math thing, but I guess by the transversative property, they did beat the team that won the last tournament. So, you know, the title might have changed hands a couple times, but I feel like big cats are the ones walking into this matchup with the crown. But like you said, with Rich Violent Thug and that, like what you said, 3.0 KD across the tournament, like at times touching, if not surpassing that, when you have someone capable of fragging to that extent on your team, you are definitely capable of snatching that crown up quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a wild card. Like, you never know how they're going to perform. You know, running it down double duelist, I feel like it go either way, no matter how big cats play or what kind of comp they choose to go to or they choose to run today, right? Because even if they do run a standard comp and try and counter that double duelist, if they're just on, like, if Thug is on a heater, it's kind of hard to stop that no matter what.
Yeah, something I do also kind of want to ask a little bit as well, because I was looking at also at again some of the comps that they played. Speaking of double duelist, one of the only teams that I've seen bust out the Waylay has been Big Cats, and I wanted to ask like your opinion on that. Like, do you think that's something that is like kind of like a back pocket sort of strategy? Is Waylay good right now? Because I've heard otherwise. And it seems like one of those things that, like, you know, maybe is being either slept on or just left on the table, or it might have just been they felt confident they could just walk in and do whatever they want.
I really do feel like it was like a confidence thing. Like, I don't think Waylay is one of the more dominant duelists, especially in this meta and map pool. Like, I feel like you would much rather see a Raze, a Jet, Neon, even a Yoru, really. And I think I don't expect that we'll be seeing any Waylay today, especially when they're going against a team that has also been, like, has this 2-0 record. I think they're gonna, like, play a little bit more standard, a little bit more comfortable, I guess. I feel like Waylay was just kind of like a, you know what, let's run it down, Waylay, zoom, go.
Yeah, give it a shot. I like the Neon shout in that mix, by the way, because I think if they do try to go for that, like, match that double duelist aggression, you're definitely going to see more of the Neon. That's a comfort pick for a lot of these teams, and a really strong one at that. Neon's been kind of a mainstay for quite a while now. Like, I think ever since the last time I was here on Radiant Academy a few months back, Neon was still kind of just running it down, dominating the show. You know, you want to have your top fraggers either on that hero, or I guess when it comes to these two teams, potentially on the Clove, or if you're Rich Violent Thug, whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, basically. I'm expecting to see a lot of Reyna, I would say. Reyna, maybe ISO. But no, I'm just excited to see, like, I'm mainly focused on seeing how big cats choose to play against this matchup. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, keep going.
Oh yeah, no. Like, going into a matchup against Thug, I'm really expecting. Oh, sorry. I wanted to cut to maps real quick because I really think we're gonna see Corrode, and I don't think we're gonna see the Waylay. I believe Big Cats played. That was the map that they played Waylay on, or was it Haven?
I can actually pull that up right now. Let's find out. It was.
Yeah, that'd be great.
According to Battlefy, unknown.
Oh, unknown. Okay.
So whatever map it was, they didn't report what the actual map was, but it was the first map against Skyline's Last Hope, and on Bind they did not play it. So
okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the information that I had.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to seeing Corrode, though, because looking at, I believe it was Thug's map pool, they played Corrode and Bind. Big Cats played, I think, Corrode once and Bind as well. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll see those two maps. And I'm hoping to see double duelists on Thug's side, and Big Cats. I really don't think they're gonna run double duelists. Like, the more I think about it, the more I think that they're kind of going into this match feeling a little bit more serious, not less confident by any means, but a little bit more like with the mindset that, okay, we can't just run it down anymore. We're at the point in the tournament where we have to kind of step it up and really use our brains here over our aim.
Do you think like that might potentially bring a map like Icebox into the fold though, if they're gonna try and play for something a little bit more strategic and less just run it down mid? You know, try and play with something where you have more of these tight angles and a little bit more verticality that you have to worry about, or are they just gonna try and go with what they're comfortable with?
Honestly, I think bringing out Icebox would play into Thug's favor more because Icebox is such a double duelist map, right? Like you can just kind of swing everything and take fights, you know, Reyna, Jet, Sova, Sova droning, you just kind of wide swinging, blinding, and just taking sight like that. Um, oh, that's another point. I wanted to bring it back onto the corrode because I really feel like at some point today we are going to see corrode. And when you look at like the comps that they've been running, it is so different than the standard that we've been seeing in like VCT Americas or like the main league, right? Normally you look at corrode and you're seeing like double controller, maybe like a fade, a vise, and a neon, so single duelist. But when I look at like how these teams have been playing it, they run like double initiator, more like again zoomy, but they're just like playing like retake simulator almost. So it's very, very different play styles than what I'm used to seeing on corrode, which is why I think that'll make the match a lot more interesting if we do end up bringing that map out.
So you think that like these teams have very similar play styles, but on corrode it will change a little bit. Is what
Oh, for
what I'm
sure.
kind of hearing here. Like they might actually approach it from a different perspective. If that's the case, I would absolutely love to see corrode. I kind of want to see like I don't know. I want to see everything because these teams have similar styles. I want to see what happens when the two mesh. I want to see what happens when one of them tries to flex onto something else and tries to make it work. Also, thank you for checking me on the icebox fact. This is why I'm glad you're here because your instincts are way better when it comes to the technicalities of Valorant than mine are. I'm just here to be a professional yapper. And as we continue to talk about the maps, hopefully we'll have the map picks ready to go here in a second. I think the players are currently in the lobby getting those map picks ready to go. So they already know what we're going to do. We're just waiting on them to grace us with that knowledge. And again, like you say, I do kind of hope that we see corrode come out. I suspect, you know, probably bind and sunset might also be coming out because these are ones that both of these teams have played a fair bit throughout the tournament. So if we're going back to things that they're comfortable with, a lot of that familiarity, especially when you're going up against an unknown quantity that you have not faced, but you know is going to be your strongest test to date.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up specific maps because going back to the whole map topic, I think we will be seeing maps that not only are good for double duelists, but you can also play more strategically, like bind. Like on bind, you can run a bunch of different comps to like play trap setups using the TPs. You can run double controller, you can run chamber even if you want to go like for the more aggressive style, which I think we'll be seeing. So I think no matter like what maps we see today, it's going to be more focused on those maps where it's not all just strategy, right? Like you need like Thug will be kind of pushing for that the map picks like Icebox, Bind, Corrode even, where they can still run it down, but Big Cats is going to try and like not counter it, but kind of move the map picks into something where they can also benefit from playing a more standard comp and being able to go and try and punish the double duelist. So I'm excited to see how it plays out. Hopefully we'll be getting the maps pretty soon here.
The chamber on bind is a good shout because that is exactly what Big Cats did on bind. I mentioned earlier how like both teams like to play the clove, but Terror will swap over onto the chamber. It was on bind that happened. They left clove at the door and walked in with the chamber. It paid off. They were able to win that map, even though Terror went from being top frag to bottom frag. It was still more of a utility pick at the end of the day, but it worked out. So it's something that I think if we see bind, we should pay close attention to Big Cats because that might be what they opt to do. Very good insight. Teams are almost done with map picks. We should be getting them shortly. Prod is letting us know. Team's taking their sweet time, probably trying to think this all through as well. Do we, do we take it to bind? Do we risk Big Cats making that swap, or have we scattered it out? Do we force them to make that swap? Do we come out with that like the icebox pick and try to play the double duelist? Do we try and throw some sort of Hail Mary that we haven't seen before? For both of these teams, we haven't really seen any signs of weakness, only their strengths. So someone is going to be exposed today. The question is just going to be who, when, and where.
That is actually a really good point. I love how you worded that too. Because yeah, we are gonna see like who really is the more dominant team. Because they both had like we said previously, they both had really dominant runs so far. Today will be kind of the first day where they're really getting tested. And back to the chamber pick. I think we will be seeing a lot of chamber. I didn't even like think about that really, but the chamber buff kind of came at a great time for this tournament, right? Because with his trip, I honestly see no reason for these really aggro teams to not run chamber over other duelists, because you can go anywhere on the map and still have your chamber trip up, and that allows them to continue fighting and fighting even on the sentinel roll.
Yeah, and like the maps that I'm looking at are games that just happened essentially earlier today, like Big Cats versus Skylines Last Hope, where that bind came through and the chamber swap came through actually from both sides. It's something that I think everyone might still be getting used to, but they're also eager to sink their teeth into. So yeah, that will almost definitely be, I think something that we see if bind comes out. They do have the map picks almost ready to go, just having to relay that information to us shortly, so I'm eager to see what that ends up being. Something else I wanted to bring up, by the way, I talked so a little bit about the lower bracket as well. I mentioned, we also have Gojo's E-Kittens going up against Shampoo's Cats. That's not the lower bracket, that's just the lower half of this semifinal bracket. That's going to be happening off stream, and the winner of that match will face the winner of this match. I mentioned as well that Shampoo's Cats is the only team thus far that has dropped the map to anyone at all. That was to Meowtastic earlier today, and that was on Icebox, which is why that map was fresh in my mind anyway. So that, I think, could just be an anomaly in this tournament. We'll have to see. Maybe that's going to be something that Gojo's E-Kittens leverage against them, and also potentially something that either of these teams can leverage against their opponents when they make it to the grand finals, but we will only know once we get there. It won't be Corrode, and it will not be Icebox. It will be Lotus, where we kick things off, followed by Haven, not Sunset, and drumroll please, wait for it, Bind will be the decider.
Okay, looking at these map picks, I mean, we were kind of on the right track there, right? Lotus, you can still run a double duelist, go aggressive as you can be, and still have another team running like the double controller that we're kind of used to seeing, like Viper Omen, maybe Viper Clove. That allows for basically any kind of, or like both teams' playstyles to kind of have the upper hand here. Just, I guess we'll see which one really is stronger for which team. Looking at Haven, kind of the same thing, right? Like, I'm on all these maps, I'm expecting Truly Humble Undergod to bring out the double duelist no matter what, right? But as for Big Cats, I think we're gonna see double controller Lotus, maybe double duelist Haven actually, but I think they're just gonna run like the more standard comp. And Bind, who knows what Bind will bring. I think you're right when we say we're gonna see the chamber double duelist action, but
yeah, we talked a lot about both Corrode and Bind. It's a little disappointing we get the Corrode ban right out of the gate, so we don't actually get to see that sort of clash of styles, but Lotus should still bring us to that. And then I like the fact that Bind is the decider, because that was the like one anomaly map where we're like, okay, they have their styles that they generally like to stick to as best they can, but it gets swapped up in favor of that chamber on Bind with relative consistency. So that might be what we see to try and decide it. So this map actually could just, or this entire series could just be decided based on who's got the better chamber if we go that far. But we'll have to see if we even get that far. It might just be another day, another 2-0.
Yeah, no, I agree. And like specifically focusing on this first map, Lotus, I really think it's gonna be up to Truly Humble Undergod and how they're able to kind of break Big Cat's setups, right? Because like I said, I really do think Big Cat's is gonna whip out the double controller standard comp and kind of play that to a T. But it just depends on how Thug can actually go about breaking up their setups, taking space, and how they go about their fights with my predicted double duelist comp.
Well, as you are predicting, I mean, we have a couple more players that we are waiting on in the lobby, and then we will get the agent select. And I also can't wait to see if we just get like a mirror composition or what flavor of double duelist we get, and also what the supporting cast is going to be for these duelists. On Lotus in the past, I recall seeing, again, a lot of the neon. Is that something that you expect to come out from either or both sides?
I think I can see that coming out from Thug. I think Big Cats are gonna stick to the more like Raze, and if they do run double duelists, I'm predicting maybe like Raze Reyna. But Thug, I could see Rich Violent Thug easily insta-locking Neon, running it down, and just kind of going insane on it.
Yeah. If you got a 3.0 KD tournament wide, like, you might as well just run it down mid. Like, it's worked for you thus far. Like, just slap on the speediest hero, the speediest agent, go in as deep as you can, take as many down with you. If you get 3 and die once, hey, that's what you're keeping up. You're consistent.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing your job and more.
And it's something that, like, I talk a little bit about Terror, who was the top frag on the Clove on the Unknown map for Big Cats in their previous series, and then bottom fragging on the Chamber on Bind. That's something that I don't know that I have, or at least I don't have the intel on Terror, whether or not that's something that they're capable of doing, or whether she's able to keep up with that particular tempo of just running it down on some of these more quick, speedy heroes.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm actually just pulling up Terror's VLR here to see what they mostly play, because we've been seeing them on more aggressive roles. Like, I think in the double duelist comp that Big Cats was running, they were the secondary duelists, but they're mostly playing smokes in like the main GC league, I guess we would call it. So yeah, basically a Clove main coming out from Terror. So I'm excited to see if they kind of go back to their roots here, or if they're feeling super confident and bring out the double duelist if Big Cats ends up needing that.
So who on the side of Big Cats are going to be your players to watch? Because I've talked a fair bit about Terror. I threw that one out there, but you also mentioned the pedigree of this team and some of the accolades that they already have as a collective just outside of this tournament and what they've been able to do. So who have been the driving factors for this team?
For me, I think Eve or Ev, sorry. I think they're going to be a player to look out for. I think they are an excellent initiator. And so seeing how they set up their duelists going into this match on either info or flashes, but I'm thinking info. And I think they're kind of like the more brainy side of this team. So if we see any cool plays, I definitely think that's coming from Ev. And then Kurosu's firepower, it's just insane. Like, I watched a couple of their matches in GC Stage 2, and they're always shooting. So I think those two players, alongside Terror, will be like kind of like the star players of this match. And yeah, I'm just kind of looking forward to seeing how they play, with their comps here.
As I guess the brains of the operation, we'll be sure to give all of the credit to Eve, regardless of what the actual outcome ends up being, regardless of who ends up shining. My money, at least, still on Terror, but I'll also be keeping a close eye on Kurosu. And we are still waiting on Agent Select because we're having some tech issues. So we are going to throw to a quick break real quick while we get all of that sorted out. We will have we've thrown so many questions at you, and we will have hopefully all of them, if not most of them, answered on the other side of this break. Guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. select time.
And of course, we see a Waylay, which I really did not think we'd be whipping out today, especially on the side of Big Cats, running the double duelist fade Vise Clove. This is not at all what I was expecting. Like, I was expecting a more standard double controller, like I said before, but I'm excited to see how this all plays out for them, and I'm excited to see how they kind of work around this comp.
Yeah, like Big Cat's well, I think we might have.
Wait,
yeah,
I think they're
we're
swapped.
Yeah, I think they're swapped, but this is still not at all. So okay, just use your imaginations, chat. Picture in your mind's eye that Big Cats is actually on the left and Thug is on the right. This isn't the composition that I think either of us were expecting from Thug. They are coming out with Mei on the Clove, which is, you know, that's expected, but the Waylay certainly was not. That's not something that we've seen from them before. We have seen, again, very cockily from Big Cats in the past. They're not coming to play with that one today. Instead, bringing out the Chamber on Lotus. Kitty Goes Boom on the Neon. Terror actually going to move over to the Omen. So no Clove for Big Cats and Waylay for Thug. I don't really know. I don't know what to make of this.
No, I really thought these comps would be swapped. Like, I would expect Thugs to be bringing out the Chamber instead of a Vise, but I don't know. I guess Big Cats wanted to swap things up and kind of match the same energy that Thugs is bringing into this tourney.
Whatever energy that is, I mean, we'll have to see, because like we'll see in real time how this actually ends up playing out. I still am not quite sure what to expect, but the Chamber, I think, is going to be something to keep a very close eye on. Like you mentioned, the Chamber buffs recently coming through. A lot of teams starting to catch wind of that and starting to make use of his newfound strength. And maybe even on Lotus, it could play a factor. Maybe we don't have to wait till Bind to see the Chamber make a big difference. As we enter the first pistol round, only time will tell.
Yeah, we have... Oh, looks like we are playing Retake EC, took the A fight, saw nothing. Fast flanking on the Neon, though.
Going in, and we also have the Waylay coming in as well. Fly in a little bit of a pickle here, needs to play this extra carefully, but Battison gonna go ahead, walk right in, take a swift headshot, and that's going to be the spike down. With only one member down on either side, how are Big Cats going to go in for the retake? Not very easily. That Waylay already paying off dividends, getting two quick frags there. Now it's just Karosu and Avery going in for the retake. There we go. The shot onto Battison, and that's going to be a successful win for Big Cats.
Yeah, they did such a good job at clearing out the main, evening out numbers, killing off that lurker. The Waylay getting two there on our flank, though, on our rewrap is kind of crazy, but we were able to still close it out.
Yeah, like the Waylay, to me, like initially when I saw the kit, I was like, this feels very Neon-esque. Like, what does the Waylay do that the Neon doesn't? But like Waylay still being able to get into some of those positions quite swiftly, similar to a Neon, is what's able to set up some of those headshots. So, you know, it's it might be something new. It might be something worth trying. And coming out of the pistol round, Dark Lord still looks to be the MVP for the side of Thug. But I mean, it's after just one round. It might be a little bit too early to tell, but out the gate doesn't look too shabby.
Yep. Heavy util here on A, going for the standard A fight, seeing how Thug can kind of counter this.
Avery, forced to give ground. Battison coming in for the shots. A headshot from Mei and another from Dark Lord. That's two members of Big Cats taken down quite swiftly. And off the back of winning that first pistol round, it's looking kind of dicey for them. Avery gonna even things up though, finds two of their own. Battison gonna trade that one out, but now the ball is back in Big Cat's court as it's been evened up. Fly with a shot there onto Mei. Battison again coming out, and now it is 1-1. Battison versus Terror, but it's Terror that's holding the angle.
Those were insane kills coming in from Thug. Insanely nice GC deagle, as we're used to seeing here in a league like this.
Battison knows exactly where Terror is, but a little bit impatient, gonna go for the plant there. Terror sneaking on in. Here's that one going off. Knows now that the spike is planted, and Battison not going to stick around, but I think maybe lost track of Terror and doesn't exactly know where she is. Looking the wrong way. Terror might just be able to sneak in the back door here and either catch the pickoff, and yep, there it is. And that's gonna be another fight win for Big Cats, but these initial rounds initially are... These first two initial rounds, at least first impressions, like, they're looking pretty scrappy.
Yeah, no, Thug is definitely trying to like pick apart Big Cats here. Big Cats have like been able to close out these rounds by a thread, especially that anti-eco that got a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, very close. Coming down to just that 1-for-1, but it was Terror. I'll feel a little bit vindicated here saying Terror was the player that I wanted to highlight from Big Cats. With a nice clutch play there, and if we keep that up, I think Big Cats can continue this momentum, but again, still very early, still plenty of opportunities for Thug to make a retake here. Like you said, anti-eco, they're able to buy up a little bit more and bring a little bit more heavy artillery into this next round.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a more passive A fight here. Trying not to give away that we have 3 on site, perhaps. And Thug is just going for a walk-up B pop. And we have no one on B. This could be interesting.
Couple members of Big Cats rotating around to B to try and set up a pincer there, but Thug might still be able to get in the front door and get that spike down before anyone's in any position to do anything about it. Kurosu takes a little bit of damage, and that damage trade means that you're gonna have to give ground, and that is the go button for Thug to swarm B site completely, and now Big Cats know the jig is up. We gotta go in, try and play for the retake, and once again, it's all breaking down and getting mighty scrappy, but it's Battison once again drawing first blood. Rich Violent Thug finally showing up in the kill feed, taking down Kurosu, and that is Thug with a distinctive advantage here. Avery gonna make them work for it. Terror as well with a nice shot there. Make that 2. Terror, the last one remaining for the side of Big Cats, but has certainly left her mark and might be able to make this one stick. Takes down Battison, but oh, okay. May with the shot there in the corner. Terror nearly made that happen for Big Cats, though.
No, Terror was like their lifesaver there. You know, coming in from Big Cats, we were taking so many 1v1s when we're on a bonus here. We should be fighting together. But unfortunately, we were taking ones, got picked apart. Terror almost coming in and winning that round for us would have been insane.
Cutting it very close, though, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Terror. Like, even in these high-pressure situations, you know, really testing her mettle and showing what she's made of. And that's the kind of thing that you're going to need to see a little bit more of. It's just losing sight of May in that corner there that ended up paying off in Thug's favor. And not going to go for that B site attack again this time. Everybody's swarming towards C site. The damage coming out, though. Battison with only 10 HP can't go up any further. Early trade going to be Dark Lord for Kurosu, and 1-for-1, but again, very low HP for Battison, so we're going to be moving very slowly. That's another big pickoff. Avery taking down Rich Violent Thug, the spike going down, but Thug at a disadvantage.
Last player standing.
It is so hectic right now. Going into a 1v3, gets 1, but Avery closes out the round. Wow, that exec was so util heavy. There was so much stuff going on, so many ults, you know. Wow.
I feel like it breaks down between these two teams quite quickly. Like, as soon as the spike goes down in either way, like, everyone knows exactly where everyone's going to be, and we're just running it down mid. It's just like, you know, slamming your head against a brick wall until a brick comes loose, and it's whichever comes loose first, you know, whichever side comes loose first is what's determining these fights. But Big Cats, another fight win, taking an early 3-1, and now the eco for Thug is going to start to get a little bit rough here as time goes by.
Yeah, Big Cats have been doing an excellent job at like retaking together, trying to fight for their one on site, getting off, and saving their util for that retake.
Not ready yet.
Looks like this time A site is going to be Thug's, firmly in Thug's sights. Big Cat's already fully aware of it and swarming all of the entrances here, so I mean, Thug have to either draw blood or get a fake, though, but it's actually going to be their own blood first to be spilled. Battison gets a little bit too aggressive. Dark Lord wants to go in and try and trade that one out, and with the help of Rich Violent Thug, Kitty goes boom, will go bye-bye, and Thug have managed to get themselves planted onto A site, and they can get the spike down here with just a couple more shots, one onto Avery. They've got a man advantage, they got the spike down, and they have site control.
It looks like we were trying to go for like a trap with that Omen blind, but it gave no advantage to us. We ended up hesitating on it, and there goes the round. Wow.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. Rich Violent Thug takes down 2, and May with just one parting shot there onto Terror, and that is a thrifty win for Thug.
Yeah, I really think if they just committed to that A fight there, they would have had something, but it seemed like we were at some sort of disconnect in tree on the side of Big Cats. Being able to get that first pick was really nice on Avery, though, but unfortunately, Neon getting traded out on site kind of just gave them full access.
The eco now looking a little bit rough for Big Cats here. They still have a little bit of a a little bit of breathing room here. You know, up 3-2, still in the early going, only about halfway through the first round here, so still plenty of time to make adjustments, still plenty of time to play this one slowly.
It looks like we're gonna go into a C exec with Fade All and Neon All, or not Neon, Fade All and Waylay All.
See if this Waylay ult pays off. Dark Lord going in deep, hunting. I think knows Fly's position, just waiting for the smoke to drop. As soon as it does, Fly, oh, you are not going to like what's on the other side of that one, but takes down 2, nearly finds 3. May, though, going to get resurrected, though, so that 2 becomes just 1, and that ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade, and Thug able to get themselves in towards C, but they're actually pushing past C site in even deeper.
The Waylay ult was used, but no advantage was gained off of it. We were pushing Waterfall and Spawn at the same time, and still fighting through.
Thrifty.
Avery with the shotty there. Gonna go and pick up the Phantom as Terror, and gonna be the round win for Big Cats. I mean, Thug, like you said, like the Waylay ult was popped, but she didn't really get a whole lot of value out of it. And maybe overcommitted a little bit and just walked into that narrow hallway where Avery just has a shooting gallery. I don't think Thug were anticipating a shotgun being waiting at the back of C site.
No, it seemed like it was almost a bait to try and push them to Waterfall, as 2 more players were pushing up through that Waterfall from C site, trying to find those fights, but unfortunately it did not go their way.
Now Eco getting evened up a little bit here. Fly gonna hold on to just a pistol, which I think is interesting, but definitely doable on the chamber. Avery gonna fall early on, though. That's gonna be a huge boon for Thug if they're able to commit to this A site. It worked for them once before, but will it work for them again? They're going to trade out another, but Kitty Goes Boom going to fall. Battison taking down Terror. They lose Rich Violent Thug, but they are still up 3-2. There is a shot from Fly, but it's also going to be traded out. Now Kurosu has to make magic happen 2v1.
These A fights are very interesting. They we seem to be like a bit not on the same page on the side of Big Cats, and losing the advantage that we should be having with the util that we were using. And there goes Kurosu falling to May.
Kurosu just peeking around the corner, and May was ready and waiting. May was another player on the side of Thug that I highlighted as well, known for playing the Clove and plays them very effectively. Outside of the times where Rich Violent Thug is putting up those crazy KDs, Avery top fragging for the side of Big Cats currently. 11-4, by the way, is impressive considering we're not that deep into the series. But at times where Rich Violent Thug is not top fragging for the side of Thug, it's usually going to be May up on that upper echelon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how we play A site now with this Odin coming into play here. Let's see how they counter this fight.
Gonna be another aggressive A push that comes out from Thug, and Big Cats, you can already see, like, they've left the chamber back over towards C site. Terror, like you said, with the Odin, trying to find something, sees the door, rotating open and just waiting for someone to waltz on through, and it's going to be Dark Lord who finds death on the other side of it. Avery with a little bit of help there to clean that one up, stealing the kill, but that is A-okay, because, you know, it's a team game at the end of the day. One falls, we all fall. Lover going to fall as well, and Big Cats stuffing this A push out.
Spike down A.
Wow, the Odin might not have gotten the initial kills that we would have wanted. It definitely added the pressure, and this refight coming in from Big Cats was insane. That was huge for them.
You can even see, like, Terror knew exactly where Rich Violent Thug was waiting. Like, it just lost in that back corner. Nowhere to go, totally surrounded. And if it wasn't going to be that Odin through the wall that ended up confirming the kill, it was going to be just that one last little stray shot there from Kitty Goes Boom. And God, 13-5 KD for Avery. Like, I know I just talked about the KD a second ago, but that's still so impressive for the side of Big Cats. Like, we're only 8 rounds deep. 13-5, that's not bad.
Yeah, and I think Big Cats here, a main point for them has been this A main fight, but I think we're realizing that we cannot counter against the Waylay, the Fade, util, and the Rain of Flashes. So it looks like we're trying a more passive approach, which I think is the right move for them.
Dark Lord gonna go ahead and trip the revolving door there as a little bit of bait, using the smoke, and recall right back on out, forcing out a little bit of utility from Kitty Goes Boom. The wall goes up, but I don't think Thug are gonna take the bait. In fact, the whole thing was a bait. We're actually gonna rotate back around, but Fly is ready on the chamber, finds one and gets out of dodge before a follow-up shot comes through. They might still commit to this seaside swing, but they've lost Battison trying to commit to it.
Where are you?
Fly looking for another shot there, unable to find it. Switches to the pistol, takes down May, but that's gonna be traded out. Now 4-3, Thug. They've got to commit to this at this point in time. They got to cut their losses and make sure that this site push onto C goes smoothly, and they're actually able to get some trades now, 2-2. Terror takes down Rich Violent Thug, but now with Dark Lord and Lover still on the field, Lover gonna go ahead and get the plant. Big Cat's gonna have to try and play for another retake. Kurosu getting sniped there, and now it's just Avery and looking a little bit gun shy. I think Thug know the angle.
We do still have the dog and eye. We'll see if we can try and get a 1v1 here for Avery. Hopefully using one of these utils to try and split the team up, or split the duo up.
Dark Lord holding the angle. Again, knows precisely where Avery is, and that dog coming out, I think that might have gotten scouted. Yeah, Lover saw that, and even through the smoke, able to find the headshot there, and that's going to be Thug getting themselves back on the board. 5-4. It was kind of dicey on the initial swing there, but Thug's still able to make that plant and get the win off of that. Again, like, especially when we go to either these A side or C side swings, it gets so scrappy and breaks down so fast, you can never call who's going to win these fights.
Yeah, I think Big Cats is doing an excellent job at trying to adapt, realizing that, you know, Thug's comp has so much util pressure that they can't exactly just take the initial fight, but being able to still apply pressure on the A side and setting up their off on a line. Looks like we're going for an aggressive play here with the Neon out, not able to get one.
Yeah, a little too aggressive. Dark Lord scouted that one out. Lover gonna take out Kurosu as well, and yeah, that's already looking real rough for the defensive side here. Big Cats, I mean, you've got Avery on an angle here, but they know exactly where she's. But Fly takes down 3. Hello? Just out of nowhere, sees exactly where Thug is approaching, and the score has not only been even, but it's now tipped back over in Big Cat's favor.
Eve getting 3 there is insane. Looks like we're
standing.
And we may met their fate to a judge coming from the B main push.
It's the last thing that you expect, and now, yeah, you've got the crosshairs of that judge just planted right on the spike, and I think if you're Thug, this might just be a save round, because I don't think you are getting that spike and getting out alive.
No, completely agree. Looking at Big Cats, they are, while they do have like still an aggressive double duelist comp, they are playing a lot more solidified, a lot more standard in the sense that they're pulling out these A main traps, pulling out these C traps, and they, for the most part, they're going in their favor. They're just having a hard time kind of closing out in the late rounds. But these initial fights are exactly what I wanted to see, and they're executing them phenomenally, as you can see in this round.
Rich Violent Thug, the last remaining member for the side of Thug, and like we said, I don't think you're going to be able to get your hands on that spike, but nonetheless, looks like we're going to at least make an attempt here. Would be very would be valiant to try and make that happen with only 10 seconds left. Does actually get the spike and gets out of dodge, but Big Cats were not born yesterday. They know exactly what just happened, and they are going to give chase. Rich Violent Thug, yeah, worth the shot, I suppose. An admirable attempt, but doesn't end up paying off.
No, that was a huge round from Big Cats, actually. We're still going on like this win-loss kind of pattern here. So I'm hoping Big Cats will be able to kind of continue with where they're at right now, doing these traps, not trying to like take this initial fight A because they realize they can't ultimately fight it with all the util coming up from Thug, and see if they can close out and break this weird pattern streak we have going on.
It is a very weird pattern streak, I gotta say. But one pattern that I have identified is that Thug usually has some success when they try to go for these super aggressive A-site pushes, especially when they have the util to back it up, and especially when Battison is able to find an early pick on the Ingress there. But Avery gonna trade out May, so it's still not clean. Even when you go for these A-site pushes that end up being successful, they are never clean. There's another trade, Ev for Battison.
Yeah, somehow Big Cats are getting these like spam through smoke trade outs, going 1-for-1 almost every single time Thug has tried to execute A.
But it was a bait all along. The spike goes down, but it's planted at B. Rich Valiant Thug gonna take down Kitty, goes boom. Dark Lord with only 10 HP, not gonna be able to win that one out, but Rich Valiant Thug is there for the cleanup, and now Terror has to try and rotate back over to B in a 1v2 sort of situation where they know exactly where she is waiting, and yeah, just kind of running around with like a chicken with her head cut off there. Rich Valiant Thug going to put her out of her misery.
Looked like a fire sprinkler or something.
I think it's like, okay, I'm smoked. I know there's 2 people watching me. I don't know where they are. I'm gonna just start swinging and hope I take someone down with me.
Yeah, going into this round, Thug does have the Vise ultimate up. I'm expecting they're just gonna go and try and hit a site maybe lean towards A or B and just try and overwhelm. If they do take A side, I do think they realize that they have to push through because they are playing a lot more passive towards the A side now.
One thing I also kind of want to highlight, Kitty Goes Boom, not able to afford the good stuff. Going to be a little bit light on the armor front here, so you're going to be going hyper aggressive with not a whole lot of protection. So very squishy, very fragile player here. Oh, okay. Maybe there's one way to mitigate that is by just waiting in a corner for the threat to come to you, and this is nearly going to be a flawless team wipe that comes out from Big Cats. Kitty Goes Boom. There's that squishiness in action. Lover gives it as good as you take it. Camping the corner, just waiting for Kitty Goes Boom. But that's going to be the only loss for Big Cats in that round. That is a decisive win.
No, that round happened so quickly. They didn't clear the neon behind the box. Thought the eye cleared it, I guess, and pushed the person baiting for them on C side off. And then the two lurkers just got picked off almost like at the exact same time.
Well, as we go into our next round here, 7-5 is not a bad score line for Big Cats at this juncture, especially going up against such an aggressive team like Thug.
Yeah, no, not at all. And going into this pistol round, it looks like we're going to see like the standard A fight coming from both sides. Maybe the side of Thug playing a little bit more passive and baity, but I guess not. No, yeah, we're going to have a full-on brawl here.
Yeah, this at least initially looks to be exactly like what Thug was doing on their attacking side, and Kitty Goes Boom gonna find out exactly how hard it is to get in unscathed on these A-side attacks. But once again, we get the trades. Ed's gonna take down May, clearing out our corners. Terror going in with the shorty, and this is looking real good for Big Cats, showing Thug how it's done. Still taking a little bit of losses though. Dark Lord has the angle, gonna find two, gets traded out by Ev, and it is down to Battison, who is typically being the one finding the entry frags. Can we get potentially an exit frag here? Or is it even worth trying to go for the retake?
Honestly, those are some insane shots coming out from Vanita.
Oh. A little bit of lag there. Battison does take down Ev. Knows where Avery is and able to find it through the smoke. It was indeed worth it to find that retake, and Thug are going to be able to do it on these pistol rounds. Battison is coming up aces for this side.
Honestly, going into that pistol round, coming like the attack side, I was really surprised they were able to get A that easily, like A main, considering that they didn't use all the util I thought that they would. Like, I thought they would overwhelm the other team with the util, but I didn't really see that. They just kind of won their ones. And then going into that 2v1, it didn't look like they were ready or on the same page. They had different ideas. You know, the Fade trying to throw a piece of util, Chamber just kind of holding. And unfortunately for them, that goes towards Big Cats. Or sorry, Thug.
And Battison is a player who is definitely able to take advantage of those sort of situations. And I mentioned, you know, especially in these pistol rounds, Battison often finding the entry frags, definitely knows exactly where to plant those pistol crosshairs to get those one shots. And you can't be leaving a player like that on the field in these 2v1 situations if you're not on the same page. Big Cats on their initial attack did such a good job of clearing their corners, but now the dice have been shaken up a little bit. Big Cats now going to be heading up towards B site with the spike, leaving Kitty Goes Boom though to deal a fair bit of damage over towards A. That's going to be a trade out May for Kitty Goes Boom, but I think you will take that because now all eyes from the side of Thug are on A site.
Yeah, leaving the Neon there was such a good play. Taking that first initial space and Neon being able to go 1-for-1 isn't bad at all. We're walking up towards C here, getting picked off by Rich Violent Thug. Getting insta-traded out though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lob and drill. I don't know if Ev was ready for that shot to come over the bow, but there was definitely a threat at the back door that Rich Violent Thug was not ready for. That said, we're at a pretty even 3-3 with a little bit of damage on the side of Big Cats. Terror gonna get traded out for Battison. Still at a 2-2. The health bar, though, for Avery looking a little bit anemic right now. Terror gonna take down Lover, though. That's going to even the score, and now you only have May to try and get that retake, though. Spraying and praying coming out from Terror. Just trying to put the fear of God into May, I suppose. One shot coming off across the bow. They now know exactly where May is. Looking for that shot, though, with only 15 HP. Terror trying to make it happen, and there we go. Comes up clutch with only 15 HP, and Big Cats able to keep their winning ways.
Oh my god, that was a beautiful round. Setting up the Neon. Neon going for 1-for-1 on A. Going into that C plant. It was a 3v3. I think the Vibes, Battison, got that one, but played was maybe almost a little too confident, trying to go for another before her team was able to get there and do a full retake.
Yeah, like a little bit of overconfidence, but I think we see that from time to time on both sides, you know? Like, you mentioned sometimes where we're just, like, not checking our corners, and you know, not clearing like the Neon, like the, you know, we go back a few rounds ago where Kitty Goes Boom is just waiting and lurking. Doing no such thing this round, though. Once again, going for an aggressive A-site push. Both these teams love to go for these aggressive A-site pushes, but it's a little bit more clean from Big Cats getting in the front door this time. No blood drawn just yet, but a lot of noise made, and a lot of people know exactly where the fight's about to kick off. Rich Violent Thug gets off with a few scars, but is going to take down Ev and make them take it as good as they get it. Now embedded deeply in the corner there, getting hunted down. 2 to 3 now, though. Big Cats with only 2 members on. Gonna plant the spike, but this retake from Thug is looking like it could be good. Battison sneaking right in, is in the smoke. Nose Terror is right there. Once again, finds the headshot, but can't find the second. Traded out. But there's Dark Lord finding that last parting shot, and that's gonna be a successful defuse from Thug. Gonna bring us to 8 to 7, keeping things close throughout.
I like the idea that Big Cats had going into that round, you know, not hitting A-site right away and wrapping through Stairs in Heaven. Unfortunately, I wish they just did it on a complete buy round rather than an eco. You know, I think monkey strong together, right? Especially when the other team is on an eco.
It feels like their plan is whenever they have the fast lane available from that Neon to just go super aggressive over in towards A-site, but you kind of have to draw blood on the way in, and Thug just didn't take heavy losses, so they were able to go for a successful retake. They had the advantage even before they had to actually walk in the front door, right? Like, ending things up 3 to 2. Fast lane gonna come out again, and it's gonna be another similar situation, but this time Thug is ready for it. Battison with an early shot there onto Terra, and that is going to make Big Cats pump the brakes.
I don't think they're aware that they're playing, or Thug is playing more retakey A, not heavy fighting with it. Otherwise, I would have guessed that they would have just overwhelmed those single Fade on site, but now they're going into 3.
They have to make a move, and they know it. Kitty Goes Boom gonna go in, trade out for Lover, but May gonna also take down Kurosu, and is, okay, May gonna take down 4. Blink and you miss it. Big Cats just get dispatched with relative ease, and it's just May, the hero of Thug, and you know, we talk again, as I was trying to say, you know, we had Rich Violent Thug going on a wide swing because everybody from the side of Thug knew that Big Cats were going for this A push. So there was a sort of invisible ticking clock where you had this threat lurking at your back door that was going to come in and pick you off before you were able to even see what happened. But it was the one staring them right in the face that ended up being the haymaker that took them out. It was May with a 4K.
Yeah, Big Cats made the mistake of not speeding up after getting picked off on the seaside and allowed those rotations to come in.
Well, let's head on over to the seaside this time. Great shot from Battison, but Kitty Goes Boom able to confirm the kill there, but very low on the HP, gonna fall in. Gotta check your corners. Dark Lord finds 4 as well, and good lord, that is quite the way for Thug to take the lead now, 9 to 8.
Neon not clearing that corner, and then the huge stun coming in from their waylay. It's just like, what can you do? It's like running through a grinder.
I mean, that might as well have been what happened. Just like lemmings off a cliff, just everybody running right into Dark Lord's waiting arms. And that waylay is now the top frag for the side of Thug, which considering, you know, the heroics we've seen from the likes of May and Bastion, Battison. Sorry, my Overwatch is showing again.
It's okay. It looks like we have 4 ults on the side of Big Cats, and it looks like they're just going into a straight CX deck.
Okay, Battison now going to be the Bastion, the defensive side for Big Cats with that early shot there. Kitty Goes Boom gonna go in super aggressive with that Neon ultimate to trade out Battison, but that is already a lot of damage dealt for the side of Thug. Lover gonna take down Kitty Goes Boom, that HP bar for the side of Big Cats, by the way. Looking anemic once again, 3 to 4. They're able to get the spike down, but Thug are more than well equipped to go in for this retake as the smokes fly, the slows coming out. Kurosu going to fall, courtesy of Rich Violent Thug, and here comes Dark Lord in to try and make this one stick. Lover looking for the defuse. Do they scout this? They were able to take down Dark Lord, but that's gonna get traded out, and another successful defense for Thug.
It really looks like Cats have the right idea. Like, they're trying to take further space to get up the number advantage, but they're just doing it separately, right? Like, having the Neon run down, or not run down, but walk down CT there all alone. The side of Thug was already expecting that, you know? They should be trying to push one side together, or at least do a crunch, and, you know, try and get on the same page there if they're going to push further than sight.
Terror going to be hovering that Odin right now, I think, is something to watch, because I feel like, you know, now that 8 to 10 Big Cats have lost the lead, they might start to feel like this map might be getting away from them. They need to try and change something up. Drawing an early pick on this A site push would be a great way to do it. Kitty goes boom, looking to try and make that one happen, but is getting checked. They know this angle. They know exactly where Kitty goes boom wants to be lurking, and Ev gonna get taken down by Battison. Kitty goes boom as well, going to fall, even though that one gets traded out. So far, this has not been clean for Big Cats. This is not what they need. Terror able to live up to her namesake. Takedown 2. Kurosu gonna trade that one out, but it's going to be Dark Lord with the parting shot onto Kurosu and Thug. Keep this going, 8 to 11. And if you're Big Cats, I think now you gotta start sweating.
No, for sure. They had a good play there, you know, sending 3 towards A, trying to bait out the fight and have 2 push through B, trying to get those lurk picks. But unfortunately, the Vise was just too aware on Thug's side. Battison able to get 1, get traded out a little bit later though. And the 3A main, it looks like they were trying to stall, but they used Omen Blind and didn't try and fight off of that. Like, it almost felt like a little bit of a waste there when they could have used that to get an advantage again.
Looks like Big Cats are going to go for another A site push. I think they know that this is the best way forward. The C site pushes have not been successful, but A has still yielded mixed results. Regardless, they are committed to it, although with a slightly different approach. May gonna go ahead and pop a little bit of a smoke there, knows that that is where the cavalry is lurking, takes down 2, gonna get traded out for Avery, but again, these A-site pushes are just not going as clean as they need to. Lover gonna also take down 2, and it's gonna be just Ev, who finds 2 of their own, and Big Cats, it's a 2 versus 1, but Ev might be able to be the hero for this side. It's gonna be Dark Lord coming in to try and find the retake, knows it now that the spike is down and know exactly where Ev is going to be waiting in the wings. Ev has to try and manage 2 corners at once, knows that the approach is coming, sees Dark Lord coming on in, but can't find the shots, gets traded out, and Thug will go up to match point.
That was very bold there, that 2v1 taking 1v1 rather than moving together. But I wanted to talk about the crossfires that they have on A site. They're so simple, yet so so strong, especially when you have May just kind of like standing their ground on that front A site, holding down Tree and getting 2.
This is kind of a rough situation for the side of Big Cats, because look at their economy going into what could be a match point round. You don't get to see full armor across the board. You're seeing Terra walking out, I mean, with a pistol. Still has a little bit of spending cash, and I think is going to, yeah, get a little bit of armor and something that can actually shoot some bullets that can make a dent in the armor of Thug, but eco-wise, this isn't good for Big Cats. It's looking dicey, and I think this might be the final round, and it's going to be another A-site push that decides it. Luckily, Thug sent 3 of their members off to the other bomb site, so might not have predicted that Big Cats. Surely they will try the same thing 7 times in a row. May gonna take down 2, though. Once we know where the threat lurks, we know exactly how to deal with this. We've seen this. We've played these games before. Battison gonna get traded out. Lover with the parting shot there onto Ev, and that is going to be Thug flipping the script and taking Lotus 8 to 13.
What a map, dude. Like, I'm I'm honestly stunned. Like, I really thought Big Cats was gonna come in and use their fundamentals that I feel like they, as an experienced roster, like as with all the players, that they would have and be able to counter all the aggression coming out from Thug. But unfortunately, I did not really see that. Like, I feel like there was a lot of like micro mistakes and not a whole lot of playing together and cohesiveness I would have liked to see, especially on like retakes, for example, which ultimately, in my eyes, led to them losing that map, especially on their defense half.
Yeah, and like, I feel like, you know, we talk about the aggression. I think the aggression from the side of Big Cats was very well scouted from the side of Thug. When they were on their defensive side, you saw a lot of repetition. You saw Big Cats try to play the same old tricks over and over again. And it's the one that we saw executed much better on the side of Thug on their attack. It's that A-site push, using the fast lane from the Neon to just try and go in as quickly as you can. And it just doesn't work. You know, it just doesn't work. They get caught out almost every single time. And the C-site pushes were worse.
Yeah, especially when they were trying to push through Waterfall and Spawn at the same time. Again, it just goes back to them not really being on the same page of what exactly they want to do and taking more ones than they should have, right? You have a Neon, you have the util that to set up the Neon to get those kills, or to even just push together as a team, and I just wasn't, like, I wasn't seeing that.
One of the first questions I remember asking you at the top of the show as well was, do you think we're going to see any Waylay today? And I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. You lied to me. We saw Waylay, and we also saw Dark Lord utilizing that agent to its fullest potential. And putting up quite a show on the waylay. So I'm gonna probably take my frustrations out and give you a good stern talking to as we go to a quick break, and we will be back very shortly in just a couple of minutes with map number 2. I wouldn't go anywhere, chat. This one is going to be an interesting one regardless.
Okay, I'm gonna install Firefox. That was actually so rough. Like the mini map is
pocketed, but like, wow, way to strike down at the heart at Thug in the most unexpected of ways. Now Lover gonna try and gather the intel, but you already knew this is exactly where Ev is posted.
Like you said, Ev is the clutch player of this team, and if they're able to bring out an ace, like what, 1v5, 1v4 clutch, this will be insane for Big Cats.
I think has a general idea of the corner where May is planted,
30
knows
seconds
exactly where
left.
the spike is. No one has eyes on the spike. That's gonna be a bit of an oversight from Big Cats. But speaking of oversights, you gotta check your corners. Like
We
I
lose
said,
the ground
might have.
again to just not
Yeah.
clearing these corners.
Yeah, like I said, probably knew where May was posted, but didn't know that Lover was just above.
Wow, I've never seen a team love Garage and Seaside more. You know, I don't mind that they're going towards the site, like trying to abuse this kind of KJ setup that they have going, but they're not utilizing the Sova properly. Like, they're taking Garage with maybe a dart, nothing else. They should be utilizing that drone for Garage, especially if they're trying to push window. Like, if they drone first, then have the Yord kind of jump up, it's a lot safer and they're more likely to get that kill.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a C-side push, but this time deciding to go C-long. We're still sending a couple of players up through Garage, potentially as a bait here. And Ev looking for the shots there. I think enough of noise has been kicked off away from C-site that Big Cats are able to just kind of walk right in the front door, and they're gonna get a successful plant here without much blood being drawn, save for a little bit of the HP bar there. But Dark Lord gonna go in, take down Kitty Goes Boom, gonna get traded out. May gonna negate that one, not quite dead yet. Kurosu though can't say the same. Dark Lord is now taken down 2, gonna get traded out. Terror finds the shot. Ev getting cleaned up by Battison, and Big Cats, sure, they were able to get in bloodless, but now it is their blood being spilled all over the floor right now, and they're gonna have to try and retake the retake if they want to stop this defuse, and they cannot make it happen. It's gonna be Thug going up 4-2.
I love that Thug played retake there with the Killjoy out. Normally you see that more towards A site, but considering how Big Cats have just kind of been trying to abuse the C site, that was really smart on them. Unfortunately, Big Cats weren't able to win those fights in Garage that they needed. Realizing that they were playing retake, I think they should have took a more aggressive approach together, maybe coming in from spawn and not just Garage. But I guess they just were unaware that they had the Killjoy ult.
What site do you think Big Cats are going to be going for next? If you had to guess, just, you know.
If I had to gamble on it, I'd say like maybe A, but it looks like we're
you
Kuzi again.
you can completely cover up the minimap and you know exactly what Big Cats are going to do. They're going to walk right in the front door of C site, again going C long. It worked for them before, and nobody from Thug is on C site, so again they're going to get in bloodless, but they're prepared for the retake. Again, they've done this several times. You can already see Dark Lord taking that angle. Battison also lagging behind just a little bit for some follow-up shots just in case. May also has the angle in through Garage. Knows where everyone is posted up, but Dark Lord gets a little bit too aggressive. Battison walks right out and gets flashed. Terror gonna take down Rich Violent Thug, and this is looking like the retake not going nearly as smoothly for Thug. Sure, they're able to take down 2, but it is 3-2. And Big Cats have the advantage, taking down May on the Ingress. Kitty Goes Boom gonna take down May, and that is all she wrote. Big Cats bring it up 4-3.
I don't know how they're pulling that win or like that round win off when we had like all of them just sitting on default with the Sova all coming through from Big Cats. We didn't get it picked off. We ended up just winning our fights and just swinging spawn almost 1 by 1. But the fact that we won our fights is the reason why we won that round.
It's also funny because there's like a level of mind control going on right now, because Big Cats, okay, you can already see they're stacking up for another C long push, and if you're Thug, you don't want to, like, you know, 5-stack C site to just try and take this, because, like, what if this is the one time that they go A, you know? What if this is the time that they throw us the unexpected Hail Mary? But no, they're just gonna pop all their utility, pop the Jet ultimate, knives are out. Rich Violent Thug gonna be there in the wings, and oh my goodness. Yeah, we didn't check our corners yet again, and that's gonna be Thug taking down 4, and 1 lonely Astra is all Big Cats are gonna have to show for their troubles. I don't know if the 1v5 clutch is possible, Big Dog.
This is like conditioning on a whole new level. Like, I'm starting to think they're never gonna try any other site, and it's just like they're playing mind games that they're just gonna hit C every single round, even when it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, well, now they know that Terror is not on C site. They don't exactly know where she is currently. She's actually, what do you know? Okay, she's on C site now. Spoke too soon, sneaking in the back door. Back to the, the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Still a lot of chalk outlines on the floor, though. Terror has to check every corner, learn from the mistakes of the cohorts, and Thug have left the premises except for Lover, who was waiting in garage and takes down Terror. I mean, that was just going to be a game of cat and mouse regardless. Even if you were able to get the spike, there was no way you get it planted and win that one.
Yeah, I almost don't feel like I'm watching like a live match right now. Instead, I feel like I'm watching dry runs with many... Oh?
Hang on, look at the map. They are not stacking on C-site this time.
Oh my god, we're switching it up! Wow.
Well, Dark Lord is gonna be ready. Dark Lord's been preparing for this one. All right, Vanitas have been waiting for the day that Big Cats finally push A-site.
Yeah, unfortunately for them though, Thug is trying to play more retake EC, so they're gonna have more numbers towards A and B.
Dark Lord waiting in the smoke there around the corner. Kitty goes boom, slowly walking up. Knows that Dark Lord is there, and that's going to get traded out. Luckily, Ev was there as well to help follow that one up, but you've already lost a crucial member, and they do now know that it is not going to be the usual C-site stack. Big Cat's still, I think, sent one up to C-site. Terror, though, going to take down Rich Violent Thug at mid, and this is looking good for Big Cats. All right, we're changing things up a little bit. Still not able to successfully get the spike onto either site, but at least for the first half of this, not looking too shabby.
Yeah, do they know that Chamber has walked on site though? Again,
they don't know whether Lover is there.
Down A.
Gonna get traded out though. Ev takes down 2. That's actually gonna be 3 this round for Ev. That is quite the play for Ev so far. And now the spike is on site, and it's a 3v1. And I don't know that Battison on the KJ is well equipped to go for this retake. I think this might end up being a round win for Big Cats, as Battison gonna try and peek around the corner slowly, but that is precisely where all of the soldiers of Big Cats are ready and waiting. It'll be Kurosu that ends up drawing the blood, but Big Cats able to keep things competitive, 5-4.
Yeah, I think that round, like, Thug was just thrown off by Big Cats actually trying to run like a proper default here. Proper being just sending 2 up A long, no one playing anti-flash for the Yoru, but I guess they didn't know that Yoru was playing A, considering they've never really gone towards the A site up until that round. But Thug just kind of looked like they were a little paranoid mid-round there, just allowing the Chamber to walk on site and take that space. And then again, us not clearing corners on the side of Big Cats.
I mean, I would be too, if it's like, you're seeing these C-site pushes all the time, and then the one time it's the A-site push and you have no idea what's even happening. Again, it's going to be another retake. We're back to our usual tricks, but this time, Thug are nowhere to be seen. And Big Cats, they've checked their corners. They're able to set up shop. Dark Lord, though, gets pincered there. It's going to be traded out for Kitty Goes Boom. But now that Big Cats are firmly entrenched on C-site, they know where the threats are. They know where Big Cats are lurking, and they know that the health bars are low. Lover actually going to find a parting shot there onto Ev. That's going to be huge, I think. Terror going to take down May. Again, also going to get traded out. Now it is 2-2 with the spike down. Rich Violent Thug with only 9 HP. That is not going to be enough to keep it competitive. Terror going to waltz right on up, spray and pray, and with a pistol shot there, takes down Lover. How was Lover able to find a kill there?
I was about to say, this is what I've been wanting to see from Big Cats the whole time, even from last map, is them just pushing something together, taking the 2v1 rather than taking 2 separate 1v1s, and then somehow it turns into Terror winning that by jumping and spraying and praying. But I mean...
Yeah, and through all of it, Lover is still able to find a kill. Like,
yeah, they got something right. And one thing that I've noticed is they're hardly ever playing post plan with the Astra, which is, I feel like, one of the main reasons why you love Astra is because you can suck and play the post plan. On top of the Astra, we have the Sova, Shocks, and maybe even Alt at some point, and we're not really doing that. We're just playing super, super aggressive.
Well, not super aggressive this time. This time we're going sneakily on over to A, and this is where I think the paranoia sets in again for Thug, because you're like, okay, we're not seeing a literal house party being kicked off at C, so it must be A. And you can already see on the minimap everyone flooding back over to A. Avery going for the plant there, should be able to successfully get the spike down on A site, and now Thug are privy to this, but this is a scenario that they have only ran through once in the past. Dark Lord going to take a little bit of HP damage through Heaven, going to recall back on up, and so we now know what the problem is, but how do we get in?
We're gonna have to spam flashes here. We have the snowball coming out pretty early here.
Crate's coming out. Terror takes down Rich Violent Thug, but ain't gonna fall for the trouble. Ev takes down Battison and also Dark Lord, and It's going to be a 2v1. It's Lover. Has to try and be the hero once again. Fake defuse. Finds the headshot there onto Avery. Got to fake the defuse again to try and bait Ev into it. But Ev going to peek around the corner, get the third. And that's going to be Big Cats now taking the lead 5-6. I love this team. They are so silly.
No, they really are. Going into this round, though, we have Astral, we have the Astrosec, we have the Sobal. I'm really hoping we just see an exec with the Astral Wall, either probably towards the C site like they've been doing, or maybe they're going to go for a fake, and just playing that like bread and butter post plant that we see with Astra and Sova.
Win or lose, I think I'm a fan of Big Cats. I think I hate to be a biased caster, but like this team plays just so silly that I love it. Like it's hard not to fall in love with this team. They're not going to be going back to C site. They have learned from their many mistakes. Looking to hold on to the lead and once again going to try and look to walk up slowly towards A site. Actually, no, just going to do a little bit of poking and prodding and letting the threat come to them. You can actually see Mei going in super deep here, trying to look for a flank
But
from
not
the side of Big Cats. But, yep, turn around. Not quite dead yet, but not exactly where you want to be. Yep, there we go. Yeah, Kurosu going to put Mei out of their misery. And, yeah, that's going to be the bomb, the spike set going down on A site yet again. Tradeout's coming out. Just another shot there, taking down Dark Lord, shooting the body with the shorty as well, and Big Cats win again, extending their lead 5-7.
We don't even need ults. We don't even need post plant. We don't need any of that. We're just taking these fights and winning them.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
God, what a silly half. But Big Cats being up at the half, I think, is wise for them. But well, okay, I don't mean wise. I mean it's good for them. It's definitely wise to be in the lead. Yeah, I would simply have more points and win. Good strategy. No, I think it's good for them as we switch sides, but I want to see how Thug plays their attacks. I mean, they were a lot more aggressive on Lotus. Does that continue on Haven here?
It looks like we're going for more of a standard, just Sova darting A, spotting the line, playing retakey, playing more towards heavy on the C site, and it looks like we're just going for a default on the attacking side from Thugs.
Just, yeah, very well spread out on the defensive side from Big Cats. We got two going up towards C site, and Big Cats, I mean, this is their playground. They know exactly what to do here. We got the intel, but it's actually going to be A site now that Thug know where everyone from Big Cats is posted up. And Big Cats still not quite sure where the approach is coming in, but they are starting to stack up towards A site. They hear a lot more footsteps over there. They can now hear the spike going down as well, so they know with all the smokes and all the noise, this is where the party is, and Kitty goes boom. Bit of a faux pas there, gets caught out by Rich Violent Thug. Early pickoff comes on out, and Thug now have corner control over this site. Got Ev up in heaven looking for an angle. Terra gonna take down Mei again with the shorty. Ev takes down Rich Violent Thug, gonna be traded out, but it's Big Cats ending up evening the score now 2-2. Madison with the KO there on to Astra, but Avery with 2. Big Cats should be able to get the defuse here, extend their lead now 5-8.
Big Cats getting that unlucky spam first kill in spawn on their jet was unfortunate, but Astra using that Flood Star right in the middle of A site so that they can split up the standard crossfire from Graffiti and Hell, ultimately won them that round. They were able to pop out Hell and get their picks that they needed.
Something else I want to highlight here is I don't recall the second pistol round from Lotus, but Big Cats consistently pretty strong on the pistol rounds, I gotta say.
Yeah, for sure. And I like going into this half, seeing that we're not just gonna have the same pace, like C site, exec. We're gonna get a whole new game here.
Well, Thug have fortunately more than one trick in their book. Big Cats, I think, have at least 2. We've seen, you know, A site plants and C site plants from them as well. They are prepped for these garage approaches, though. Terror, a little bit of spraying and praying, but can't quite confirm the kill. There we go. There's the shot onto Mei, but meanwhile on the other side, 2 get traded out as Kurosu and Terror fall, and Big Cats, their defense already looking a little bit scant. But they've got 2 members going on the flank, but Rich Violent Thug was ready for it, but didn't actually see the second shot come through. Kitty goes boom, taking out Rich Violent Thug. Spike is down at C site. Lover gonna take down Ev, and if you're Big Cats, it's gonna be a little bit rough to try and get in here and get this defuse.
Yeah, no, it was a lot slower pace of a round than I was expecting, especially coming up from Thug's attack. But they did a really phenomenal job about... And the round goes to Thug. But I was saying that they did a really good job at picking apart Big Cat's defense. You know, finding those ones in garage, picking off the Astra, and getting those weapons. Basically led to the win of that round.
I like the flank play as well that came out from Kitty Goes Boom, and I believe it was either Avery or Kurosu, but you had two members going up through mid there, and Kitty Goes Boom finding that shot onto Rich Violent Thug. But like once that shot goes out, like the jig is up. Like you know where those two members of Big Cats are, and suddenly you have the intel on the entire defensive lineup, right? And like you can just kind of walk up, get that B site plant, and camp your corners and win it out for free. May with an early shot there onto Ev means the defense is already going to be quite scant. Sure, you can trade out a couple of members, but it's just going to be terror on this Astra going in super deep. That is an aggressive defense. No one has ever said the best defense is a strong offense.
That is completely true. I really love how Thug is defaulting more, though. I'm surprised that they chose to stay and fight that rather than just, you know, seeing the sign of aggression and speeding up towards C, but it worked out in their favor. They were able to get the kills and the trades that they needed.
And now we're nearly tied up 7-8. If Thug keep this momentum up, they might be able to flip things back in their favor. And reminder, the last score line was 13-8, and it did come off of what felt like a string of wins towards the tail end for Thug once we flip sides. So we might see that again, just, you know, on the attacking side if Thug can keep this momentum up. Looks like they're going to try and go for a C site push, and Big Cats currently only with two members ready, but one of them is Ev, who has been consistently very good at finding these shots. And Kitty Goes Boom already going to take down Dark Lord Venatus, make them think twice about wanting to go, pushing up through C long again. Battising going to fall as well, and I think Lover might be on life support and just doesn't know it yet, because Fly, with those crosshairs trained, Ev might be able to find those shots. Up through garage, trying to take some shots. There we go. Two more for Ev. And that's going to be a flawless win for Big Cats.
Yeah, that was a really nice round coming out from Ev. I was really hoping that they would, like, it looked like they were just going to go for an early C exec, maybe even a C split, and change up the pace from their normal defaults on the side of Thugs. But I guess the snowball kind of made them second guess that, and they hesitated, and they ended up swinging C long with your smokes out and not being able to get that trade onto their duelist, I believe it was. But they've been doing an excellent job at defaulting, hoping to see more of a faster paced round to kind of switch things up and catch Big Cats off guard.
Well, as we all know, in terms of pushing up C long with mixed results, Big Cats wrote the book on that subject, and Thug, I think, gonna return that one to the library and go back to an A site push. Gonna invest a fair bit of utility here, but they lose Battison on the Ingress here, and Big Cats ready for this one as well. Take down Dark Lord Venatus as well, but losing May and dropping the spike, sure, they're gonna be able to pick it up again, but this is looking rough. Rich Violent Thug somehow just takes down Terror, just blind spraying through the smoke. Now gonna be the last remaining member of the team, but now with 3 kills, maybe could make this one happen, because you only have a health bar and a half on the other side of Big Cats.
Yeah, no, those early fights in A main were huge. These trades coming out from Big Cats were excellent as well. Unlucky that Thug was able to get that spam kill and turn this into a 1v2. It could really go either way right now.
Well, it's only going one way for Big Cats, and that is all the way around the back, because they know exactly where Rich Violent Thug was posted up. Okay, Avery gonna actually split off and try and take the forward hold here, knowing that, of course, you know, if you're Rich Violent Thug, you want to try and get the spike back on A site.
Notice how they're grouping
Big
together,
Cat's gonna
though.
double back.
Staking together in the 2v1 is vital.
It might be, it's vital, but it might also be fatal, because now you only have 44 hit points collectively. But Avery finds the shot. Rich Violent Thug goes for the slow peek, and it's just a little bit too slow. And Avery, with only a half-life, able to find the one that they needed, and Big Cats up 7-10.
Even though they were unable to trade out cleanly, still being able to close out the round is huge, as the Reyna was unable to spot both of them top short. It looks like we're leaning towards A again here, though. Hopefully going for a little bit of a faster take. It looks like yours sending out a TP, maybe even a flash, and might just go in a full A exec here, which would be really, really nice to see. Hopefully a little bit better than last round, though.
Oh yeah, but I think, like, you do need to try and get some wind under your sails. You know, you do need to try and get that momentum back in your favor before Big Cat starts to run away with this one. You know, so an aggressive A site push, I think, would be wise. But again, losing May on the Ingress, this is not going better than it did last time. They have to try and switch things up a little bit. They're gonna slow up the pace, and you can see they're switching it up, going back a little bit. But Kurosu gonna go ahead and pop the Gulag. finds Dark Lord, but again, loses the duel.
Big Cat's timings here are excellent on their XX, or on countering Thug's XX. Swinging into them before they have a chance to set up properly has been, and like just gives them the opportunity to pick them apart before Thug can even get started.
Terror finding Battison. Also gonna find Lover with the quick scopes. Can we get a third? Not able to find the wall bang. And that's gonna be Rich Violent Thug getting out alive just barely. Sorry, Dark Lord Vanitas alongside Rich Violent Thug, the last two remaining members of Thug. And I gotta say, it was going real smoothly for Thug. And now, okay, for a second, losing that Gulag duel was critical for Big Cats, and Thug were able to get the advantage there. They're still able to hold on to it. They now have the spike and can rotate back on over to C, and they only have to worry about Ev on the retake, and Rich Violent Thug has the angle right now in Garage. Ev only has 2 HP, by the way. Nobody sneeze.
Last player standing.
Oh my god!
How did Ev just find 2 there? On 2 HP, the miracle play comes out, and that's going to be the defuse. Big Cat's going to go up 7 at 211.
You know what? I'm proud of Ev for clearing the corner. I truly am.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be? When you were that close, like, life support doesn't even begin to cut it. Like, they were ready to pull the plug.
But also props to Terra there for being an Astra, or an opping Astra, and getting those 2 kills and still pushing up and having the confidence to try and get that third. Even though they did get picked off, that's a risk that they were willing to take.
There were like 3 separate like that one round felt like 3 rounds. Like we had the Yoru Gulag, we had the quick scopes that came out from Terror, and then we had Ev just on the miracle play, practically limping, nearly bleeding out into C site, just walks into the garage and just gets handed 2 kills. Now Terror once again with the Omen just spraying through the wall, and I think it's gonna make Thug think twice about walking up mid. Okay, getting traded out. Rich Violent Thug goes in deep. They're able to take down Terror, sure, but it's not going to be enough. Ev gonna get taken down there. Quick headshot from May, and this is an aggressive B-side push. Shoddy coming out. Kitty goes boom, able to take down Lover and popping the knives, but it's not gonna be enough. Thug finally gets some more momentum in their favor.
No, that was a really nice, fast BX, something that I've been wanting to see. I think there was a little bit of misplay going into that C-Ling push, you know, sending in our Killjoy alone and having the chamber just happen to choose to run out of the smoke and get traded on by someone on site was a little interesting to see, but overall it worked out in Thug's favor, and that's a round that they really needed to win, as it looks like Big Cats are going on more of a half by eco here.
Yeah, they are, yeah, for a team that's been in the driver's seat for most of the series, their eco is not looking great. So yeah, it is going to be kind of a half buy, and this is where Thug can try and get a lot more momentum their way. Ev can't quite take the shot there, so going to just peel on back to C-side, but able to get Dark Lord Vanitas is Avery. So again, early blood drawn for Big Cats on the defensive side, and meanwhile, Ev whiffs the shot, goes a little bit wide, and May gonna make them pay for it, and that's gonna be the spike going down on C site. Hunter's Fury gonna come out now from Avery, just trying to slow things down, stop this plant from going out. May not dead yet though. That trade out not going to matter. We got the ISO wall coming out. Avery gonna utilize that, takes the headshot onto May, and they were able to negate that spike plant, but now Rich Violent Thug taking down Kurosu on the Ingress there. Avery, the last remaining member. I don't know if we're gonna be able to stop this spike plant twice.
I don't think so, no. This 2v1, as long as they play together, bomb's getting down, bomb's getting planted now.
Planted.
Oh yeah, Battison, that one coming around the corner. It was a great angle of approach to try and get Rich Violent Thug back in that corner that we see be a real nuisance for Big Cats on their attacking side on C site. When they failed to check, I think Avery learned from those mistakes and wanted to try and approach from a place where you could check that angle, but you know, you already had Battison, had that sight line already checked.
Yeah, going into this round, Thug have 2 really strong ults on Sova and Killjoy. It looks like Big Cats are finally ecoing, almost doing like a proper eco, I would say. Hopefully they won't, hopefully Thug will not have to use these ults, but as long as they play together, and it looks like we're just going for a C exec.
Well, Ev hopefully will be ready for this one. Here's the sounds coming out. Yeah, I think they now know that Ev is there. Yeah, especially with that Yoru util coming out. They now know. Can Big Cats do anything about this, though? Because everyone's stacked up over on A site, and no one is around. Dark Lord gonna come on in through takedown Kurosu. Ev gonna fall as well, and now C site totally clear. Big Cats gonna have to try and retake 3v5.
I love the aggression there from the Euro, pushing past, still getting the first entry pick and pushing to the smoke and getting that second. As long as
And
we
once the
play
jig
the
is up-
trades here, we should be fine.
Yeah, Spike already down. You can see this aggressive angle here from Rich Violent Thug. And yeah, that's already going to be taking down Avery. And Kitty Goes Boom able to take down Rich Violent Thug there. That is one body on the floor at least. But with Terror and Rich Violent Thug both with shotguns, I don't know that you're going to be able to get a whole lot done. Especially if you're just hopping around in the smoke there and May is able to find the headshot. Yeah, I don't think you go for a push here. You just save, Kitty.
Oh, for sure.
One down.
Able to pick off one though. We'll take it.
Yeah, take it and also get your hands on a Vandal. That's also going to help out with the eco. But 10 to 11, like the window of victory for Big Cats is narrowing.
Yeah, this would be a huge round for Thug to win, potentially putting Big Cats back in that econ round and getting them to 12 if they can win it out. It looks like here the win con are kind of the ults here, right? Like Thug has the Killjoy ult for retake or a post plant to try and delay. We have the Sova ult for post plant as well, but Big Cats does have the Sova ult, or sorry, the Asher ult, so they will have to be playing and fighting somewhat on site.
You're also not even able to get full armor for the side of Big Cats. Like, you know, that eco still not looking great. So eco and ults both in Thug's favor. They just have to clear their corners and they have to make this A-site push go their way. May, early kill there on the Kitty Goes Boom. This is already looking great for them, just as we predicted. But Hirosu with the angle takes down two. May and Madison both falling, and they're going to think twice about going to this A-side push. Kurosu makes it a third as Avery takes down Rich Violent Thug. And this should have been Thug's round to even the score, but it might not be. Kurosu finally dispatched by Dark Lord Vanitas, but has the damage already been done? It's a 3v1, and Avery gonna find that last shot, and Big Cats now go up to match point.
Huge round coming out from Kurosu, you know, feeling confident enough to try and take those fights, knowing that you're going to get KJ ulted. They had the option to fall back and just play the retake, but they wanted to swing. They wanted to take those fights and end up killing both opponents that were holding down the Killjoy ult.
And now the pendulum swings in Big Cat's favor. The eco no longer an issue. The ultimates on their side as both the Astra and the ISO with their ultimates. I will say though, the ultimates from Kurosu haven't been great, have lost both of those Gulag duels, and a third might be the charm. And if it is, it might be enough to send Big Cats to a game 3 here. We'll have to see as we go into this next round. Kitty Goes Boom gonna get checked there by Dark Lord Vanitas, who gets sucked on into the Gulag. Here we go, Kurosu, you gotta win this one. But no, goes 0 for 3 as Dark Lord wins that one as well. Madison gonna be the only casualty thus far for the side of Thug. This is going to be another A-site push. Terror gets traded out. Ev gonna take down Dark Lord Vanitas. It is Avery versus May, and this is going to decide whether or not Big Cats go to a map number 3 or if we continue down the path. And May going to give Thug another lease on life. 11 to 12, they are still in this.
What a round. You know, Kurosu losing that 1v1 in their ult was kind of a turning point in that round. Terra was able to get one holding site around their site smoke, which I loved. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the fast blood that I would have liked to see. We had the chamber on site, but we couldn't get the trade on our Astra and end up just getting picked off. Going into
we
this,
don't really
though,
have a...
sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, we still have the
cooking.
Astral. We still have the chance for a really strong retake here, and Thug still has a Sova, but they're kind of forced to play on site because of that.
Looks like it's going to be a C-site push that comes out from Thug. And grab that ultimate orb. Now we have the Yoru ultimate as well. This actually worked out well for them in the past. Able to scout out where Ev was in some of the previous C-site takes, but actually going to think better of it. Rotate back on over to A. I think Big Cats are one step ahead because they're already rotating some of their members back over towards A site. They know what's coming. Avery just waiting. Sees the threat coming on in. Kitty Goes Boom gonna lurk with the judge in the smoke grenades. Dark Lord goes in super deep but gets checked by Terror. May though takes down 3 and Thug might have just done it. It is only Ev who is up in the heavens. Here's the spike go down but can't quite stop Lover from making this one stick. Can't do a damn thing about it. Takes down May, but not quite dead yet. Ev, you sure are though. Rich Violent Thug with the shot. 12 to 12.
Switching sides.
Bringing us into OT.
Overtime.
Oh my gosh. That round, it looks like they really tried to flood onto site, but were unable to kind of break the crossfires that were being held by Big Cats, and ultimately just were unable to pick them off, and kind of just, again, ran through a greater type hold. But going into this, we have Big Cats back on the attack side. It looks like they're going back towards A. Not exactly an exec, more of a default, but I don't mind this. Maybe they're going to take space, leave maybe the jet to try and get a lurk kill here.
Maybe. With Big Cats back on the attacking side, I think you kind of expect that C-site rush again, right? Like, if you're Thug, that has to be something that you're prepared for. And you can already see, like, you've got 3 members of Thug over towards that garage, ready to go for that retake if need be. And only the Sova over on A site. It's just going to be Lover. And that's where Big Cats seem to be buttering their bread right now for a slow A side push. Does this get scouted out by Thug, though?
Jiggling the line short, has nothing holding long, falling back though. Kind of aware that, they could just be all walking up long right now and completely willing to give up sight and play for the retake.
Seen a couple of rotations over towards B site. Smoke going out and a quick little dash there. Gets Big Cats onto A site, but the spike's still coming in through. Thug now know they can hear the spike going down. Gonna use that arrow there. They know where Kurosu is now, but with the spike planted, the win condition for Big Cats is now clear. You just have to try and win off of this retake as Thug got members up in the heaven, trying to find some of the kills. Headshot there onto Ev, gonna get traded out. Dark Lord for Ev, now both down. Kitty goes boom, the next to fall, but even that gets traded out, and it's down to 2-2 as quickly as it came. Again, coming on through the kills from Lover and Battison. They're able to do it, get the defuse, take us to another round.
I was gonna say, maybe this was Big Cat's plan all along. Spam C-site hits and just in the OT whip out an A hit. Unfortunately, it did not go their way though. So maybe if we bring this back into double OT, they'll go back to their bread and butter C. But Thug had a really good retake there, honestly. They used their flashes to try and break up their site holds. Not exactly with their exec, but they were able to get info on where everyone was sitting.
Well, now as we turn over onto the attacking side, Thug have been a lot more varied in their attacks. We don't exactly know exactly what they're going to be coming for. We do know that typically on the defensive side, though, you're going to have that chamber. You're going to have Ev posted up over on C site, and that's all that Thug really have to scout. They actually have 2 members on C, and Ev is going to be in garage. The window getting smoked out, so they're not going to be able to get the sights down that they want. You've got Kitty Goes Boom with the op watching C long, but can't quite find the shots with all the smokes and all the util coming out. Ev, though, at the back of the site, takes down 2, is getting flashed, can't get the 3rd, but Kitty Goes Boom is there, takes down Dark Lord, and now it is 4v2. And Thug are not going to be able to get this spike down without some trouble. May looking for the shots, takes down Terror. That's going to help even up the score, but Kitty Goes Boom finds the shot. May still not quite dead yet. Has to worry about that resurrection coming through. And Battison with the shot. It's 2v1. Battison might be able to get this one done, but Big Cats know exactly where this KJ is. The smoke grenade is going to negate the kill, and Kurosu knows exactly where Battison is, finds the shot there. 13-13. We are not out of OT yet.
Props to Thugs. They were able to push back that op. I don't even know if they knew that the jet was opping, but they were able to push back the op nonetheless, and Ev kind of saved the round by coming in and flooding site and getting those initial picks.
Well, as we switch it up yet again, we'll have to see what Big Cats do. Because, like, every time if you're Thug, you're going to be questioning, is it going to be that C-site rush again? Is it going to be C-long like we've seen so many times? Or is it going to be, coming up 2C through garage? I think that is what it is going to be, but you have a couple of other variances on it. You've got Kurosu up here in this angle playing through mid just to try and check anyone who might be coming through B site. In fact, actually, Big Cats are going to B site, something that they have never done before. But with the smokes and the dashes, Kitty Goes Boom, able to take the shot onto May. Rich Violent Thug, though, trades it out for 2, and Big Cats learning why this was the one table they could not jump on. They're gonna have to commit to it, though, trying to pick up the spike as well. Kitty Goes Boom finds another one, and Ev gets 2, and now Big Cats might be able to get the dub here on the attacking side, as Dark Lord Vanitas has to try and get the retake, as 2 members of Big Cats look to try and grab that spike and get it down, but they don't have to put it down on B site. Instead, they can rotate all the way back over to A, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Ev getting those 2 picks A-Link were huge for us after getting a spam, 2 members of our team getting spammed on the B site.
Spike gonna go down. Dark Lord
Spike
Vanitas knows
planted.
exactly what's up. Ev now gonna try and hold the angles. Terror utilizing the Astra to try and lock down some of these angles, but now they've heard the shots. They know Vanitas is there, just waiting for that corner peek. It's a game of chicken. Who is going to break first? Well, Dark Lord Vanitas was not there. Recalled back on out. But Terror finds the shot. There it is. Knew if that Yoru was not there in the corner, he was gonna be coming in eventually.
Match
You just
point.
had to be patient.
Yeah, just based off of that first Yoru flash, they knew that Yoru was coming somewhere from spawn. And then that TP play was interesting for info, but unfortunately didn't see anything too telling that could give them an advantage in that 1v2.
Now Big Cats are on match point. They just have to have a successful defense here, and they can take us home to a map number 3, no less. We could see more of this action. Like, we might just not be done if Big Cats are able to get this one. And the eco is not looking bad for them. The momentum might finally be in their favor. And as we switch over, Thug on the attacking side. May gets caught trying to grab the orb, and Kitty goes boom with the op again. Takes down that Clove, and there's not going to be a resurrect this time.
That was really, really bold of the Jet pushing through that smoke there. Just kind of gambling that there wasn't a second player holding the orb.
That's not something that you ever expect to happen. Like, if the Jet's coming out, you expect the knives to be flying. You don't expect an op to just hit you at point blank while you're going for that orb, especially, like, with all the smokes. Now Big Cats, they've got the numbers advantage, but Big Cats still don't know where Thug are trying to push up through. They have scouted out Battison, though, and Kurosu gonna take that kill, and this is looking so good for Big Cats now. Up 5-3. Error. Sees Rich Violent Thug walking on through. Kurosu gonna help clean that one up. Dark Lord Vanitas falls as well, and there is only so much that Lover can do to stop the onslaught of Big Cats. A flawless way to take us to a map number 3 if they can just get this one final straggler. Avery waiting as Lover walks right in to the arms, and that is going to be a win for Big Cats on Haven. We are going to bind.
Yeah, that last round, after the Jet getting that initial pick on May, the Clove, it really looked like they just kind of started to panic. They felt pressure to take space or even out numbers. We had 2 walking on front B, 2 split on the A site, and unfortunately we weren't able to get those trades on the initial fights on front B, and we just kind of fell apart after that.
That was an incredible map to watch, because like every round felt like it was either over in the blink of an eye or had like several chapters, like rising actions, a climax, an epilogue at the end of it. Like, we went through an entire journey here, and we also, you know, we don't have a graphic for it. We also have the stat line, which we got quite a good look at throughout. Terror top fragging for the team on that Astra, 26 and 19. May and Rich Violent Thug not too far behind, 25 and 26. May was definitely doing, to say the least, doing a lot.
Yeah, kind of doing God's work. May had some insane rounds, but honestly, there wasn't a player here that I didn't see had like such an impactful round. I feel like everyone had their like shining points in this match, which makes it even better, right? Like there wasn't just one star player on one team. It was like everyone all had their like defining rounds. And especially I want to highlight Ev. They had so many highlight rounds. Like I could just put together a highlight reel based off of solely their own plays. Their clutches, their impact kills were kind of what made this game close in the initial rounds. Like I noticed Ev had a lot of impact starting on that defense half, and being able to bring that especially into OT kind of is what made them close out the game.
Yeah, you talk about how like there's no one that didn't have their moments, and like I think this scoreboard is plain as day evidence of that. You only have 3 members of this entire lobby, right, that did not have 20 or more kills. That's insane. Like, I've never seen that before. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you didn't go anywhere, and if you're anywhere else in the world, you're probably going to want to be right here, because this is one hell of a game we've got on our hands. Map number 3, Thug, Truly Humble Undergod versus Big Cats, and if Haven is anything to go off of, this one is going to be, this one's going to be scrappy. And by the way, I was telling Emily a little bit in the break about how the first time I ever got to cast Valorant for Radiant Academy, I got to see like an 11-1 run back. It was Hyperspeed Red, by the way. Shout out to that team that ran that one back on Haven. Whenever I'm here, Haven is just the map to watch, so I'm going to take full credit for this series being as entertaining as it is. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I've never seen a team just try and go for a C push like 7-8 times in a row with mixed results, and then suddenly switch it up, go for A site pushes, and then exhaust every possible way that we can do it. Like you saw, I mean, we only saw one B site plant from the side of Big Cats, but we saw just about every single variation of A and C that we possibly could have. And if there's not one that we've seen yet, then I'm sure, I'm sure if we were to go back, we'd probably see it again. They can cook up a whole lot more. Let me work with Prod here just a second, because I'm getting some messages here. Emily, make sure to, is my caster? I heard her just fine. I will tell you what she said. I don't know if you guys can hear her chat, but what she said was genius, insightful. It was some of the best commentary that has ever been stated, and you've all missed out on it. Unfortunate for you guys. We'll just have to run it back. Let's see. Okay. All right, we're just gonna have her reconnect real quick. I'll go ahead and yap a little bit about this as well, and kind of summarize Emily's thoughts, saying how she was super giddy and kind of felt like that map that we saw on Haven didn't even really feel like watching it. Like, it felt like watching a full 24-round scrim where every team is exhausting every possible opportunity, every possible way to play each of the different bomb sites, and it was incredible to see. And it's something that I wasn't expecting to see. It was something that I personally have never seen before, and I hope I get to see it again. We talked also a little bit earlier on today about a lot of things, about how both of these teams really like these 3-site maps. We're going to bind for our map number 3, which is not going to be a 3-site map. It's going to change things up dramatically. We talked about how we're likely to see the chamber coming out on this map, although we've already seen Ev leaning towards that chamber on both maps 1 and 2. We'll see if that is what comes out here as well. Emily, let me get a confirmation. Are you audible?
I believe I am, yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Any other thoughts? Did I hit all the bullet points there, or was there anything else you wanted to?
No, I think that was spot on. Like, if you put the replay and just put your commentating and voiceover over it, it's perfect.
It'd be a little uncanny, but I think it would be, yeah, it would work out well. Well, something that was very uncanny last time we got to see it was the agent select screen, and that's what we got for you next up here as we transition to our 3rd and final map of this series. One of these teams is going to the grand finals, but in order to get there, they have to go through bind. Let's see who they are bringing to the dance floor as they square up here.
I'm honestly, I feel like all my predictions have been wrong so far with comp wise. So I'm just excited to see what we pull out here.
We talked a fair bit about the chamber, and I don't think Ev is going to be moving too far away from that. I saw, I think it was Terror for a second hovering over the Viper. I wouldn't be shocked to see that come out. Terror, I think, has no clue what she wants to play. This is kind of playing with our hearts a little bit here.
Yeah.
Is it going to be the...
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, with Ev on the chamber, like, the way that you're playing, the way that you're performing, why not just be a chamber one trick this whole tourney? Like, really, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Like, we talk about how the chambers aren't often, like, the top fraggers, but we can't count Ev out because a lot of these clutch plays are coming out from Ev. Okay, Terror has finally locked in. I also want to divert your attention back over to the other side because we are seeing a return of the Waylay from Dark Lord Vanitas.
Yeah, I was going to point that out too. I am very shocked that they chose Waylay over Raze, especially on very Raise's util is very strong.
Interestingly, Thug not gonna bring a chamber to the field here. Instead, opting for the deadlock to be their defensive utility here. And I'm curious, like, what is your take on Thug's overall composition? Because we talk about the chamber, we hyped up the chamber, and Ev has been consistently bringing him out. Like, how do you feel about Thug deciding not to do so?
I don't mind it at all, honestly. Badison still has the aggressive plays on, like we saw on Lotus, playing vibes, but still playing aggressive and taking the fights that they feel confident enough to take. And I expect nothing less from them playing Deadlock. And I also think Deadlock on Bind is just a good agent pick. Like, their wall is super strong. The nets could be used really well. Sorry, I'm seeing some tech stuff.
I'm also seeing some tech stuff. I can hear that the round is starting, and it sounds so action-packed
Super
right now. I
interesting.
wish I could tell you what's actually happening. I do know that the next map is Bind. There we go. All right, we are in, and good lord, so much blood has already been drawn. Both teams already down 3 members. Spike for Big Cats currently going down over on A site. It is down to Ev and Terror going up against 2 members of Thug trying to approach from the high ground here through the smoke, but I think that's going to just telegraph their way in.
One enemy remaining.
Lover, hello, able to find 2 off the pistol round there with only 16 HP. Nearly bites it, but good early pistol round win from Thug, and also breaking the trend. I talk about how successful Big Cats have been on the pistol rounds. Not today.
Yeah, I mean, they had a complete playstyle swap, right? Like, Big Cats ended up separating and taking, having one push through spawn. Meanwhile, Thug was playing together and playing the 2v1 or 2v2 that they could find.
Whatever happened in the first half of that round, though, it's a mystery. Lost the time.
Yeah, okay, but here we are on an anti-eco, and both teams have lost anti-ecos today, I believe. So I'm hoping we finally break that streak and have what it should be, starting off with a 2-0 on Thug's side.
Kitty goes boom. Careful spinning that shark. You're going to make the poor lad dizzy. Like we're just going to walk right up through mid. Vanitas, though, with the outlaw. Doesn't find the shot, but does at least make Big Cats think twice about trying to approach from that angle, but think twice, nah. These Big Cats don't even think once. They're going to walk right on up. May was waiting with the judge around the corner, and Kitty goes boom. Going to be dispatched. The spike still going down. May still has the angle, gets the shots onto Avery, finds the kill. Terror actually going to be the one to fall. Ridgefile and Thug finds the kill onto Avery. Karusu going to fall as well, and Big Cats just get deleted.
A super clean anti-eco coming in from Thugs. You know, Big Cats were able to get the bomb, which it gives them a little bit more money and an all orb for whoever planted it. I didn't get a chance to see. But yeah, Thugs played that pretty well, having a judge in U-Haul, holding it down, double fighting and pushing through. That's exactly what I wanted to see.
I'm curious to see if Big Cats decide to just continue beating their head against the wall, though, the same as we saw in Haven.
I mean,
it looks like they're stacking up for another mid push.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have Raze double satcheling into U-Haul with the judge. This could be deadly, but then again, it is just a bonus for Thug. It looks like we're leading towards Showers, completely giving up U-Haul with a judge. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Listening.
Well, they see the smokes, and they know that is where Big Cats want to try and go for the approach there, though. But Terror, through it all, able to find the early frag there onto May. Already looking pretty good for Big Cats. There's Ev going to take down Badison as well, and that should be another successful spike plant onto A as Avery gets that one down. It's not going to be bloodless, though, for Big Cats as they do lose Terror, but that is going to be all Thug have to hang their hat on. 2-1, though, they're still in the lead, but Big Cats get some wind in their sails.
Yeah, not being able to break that ice showers was deadly for Thugs. And also completely giving up U-Haul. I don't mind that they did that, but they had to make showers work somehow, and unfortunately they were unable to. Going into this round, though, we do have full buys coming from each team, I believe. It looks like. Yeah, cool. Full buys coming from each team. Whipping out an Odin on the brim on attack.
I mean, we've seen Terror go towards that Odin a couple of times, but it's usually been on the defensive side. On the attack, I think might be interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they plan on utilizing this.
I think the answer, at least so far, is very slowly. Yeah, they're going to use the threat of the Odin being on the field to make Thug scared for their life, but it's actually currently Big Cats that are a little bit worried. As you can see, Yeah, Kitty Goes Boom has already taken a fair bit of damage. That health bar looking a little bit low there. And Dark Lord Vanitas knows that's where the threat is. Once again, peeking through showers, trying to get a little bit more damage down range. But Big Cat's still just inching ever so closely towards A site. Rosu finds the early KO there. Dark Lord Vanitas going to fall. Rich Violent Thug with the spray is going to be able to trade that one out. It's now 2 for 2, but a lot of blood being spilled on either side. Some low health bars. Ev, though, going to get clipped by Battison going on in there. Battison is so good at holding down these angles, especially, like you said, on the deadlock. She's a great agent to bring to the dance floor here on Bind. You don't necessarily need the chamber, and we're seeing it pay off dividends, as now it is just Kitty Goes Boom with barely a health bar. That is a nearby, like, I said no one sneezed before. Kitty Goes Boom. Okay, also gonna find the kill there. Lover trades that one out, but every time there's a member of Big Cats with like negative HP, they're still somehow able to at least draw blood.
Yeah, that was a very slow start coming out from Big Cats. No presence towards the B site. Sky getting info, allowing the deadlock to rotate off and stack towards A. We did get Shower's control pretty early, and we're able to get that pick, but we tried speeding up Shower and just ultimately got picked off. Able to get the trade, but it was not enough to close out the round or make it even close to getting Olive sight.
They do have still something resembling a decent eco, but critically, I think Kurosu is not going to be able to afford armor. Gonna have to reevaluate the buy there, yeah, and be a little bit more stalwart in the attack here. We're seeing some of those raised grenades coming through from Kitty Goes Boom. Dark Lord Vanitas able to just back right on up out of there, and Kitty Goes Boom through the smoke, going to get headshot there from Dark Lord Vanitas. Ev gonna trade that one out though, and May has fallen as well, so Big Cats are once again gonna get the spike planted on A, and if they can get themselves nestled up in some nice warm corners, they should be able to make this one stick. They know where Rich Violent Thug is posted up right now alongside Lover. Kurosu just waiting for them to try and pop on through the smokes, everything coming out to try and get this retake. Battison able to find Kurosu, and Terror as well. Battison on the right has been a force to be reckoned with and might just be able to find the third. The cocoon coming out. Ev going to fall. Battison is just absolutely insane right now, and that is going to be 4 for Battison, and Thug going to hold once again 4-1.
You know, what a round. I thought that was a really good exit coming in from Big Cats, you know, using their Brimall a little bit later in the round than I would have liked them to, given that they already got the picks that were they were already able to pick out the players that were playing in U-Haul. And that retake, Battison just getting those kills, not being able to, and Big Cats not being able to trade them out was just insane. Especially dropping from heaven and being able to live like that.
Yeah, dropping from heaven and getting 4 on a retake is insane, and that's something that only a player like Battison has been able to do. I mean, we've seen similar heroics from time to time on Ev, but it just hasn't come out to play just yet on Bind. Big Cat's gonna have to try and find a new way forward. Dog's coming out. Kitty Goes Boom. Yeah, might want to think twice about approaching up here on B-Long. Flash coming out. And there's the shots. Dark Lord Vanitas and Lover were waiting and ready, taking down 2. And yeah, if you're Kurosu, you gotta be worried about which way do you go here. Rich Violent Thug takes down 2 more, and that's a flawless win for Thug.
What a read coming from Thug, though. Like, Big Cats showed no presence towards B in these early rounds, and Thug already having 4 there as soon as they decide to go towards that B site. And yeah, they were on Eco, you know, only having 1 gun on Eve, but that was a really nice play coming from Thug.
Yeah, and I think it's also, like you said, a good read from Thug onto Big Cats, because, you know, if you squint a little, B-Long does look a little bit like C-Long from Haven, and, I mean, Big Cats can't help themselves, right? Like, they're going to keep trying to go for that same sort of play.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you're going to be able to stuff them.
And now we have 4 ults on the side of Thug. This is going to be a tough round one, especially if we start using those.
Well, you've got Ev and company already on the point. May being scouted out, but gets the shot there onto Kitty Goes Boom. That should have been Kitty's fight to win, but it is not to be. Avery gonna trade out Rich Violent Thug, but you're already down 2 members trying to get that spike down. May going to use the not quite dead yet there. Gets the revive on the Clove, and now it's 4 against 1, and Terror can only take 1 down with her. That's all she's gonna get. Battison with the defuse, and Thug continue their momentum.
Big Cats being able, or having their attacks just getting picked apart by Thugs. You know, they're trying to put pressure on that U-Haul to try and clear out May, but May is just locking it down. They have to throw more Utilator, otherwise she can just get away with Murder.
Essentially, yeah, like more than just murder, and that's another reason why like we're seeing some of these good reses that keep coming out from Mei. Like that's why you try and play the Clove in this super aggressive sort of style, right? Like you can get 2 lives out of them, and you can definitely take at least 2 with you if you're good.
Yep, 3 ults being used on the side of Thugs. We do have our Waylay ult, and it kind of looks like they're setting up for a trap on Long here.
Pull cat.
It'll be interesting to see. Ev gonna get flashed with the Hawk there. Not gonna peek out too aggressively. Kitty goes boom, throwing a little bit of grenades there. Gonna go ahead and pop the ultimate. Needs to try and find something, but not going to be. Dark Lord Vanitas going to take down Avery. That's gonna be traded out for Mei. Battison falls as well. The stalwart defender for Thug has been dispatched, and Big Cat's now up 2-1. Dark Lord Vanitas though, a little bit too cocky there. Still gonna be able to find the shot there under Kitty goes boom, but it took too long to come to fruition, and Ev with 2 to close it out. Big Cats getting their 2nd point on the board.
That was really strong in them going up hookah there, and ultimately avoiding the 3-man trap that they had there set up long. I didn't see what happened over on A, but it looks like 2 of us just got picked off on the side of Thugs, which was really unfortunate. But that was overall a good round for Big Cats. They executed that B side pretty well, especially with only having 3 of their players there.
Terror once again going back to that Odin as well. It didn't work out too well on the attack last time, but you know, again, it's one of the usual tricks that Terror has been up to, and like Terror, even in some of these losing fights, has been drawing a fair bit of blood, has been making it scrappy, and I'm curious to see if that continues, especially now that Big Cats have that 2nd win. You know, maybe starting to get a little bit of their own momentum, and maybe try to even things up before we reach the half.
Yeah, I think it's really. I'm hoping to see them continuing out this half, not just going straight up XX and getting picked apart. It looks like we do have a DC here, so waiting on that. But yeah, I'm hoping to not see more straight up XX. I'm hoping that they take some sort of map control on the B side if they plan on going A before fully executing, rather than having it where the defense side can just have 4 already rotated on towards A.
As we wait to see if Rich Violent Thug gets back in the lobby anytime soon. Yeah, let's head back to Cam's real quickly here while we wait to see. 'Cause yeah, like you said, we do have a DC, unfortunately, and it's a very awkward time. Maybe that is what happened in the middle of that round. Maybe that's what happened over on A side. Maybe we had the DC and we just didn't see it because the action was focused elsewhere. We saw Ev with that clutch 2-piece towards the tail end there, and I think this map, at least initially, is probably going to be the tale of Ev versus Battison. At least that's what I'm seeing, because Battison is getting a lot of value off of these defensive retakes on the deadlock, and Ev, even on the offense with the chamber, is still able to make some things happen.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, going into map 3, I really thought Big Cats would have a stronger lead, especially with how they were playing on Haven. Like, I feel like they were really finding their footing, and unfortunately, so far this half, they haven't found like their bread and butter yet. They haven't found something that works. But just based off the last round and them kind of slowly defaulting rather than executing and just getting kind of picked apart and stopped in their tracks, it looks like they're kind of have an idea of what they need to do or what they think they need to do in order to kind of convert the rest of this half their way.
Let's talk a little bit about like not just the game itself, but like the mentality from the pro perspective. You know, something that you're very well acquainted with. Imagine you're in a series like this where you win map 1 quite handily. Map 2 goes to OT, and there's a couple situations where you feel like you could have had it locked up, but a couple mistakes and a couple adaptations from the other side. Like, you're that close. What does that do to you mentally as you go into the 3rd map?
First of all, like, energy wise, like, I'm here just yapping about the game and I already feel like kind of exhausted. Like, it takes a lot. But as a player, you're going to be way more exhausted actually being in these high intense matches, right? Especially having a map that goes into double OT or whatever it was. Going into map 3, you want to try and keep up the mentality, keep up the energy, which I feel like a lot of players can struggle with. But as long as you keep trying things, even though you're down 4 rounds, I believe, like it's 6-2.
Yeah, it's 6-2. Like if you're Thug, you probably feel like you're starting to get the momentum back in your favor. But are you ever like comfortable? You know, like do you ever feel like we got this on lockdown, or are you kind of shaken with the way that OT round goes?
I feel like it would be a very big mistake to have that mindset, because yeah, you might be up 6-2, but anything could happen in these next 10, 12 rounds, right? You want to be in a constant mindset of trying to close the game out and taking it round by round rather than be like, oh, we're up, we already have a good lead, we're doing good. Like, you, especially coming from a team from like Big Cats who have these experienced players, and that I don't think they will be like mentally drained as easily. So if I'm in Thug's perspective, I'm still taking round by round, still taking it as serious as possible, and trying to, continue furthering our win streak. Whereas Big Cats, I'm just trying to come up with ideas to try and figure out what will work for us, right? Like, because they were execing, it wasn't working. We know that. We started slowly taking space around the map, not just going for straight up sites. And it worked for them that last round, but we don't know if it'll continue to work, right? Because we used Rays out there. There was some weird, we had a DC. There was another, a plethora of reasons of why we could have won that round. But if I'm still on their side, I'm still, slowing down, defaulting, taking space, and just trying to find something to go off of.
It's worth remembering that Big Cats, once they do find that one thing, they were able to flip Haven in their favor. So far, though, still struggling to find that one thing as Kitty Goes Boom only finds the business end of that machine gun coming downrange from Lover, who takes down a second. Terror going to fall. That'll get traded out courtesy of Avery, but that is a rough loss. Okay, Ev also getting a corner checked by Rich Violent Thug. Again, another catastrophic loss for Big Cats, and this round is already looking pretty sealed up for Thug.
Yeah, unable to get that trade Hugo was kind of vital. Them going 1 for 2 was rough, and it applied pressure to our chamber in order to make a play that unfortunately just did not go our way.
Oh, turn around. There is Madison. Takes down Avery. Sure, it's going to get traded out for May, but now it's just Kurosu, and I think Madison knows exactly where Kurosu is, especially with this spike going down. But Kurosu, absolutely fearless, going to take down Dark Lord Vanitas, get the spike down, knows Madison is coming on in through. Holding the angle over the box. That's 3 for Kurosu. Only 1 more and we're done. And Rich Violent Thug with the shorty can't get it done. Kurosu with 4 kills, and Big Cats snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. 6-3. They're still a fair bit behind, but that should not have been their round.
No, not at all. Using the dead alcohol like that was kind of risky because we don't the Kurosu has legs. She can't, or they can move. So that was kind of risky in my opinion. And also just not being able to trade out the kills right away. Yeah, they are Reno, but I don't know. That just should not have gone their way. But that is huge for the side of Big Cats and keeping the mental and energy up.
Yeah, and like you said, you use the ultimate as well. So that's no longer going to be on the field. That's not something that Big Cats have to worry about. So they might feel a little bit more emboldened to try and go for another push wherever Battison might be lurking. Gonna be traded out. Rich Violent Thug going to fall, but Lover and Battison going to make it hurt for Big Cats. And once again, Big Cats at this juncture at a deficit. Battison can get traded out though. An outlaw shot from Terror. Kurosu gonna fall as well. Every time I think things are slowing down, someone else falls. Terror though, gonna slow the pace down, take a little bit of a reset, breathe, and rotate that spike back over towards A.
Yeah, it really feels like as Big Cats kind of felt like they were finding their footing, taking space B, Thug easily countered that with that TP play and that aggression.
Now as we walk up mid here, Ev and Terror trying to check all their corners, check every possible angle, don't want to get caught off guard here. Like enough time has passed that Thug now know that A is the likely place where it's going to be. Still though, a couple of lurkers over on B site still as well. Now the rotation coming through. We've got eyes on the site.
30 seconds left.
May is posted up around here on the corner.
One enemy
Doesn't
remaining.
see Ev there, and Ev didn't check the corner. The one you didn't check is the one where May was lurking, and that's going to be 2 for the Clove, and Big Cats dispatched.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised we didn't try to clear U-Haul there. I know they could have been flanking, but May has played U-Haul almost every single round and has found success there almost every single round.
And like I said, it was so careful on the approach from Big Cats. It was just that one single angle, and it's the one that May is always in, right?
Yeah.
Like, that seems like a pretty big mistake to just not check that one and for Ev to just, like, back right into it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going for more of an A exec again here. Maybe heavy showers rather than short. Maybe, like, it really just feels like they're grasping at anything and trying anything to find success right now.
On the attacking side, they're running out of time to find that one thing that works for them. As this is Gonna be the 11th round here. 7-3 is the current score line. I'm fully aware of the 9-3 curse, so even if we go down, I wouldn't count Big Cats out just yet. Taking a fair bit of damage trying to go, like you said, heavy showers. Scouted though. Rich Violent Thug gonna take down Kitty goes boom. Kurosu falls as well. May though, that trade out from Ev not going to matter. Terror is going to fall. Avery though, able to finally make it stick. We've finally gotten 2 members of Thug down for good. But 2 versus 3, and we aren't able to get the spike on site yet.
Yeah, Ev getting that kill short was huge. The shower spot was not, I guess, did not go in Thug's favor, honestly.
Look where Battison is posted.
Oh, yeah.
Look where Battison is posted right now. Like, behind. This is another situation where, like, Big Cats, they have to check every possible corner because the one they least expect is where the most lethal threat is currently lurking, I think.
Yeah, and Thugs is playing this so well, just not moving, holding their angles, waiting for Big Cats to slip up and walk into them.
Oh, Battison gives up the angle. Avery actually has the advantage now. Looks the wrong way. Able to turn right back. Take down Battison. And now the score is evened. 2-2. Trying to get into A site. We still don't have the spike on site, but enough noise has been made that Thug now know that is where the last 2 kittens are currently posted. Are they going to be able to get the spike on down? Avery with Rich Violent Thug just waiting around the corner, gets the plant and turns on Rich Violent Thug. Hello? That should not have happened. Avery again making a miracle happen, but Lover going to take down, go for the defuse in the smoke. Does Ev know this is happening? Yep, there we go. There's the shot. 3 overall for Ev. And that is a clutch win. 7-4 Big Cats continuing to even up the score. And last round before we swap, maybe they can take a 7-5, which would not be a bad scoreline for an attacker.
Yeah, Battison giving it up that angle, and Avery ended up actually getting the pick on Battison. Was kind of rough, to be honest, on Thug's side. And then the whiff coming out from Rich Violent Thug, that was a hard one to watch. Turning it into a 2v1 for Big Cats.
In we go.
I think if Battison just doesn't hit the S key there, basically, for that 1 split second, I think Thug just take that. They check Avery on that rotate and able to find that kill, but it just doesn't happen. Now Big Cat's gonna go right back up mid, try and get themselves onto A site, but Rich Violent Thug takes down Kitty goes boom on the entry. Yet again, we're having a real tough time getting this Raise in a position to succeed our Big Cats, but it's the rest of the team that you gotta worry about. Currently Ev getting that plant, gets the spike down onto A site, exactly where you wanted to see, but May knows exactly where all of the corners are that need to be checked. Only gonna be able to take down 2 before falling, but Thug are able to do it. The last one falls is Avery, and Rich Violent Thug gonna be able to get the defuse, and there's a couple parting shots for you from Battison. That's a receipt for the last round.
Oh my gosh, the kill on the Raze mid-air coming in from Reyna was such a nice shot. I can only imagine. May having the opportunity to still be on, or sorry, yeah, May being able to get those kills on top of, sorry, what was the last kill there?
Last kill was onto Avery in the corner.
Oh, yes. Okay. And also the Waylay ult got so much value there.
It's true. Actually, we haven't really seen Dark Lord Vanitas making a whole lot of noise on the Waylay this time around. You know, it was a major factor on Lotus, but so far hasn't been the deciding factor for Thug.
Yeah, and going into this pistol round, it looks like we're having kind of a standard defense side setup. Senti +1 on the B site, 3 on A. The attack looks like they're going into some sort of a B split with a Rainer lurk, so potential to fall back onto that A site if need be. Interesting lineup.
Nearly catches Ev there. Not gonna be not gonna happen there. And the scout's also been felled, but they know where Ev is lurking. Like I said before, Big Cats have been relatively consistent when it comes to these pistol rounds, and they need to keep that momentum up, but nope, not today. Is Kurosu and Kitty goes boom, both going to fall early on. Big Cats now at a 3-1 or 3-5 deficit. And I mean, you need these pistol rounds if you're Big Cats. They've been your bread and butter on every single map, but on Bind it just hasn't been to be. Ev needs to try and make the hero play, but no, the hero is Battison. It was always Battison. Finds the headshot onto Ev, and there's only 2 last remaining members of Big Cats, and with a spike down this retake, not looking good.
One enemy remaining.
And being walled off.
Yeah. Terra gonna take down Rich Violent Thug. Terra takes down 2 somehow. 3? Hello? Okay, all right. Terra still doesn't get the job done, but how do you find 3 in that situation? That's bonkers.
No, really. Up until that last point, I was gonna say that is such a clean pistol round coming in from Thug, putting the pressure that they needed on B, giving our 2 lurkers on A space to move up and pulling those rotates away from A. So it is just 1v1s for them. Was really, really nice.
Oh man, I love this team. Big
Yeah,
Cat's like, even in defeat, they defy all conventional logic, and Terror just somehow finds a 3-piece, even
And it looks
even
like
in like an unwinnable
Big
situation.
Cats.
Oh? Got 4 members of Big Cat's currently stacked up A site. Thug trying to carry the spike up mid. Terror takes down 1. Kitty goes boom is good for 2 on mid, and this looks real good for Big Cats right away. They aren't able to get the spike carrier, so TP gonna come on through to the other side, but that door is mighty loud, and Big Cats got ears like hawks. They know exactly where the last 2 remaining members are going to be. Smoke's coming out. Avery gonna peek right around the corner, take them both down, and that's a flawless win for Big Cats.
I don't know if Thug was expecting a force there from Big Cats based on how they were playing, but Big Cats being down that much in this half, or in the last half, I don't blame them for forcing it. It worked out for them.
It absolutely did, and I mean, with a flawless win there as well, like that kind of completely flips the economy on its head, because like look how anemic things are looking over on Thug's side.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna have to eco this round, but again, I don't know. Ecos have really gone towards both teams' ways throughout these maps, so hopefully there's not a big upset here.
I mean, it feels like one of those series that you can't call based off of like eco alone. Even ult economy, like nothing really feels like it matters aside from who dies first. And even then, like you can't really tell. Kurosu is going to be the first casualty of war this time around, but not to be outdone. Avery takes down Rich Violent Thug, make it a 2-piece, but the shots are there. Battison cleaning up Terror, and now Thug have gotten themselves 3 deep on A site. Once again, getting that spike down as the retake from Kitty Goes Boom, and Ev is going to have to be perfect here if they want to try and keep this momentum going and risk losing the economy. Yet again, Ev has the angle from the high ground here and is just waiting for someone to peek it. Battison over behind the boxes there. Kitty using the satchels to try and jump over that wall there, and now has the shotty in U-Haul, but can't find the shots. May is there with the headshot, and Battison gonna scout out Ev, trying to go for a sneaky play from behind. 10-5, and this is starting to run away from Big Cats.
Thug was able to Uno reverse their loss on that anti-eco, and unfortunately in that 2v3 retake, they have full U-Haul control, a wall, and you have nothing to clear anything out with a raise in a chamber.
And now,
I just want to, I want to point out how their Waylay was able to use like their run back and stun one of the players on site, giving them a kill. Like, I just don't see this from Waylay players, but I also just don't see Waylay players in general.
Yeah, you don't see Waylay players at all. Like, well, I mean, you know, Dark Lord Vanitas showing people how it's done. Maybe this is going to be the first of many. We're going to see another trade out coming out in the showers. Rich Violent Thug and Kurosu both going to be dispatched. The Battison going to go ahead and pop that ultimate. I don't think it caught anyone. Terror gets just out of dodge and is now just camping the smoke, waiting for that deadlock to walk on out through the showers, and is holding a shotgun in that choke. Is it ever going to happen? Well, the threat was at the other side as May takes down Ev. Gonna get traded out, but not dead yet. Gets the revive yet again. Battison now, that's the opportunity to walk on into the door, and Thug take the round 11-5. It's getting so dicey now for Big Cats.
Yeah, I really like the initial pick from Big Cats, specifically Kurosu Showers, but getting a little too over-aggressive there, and maybe a little too overconfident, trying to go for more, just gave Thugs even numbers. And then going into their exec, Thugs exec, it was just like they're just clean. They're not really getting picked apart as we saw Big Cats getting picked apart on their attack half.
Well, I think picked apart is the optimal word, because looking at the armor economy for Big Cats, I think that's what they're about to be. I wouldn't have high hopes for this round from Big Cats, but we have seen crazier things this series, so we're going to have to see. Looks like they're going to push up towards B site, but Badison taking down Kitty Goes Boom. That's going to be traded out, but it's 2 for 1 as Kurosu also falls. Big Cats down early on, but Avery going to make it hurt, as we often see. Big Cats down but not out, able to get the spike on B site, but Ev is going to fall. Dark Lord Vanitas with the shot there, and now we got to see the retake coming out, and Avery gets picked out from Hookah. It's Dark Lord Vanitas yet again, and what can Terror do to try and win this one out? We haven't seen the clutch plays come out, but there's an early shot there with that Vandal. 2 more, and Terror might be good for it, but it's been scouted. May knows where Terror is, and I think so too does Lover. The beeps getting a lot more close together, and time running out. Terror knows she's got to make a move, and Lover was ready for it. 12-5. Match point. Thug might just be taking us home.
Yeah, Big Cats doing that aggressive A-short play with their fade out was a little risky. Didn't do it off any noise, just did it off the bat. Pushing through I liked, but Thug ended up deciding to turn around and fight them as they were coming through that initial choke point going towards Hookah. And unfortunately, Big Cats did not clear out Rich Violent Thug in that corner, ultimately giving up their lives and numbers.
Well, the economy for Big Cats not looking great, and on match point, they got to go all out. You cannot risk leaving anything on the table. So it's going to be an aggressive B-site push. Kurosu is ready and waiting. Are we going to be able to snuff this one out? Thug have the momentum, they have the economy, they have the weapons, they've got the firepower, and they've got the manpower. They just need to find that one opening pick, and they're using everything they can to try and find it. They take down Kurosu, but there's Ev, the hero, takes down 2, and Terror is there as well, and Big Cats might still be holding on as it's just Badison with no comrades anywhere in sight. Ev's got the angle, got sights on the spike. Kitty Goes Boom, got the nades. They know where Badison is lurking. 1 HP, that ain't enough to mount anything resembling a defense. Able to take down Kitty Goes Boom, but that is all you're gonna get, and Big Cats holding on.
Yeah, even though Thug was able to get that initial pick on whoever was sitting in that corner, B Long, being able to get those 2 kills on their exec, and they Thug's getting forced out from that brim ult from Long, basically just pushing them into Ev was really nice to see.
Even with that win, though, the economy is still in Thug's favor. Like, they're still able to buy up completely, get all their armor, and it's just not something that Big Cats have the ability to do. You're seeing double zeros at the bottom there. A couple of judges is going to have to be the heavy artillery that they bring. And at close quarters on defense, you're going to have to be camping those corners, and I think that's something that Thug are prepared for. As they start to approach up through showers again, trying to spray through the wall and catch some members of Big Cats off guard. We're even seeing the dogs coming out from Lover, and we know exactly where Ev is posted up now as well. So now Big Cats, they are on death's door. Ev has been dispatched. Terror gonna trade that one out, but with only a shotty, you're not gonna be able to get close enough to make it hurt. Avery falls, courtesy of May, and now Thug with the spike down on A site. Big Cats, only 2 members remaining. It's Kitty Goes Boom, and it's Kurosu approaching A site from opposite angles. Kurosu trying to check every single corner. Here's the Vandal shots going out. Kitty Goes Boom has fallen, managed to take one. Kurosu gonna trade out Lover, but you gotta check every single corner, and once again, it was May, the one you didn't see, that's going to be the death shot, the kill shot. Thug take it to the grand finals, 13-6, despite a hell of an effort from Big Cats.
Yeah, no, getting absolutely picked apart in that last round, and Raze had to have gone huge with their ult there to even make that round close to winnable, right? I really, really just want to highlight this Waylay though. This Waylay tech that I'm seeing with the updraft dash just to get info and to stun wherever they see. It's like a Sova drone that can stun. Like, I haven't seen that, and that's really cool.
That's one of those things, right? Like, a lot of people are sleeping on the Waylay. I don't know if that's like the adequate term, but they're pretty down on whether or not the Waylay is like useful at all. But we're seeing the utility coming out. You know, Dark Lord Vanitas showing everyone how it's done. Maybe this is the start of something, you know, maybe we're going to see a little bit more Waylay going forward, or maybe this is just a one-off strategy that we'll never see again. But how do you prepare for it? Because no one else has seen this. You certainly haven't. I know I haven't. Has our other grand finals team seen it? There's only one way that we're going to find out. What a show both of these teams have given us. Like I said, even in defeat, I'm in love with Big Cats as a team because they play just so silly. It makes no sense. It doesn't work logically, but it still works. It's hilarious, and I want to see more of it. It's a shame we will not get to.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I just want to quickly highlight who I think was the MVP of the map is Battison. You know, we were kind of talking before the deadlock pick and like deadlock over a chamber. And Battison did exactly what I thought they would, right? Still being aggressive, taking all the fights that they wanted to, but having that util to fall back on and support them, right? Whenever they needed it.
Yeah, and it was we talk as well about the chamber. Ev a little bit lower on the KD there, 12 and 14. Still was making some hero plays for the side of Big Cats, but Battison was just a force to be reckoned with. Like that entire map. Like Battison and Mei, you see both of them up at the top. If it wasn't Battison, it was Mei finding a lot of these clutch kills, a lot of these frags, especially Mei in the corners, right? Like so many times you've got this Clove just lurking in a corner, and it's the one you don't check.
No, for sure. May was literally like the queen of U-Haul. Like I would be scared. I would be throwing every piece of util I have just to get her off of her angle that she always finds success in.
What a show. Like all three of those maps were very entertaining. Haven was definitely something that I've never seen before, and Bind also gave us a treat. Quick little update, by the way, in terms of our other side of the bracket. The side for the other match going on right now, which was let me recheck here, Gojo's E-Kittens versus Shampoo's Cats. That is also currently in a map number 3 right now, and the score I believe is 9-7. So we don't actually know who is going to be meeting Thug on the other side of this. We don't actually know what our grand finals looks like. We only know 50% of it. We're going to cut to a quick break while we get the rest of that sorted out, and we will be right back with our grand finals. Be sure to grab some popcorn, because if this match was anything to go off of, it is going to be a fight. can't quite take out the wingman there in Cloudsy, and that's going to be Shampoo's Cats getting the defuse.
That was an excellent round. Leaving the Vipers solo, kind of risky without having a wall because they did use that on B. But still, the Viper being able to get their one, they did get traded out, but getting their one was huge there. And going into this round, it looks like we're kind of swapping setups a bit here. We're going for more of a heavy A, kind of standard, more passive setup. I'm not expecting to see anything aggressive coming out from Shampoo's Cats. Thugs looks like they're going towards Showers, hopefully to farm that orb and try and work up someone's alt point here.
Yeah, it's going to be something that we saw a lot in the previous series. Something that Thug, I think, is going to be well prepared for is this shower push. And you can already see Rover looking to try and negate that. As Thug slowly pushes up around the corner. Rover, I don't know if this has been scouted. A couple more bits of util going around the corner there. Also keeping an eye on A Cubby. We've seen a ping going out over there. We know it's a split push coming up towards A site. We just have to try and catch someone out. Dark Lord Verits has taken a lot of damage through the wall there, but able to stay alive and use the smoke to get back to safety. But those showers are not a safe route of approach.
Yeah, I'm really surprised the Reyna lived through that nade tether combo.
Quick kill there onto Battison. Couldn't quite make it on in, so Thug currently down in the rankings here. 4-5 as Shampoo's Cats. Still holding on strong, and at this point we're committed to this A-site push. We have to try and make this one stick. I think there's no time to try and go for a rotate here, even though you got 2 members of Shampoo's Cats, by the way, over on B site anticipating it. But the action is all kicking down on A site, and it's Cloudsy, the host of the party, the master of ceremonies, takes down one. Rover gonna take down Lover. I love it when names almost rhyme. Not quite there. Rich Violent Thug gonna take down Rover, but now, yeah, Rich Violent Thug, the last one alive, gonna be taken down by April, and Shampoo's Cat's gonna go up 2-0, and you get to see our smiling faces as we try to fix some of these audio issues that we've got going on. Right out the gates, though, Shampoo's Cats going up 2-0. Not a bad start.
Yeah, and I love seeing an anti-eco finally go the team's way. Also, I didn't even highlight. I completely skipped over the whole raise and fade combo that they have going on. Oh, and we have game audio.
Well, now we actually get to hear what the raise and fade combination has to say. As now we get to see Thug's third attempt at an approach here on their first attack. And right out the gate, April takes down Rich Violent Thug. It's not going great.
No, that was a really good pick coming out from our Euro. We get traded out in showers, though, by Battison.
That's where Battison likes to play, over there in the showers, and still there. And oh, there was 2 members in the showers waiting for you, Luna. You didn't see Dark Lord Vanitas there, but you definitely know that they're there now. That said, though, Thug take down another, and now we only have 1 final member, Kana, on the Viper here. And yeah, Viper is a little bit better when she's set up on a site, not as good on the retake when you don't have the utilities here. And against a 4v1, I don't like the chances.
Yeah, we'll see if Kana can get any chip damage coming out of this round. Aware that they're getting flanked, actually, possibly.
Battison right around the corner there, pokes on out, and does a lot more than poke Kana's eyes out there. Just one quick shot right between them, and that is Shampoo's Cats dropping their first round. Thug getting themselves on the board.
Going into our 4th round here, Raze already has their ult up on Shampoo's Cat's side. Maybe that'll be really strong for their retake. On Thug's side, we have Deadlock Reyna ult. Deadlock Reyna ult. So we'll see how they try and utilize this. It looks like we do have the Deadlock lineup coming in for their long take here as well, as we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, we did see it before. It nearly caught Ev in the last series. We're seeing the same lineup coming out. Who is it going to catch this time around? Ooh, Kana caught right in the middle of it. Yeah. Has to remove the net, but now they know that Kana is here. They know where the Viper is posted up, and Lover also gets a fair bit of intel as well. I think Thug know exactly where it is safe, and with that intel, Battison with a wallbang shot there onto April. Battison on this map, again, a force to be reckoned with, and might be enough to buy Thug back into it, but Cloudsy says no, takes down Rich Violent Thug, and the mountain of tasks for Battison just got a little bit higher, as now we are at 3-4, Shampoo's Cats with an ironclad grip over both bomb sites, and another shot from Cloudsy onto Dark Lord Vanitas.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to find any pick that they can.
Wall goes up. May has to try and proceed with caution. Can't walk right on through. Kana has to wait before we can put that wall up again. May have been scouted out though. May smoking that one off. Kana has to try and walk on through. Can hear the shots coming out. Rover has already been dealt with. Kana though, right from behind. Nothing personal, kid. May getting taken down, and 3-1 now. Shampoo's Cats extend their lead.
I do love how Thug has recognized that, hey, they are running a completely different comp than our previous opponents, and they are taking this map a lot slower and trying to work the map a bit more, wasting the Viper utility and trying to bait out as many Brimstokes as they can so they do not have that on their retake. It looks like they're going into a bit of a change of pace here, though. Going heavy towards long, maybe looking for a B split with... sorry, I thought they had the raise ult, but they don't. But just going for more of a faster pace round here.
I mean, we don't really need the raise ult to set the pace here. I mean, Thug are perfectly fine taking things quick pace. We've seen it before time and time again. So if that's how we want to square up, that's the way it's going to go, whether there's a raise ult on the field or not. But it's definitely something we're going to have to be wary of as we walk forward. Good job there from Dark Lord Vanitas, checking the corners, hedges April out, and now going to use those dashes to get onto the site, gather intel. Just like we've seen before, Battison gonna take down Rover, making good use of that intel, and there's the recall, the waylay getting out. Again, it's something that Thug have utilized to perfection in the previous series, and Shampoo's Cats could never have possibly seen coming. And the last thing Kana ever saw was Lover looking down those sights. Rich Violent Thug going to fall courtesy of Cloudsy, but that is not going to be enough. Spray and pray now coming out from Luna through the wall just to try and find anything, but can't even strike blood with it. Luna has to try and get the retake here, but it is a tall order for just one lonely man with a machine gun, and it is too tall a task, especially when Battison and May are on the case.
That was a very clean take coming in from Thugs. Shampoo Cats does have the raise ult still and the fade ult. Hopefully they end up using it this round to try and get to be able to get another one in the later half. Looks like we're going more towards the B site. Viper, you're on B site again on defense. Maybe we're going for an aggro A here with the tether. Will we be expecting that though on the side of Thugs?
It's not often I get to see the Rays just holding the mine there, seeing the cute little uwu face. Love that. Thug now just going to see the bombs coming as they try to approach through mid. Coming up towards A site. It's going to be using that waylay for the intel once again. You can see the recall coming through again. And Dark Lord Vanitas back with the rest of the team. I think there wasn't actually a whole lot of intel gathered there, so Shampoo's Cats might still feel comfortable just holding on and waiting. They can see the dog coming out as well from Lover. So they know that this is where Thug want to try and make this stick, but they haven't done more than poke and prod for intel, and so far it's come up dry. Gonna throw out a bit of a distraction nade there, and at this point, there's no questioning that this is where Thug are, and this is where the fight is about to kick off. So Shampoo's Cat's gonna start to make the rotation. Mounts a little bit stronger of a defense. Battison over in the showers stops the damage from coming. We're seeing a whole lot of waiting to see who flinches first, but so far nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we do have 4 already here on the side of Shampoo's Cats on the defense side, and we didn't, on Thug side, we had no space going up towards B side, so we're kind of forced to stay around this A side.
30 seconds left.
Dark Lord Vanitas gonna break the stalemate there with a shot to the dome on Cloudsy, and another for Luna as well, and Lover gonna take down Rover, and Ultimate coming out as well. This is a lot being invested into Thug getting this spike down, and damn it, they are going to do it. A little bit of HP missing there for Dark Lord Vanitas, but that is the only thing close to a loss that they have suffered getting in here. So patience has been a virtue for Thug, and now they are deeply entrenched all over this bomb site. And I mean, look at Shampoo's Cats. Like, look at the arrows. For Kana, for both of them, like, they're just saving. Like, they're just waiting for Thug to come to them.
Yeah, what else can you do besides try and go for some exits and hopefully get some alt orbs going? Besides that, though, not a whole lot you can do in this 2v5. That was such a clean take coming in from Thugs. Especially, I love how they re-exec that through showers and short.
Battison coming up around the backside, and yeah, April and okay, April actually gonna find the shot there. Battison maybe went a little bit too deep, but I think if you're Thug, you're totally fine with that. You got a successful win off the spike plant. Your eco is gonna be fine. You know, you can afford to kit Battison back up quite nicely. Tie things up 3-3 as well, though. That is a really good round for Thug.
No, that is, and Shampoo's Cats is going to have a weird kind of half buy here, a little bit of a broken buy. still sitting on that Razor. I'm super surprised we haven't had a chance to try and use that to get another one going. We are one off of the Yor ult though, and 2 off of the Brim ult.
I think you might need to use that Raze ult in this next fight here, though. Like, I think, like, the fact that you're going to have Luna going in with a shotgun and no armor means you're going to have to try and bolster that aggression somehow, and I think the Raze ult might be just the way to do it. We're going to see as Thug makes their approach once again. This time going up B mid, and losing 2 right off the rip is Dark Lord Vanitas and Violent Thug both going to fall, and this is already looking pretty good for Shampoo's Cats, and they haven't even needed to invest any ultimates just yet. Kana also going to take down Battison, maybe makes it 2 with Lover, indeed does, and now with only 1 lonely player, it is Mei trying to stabilize. The fuse is going to run out before that Raze ult finds anything, but you don't gotta find anything. Kana the Bloodhound finds Mei, and a flawless win for Shampoo's Cats.
Shampoo's Cats, I love how they realized that their backside A-site hold and kind of waiting to flood back in was not working out for them, and they ended up going for an aggression down long, especially on that broken buy. That was a huge round for them to win here, and Thugs was just not prepared for that.
Off a broken buy, they managed to break Thug's momentum completely, shatter it clean in half, and now look at it, Rich Violent Thug spending the last possible dime just to try and get some armor and a Vandal. Like, this has to pay off for Thug, otherwise their economy is going to be in shambles as Shampoo's Cats can extend their lead. 4-3, it's going to be another shower push. Or no, it's not showers. I'm looking at it's going to be B long push. Sorry. Rover just piece right around the corner, finds Rich Violent Thug. We can see Mei poking, prodding, trying to find the intel over on B site. Knows where Cloudsy is. Cloudsy looking for the wall bang, but can't quite find it. Mei and Dark Lord Vanitas wreaking havoc on this bomb site. Mei gonna get dispatched, but gets that resurrect. Needs to try and get a kill, and the clock is running out. Shampoo's Cats know it, so they're just going to evict the point so that they can run out the clock on that one. Battison going to fall, and Mei's life also expires. The spike does go down, but Thug no longer have the advantage. Dark Lord Vanitas trying to hold the angle, prevent Shampoo's Cats from making a retake here. But they don't see it. No joy coming down that angle, even though Luna is poking. Hasn't poked out yet. Smoke gonna come out. Rover coming in from the other side. Finds Lover with the help of Luna. Luna actually gonna make it 2. That's a 3rd in this round. And that's gonna be Shampoo's Cats getting the defuse.
What a big turnaround. Shampoo's Cats getting that early aggression in showers, getting that pick, making it 5v4, losing 2 on site. And the Mei res, like their ultimate, unintentionally pushing them back into their lurker on Thug side and being able to, the Deadlock not being able to capitalize off of that and just getting picked off was a unintentional move on Mei.
Going to a quick little tech pause, but yeah, something I called out here as we're still looking at the scoreboard. Something I called out is that the economy for Thug is now not looking pretty. You know, we're still able to get some armors and some decent buys here, but for both Mei and Rich Violent Thug, it's not looking great. Like, you're not going to be able to, you're not really going to be able to buy up as much as you want to. And meanwhile, Shampoo's Cats got everything they could possibly want and money in the bank collecting interest so they can buy up for the next 2 to 3 rounds potentially. They might be able to close out this half and maintain their lead.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think the alt coming in on the defense half, we have the Viper all now, and I believe we had not the Deadlock alt. What other alt? Anyways, I mainly want to
They don't have a
on the Viper
Deadlock,
alt.
but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'm curious to see where the Viper ends up actually using that, if they use that early, because they have so many options here, right? They could alt through showers, as the opponents do like going towards showers. They could alt olive shore and kind of lock that down, or they could do the B site alt where it gets hookah and long at the same time.
I'm also curious to see as well, because I think, like I said, like the Viper's Pit is something that I think a lot of teams have been leveraging across the board, but not so much in this tournament so far. It's the first taste of it we really get to see, and I think Kana might give us the opportunity to show us exactly why it is as effective as it has been. That said, speaking of effective, like the retakes off of Shampoo's Cats have been nearly clinical, like Luna coming through on the backside with patience, just waiting for that opportune moment when one person's got their back turned to sneak in. Even though that angle is being watched like a hawk, the moment you turn away, Luna sneaks in and grabs 2.
Yeah, and just speaking on Shampoo's Cat's defense, they really found, or like they showed me what I wanted to see with their whole double duelist and double controller comp, right? You just saw the message.
Yeah,
um,
speaking of cats, the reason we're at a tech pause is someone's cat unplugged a power cord. Marginalized gender tournaments and cats go together like peanut butter and jelly, chat. You just can't have one without the other. It's impossible.
That is completely true. But no, they really found a playstyle where they'll have one of the duelists taking aggression with someone else, not going solo, doubling up and going to try and kill off their lurker or taking an early fight. Meanwhile, the other side is playing to lock it down with the Viper. So that I don't think thugs have really found a way to kind of counter that. I'm hoping to see them adapt and maybe start sending two lurkers together to try and fight when they actually show aggression on the defense side, or maybe they just say, you know, no more lurking, no more lurking. Let's hard exec the site or hard exec the Viper.
I also kind of want to say that I feel like from what we've seen before that Thug's composition is a little bit more defender favored. You know, you're expecting to have Battison have a better performance on the defense side like we saw before. They're really strong when it comes to holding out that A site, and also really strong when it comes to these retakes. But on the offensive side, it feels like, you know, you're getting a lot more value off the retakes from Shampoo's Cats, like I said, and also, like you highlighted, the way that they're able to play it just ends up going in their favor. But the point I'm trying to make here is I feel like, you know, if you're Thug, you kind of have to be happy if you can get like even if you even get 5 on your first half. I think you're good, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Thug will have some strengths going on the defense side, but I think they have to know how to counter like the Viper lurking wall and the Brim smokes, right? Because with the Viper wall, you're gonna see a bunch of default walls towards A. You're gonna always have to be aware that they can lurk. And Deadlock, yeah, she has the sensors at trips, but they're you can just walk by them, right? Like they're not
Mhm.
like a Deadlock trip or sorry, not like a chamber trip or a Cypher trip, like that has to be broken because you can just walk by them no matter where you are. So I think as long as they go in knowing how to play around a Viper, an attacking Viper, they should be good. And I'm expecting to see Shampoo's Cats play a lot slower and more defaulty rather than zoomy with the double duelist.
And it's something that we haven't seen, at least so far. Like both teams, you know, we've seen a little bit of that slower, more methodical pace on occasion from Thug. But, you know, going up against the previous round where they were up against Big Cats, who was just like nonstop, all gas, no brakes, going in as aggressively as they possibly can. Shampoo's Cats have also been able to match the methodical side of Thug a lot better, like you say. So being able to do that on the defense and on the attack, especially with the versatility of the Viper on both sides, is going to be an interesting game. But I'm glad that you bring that up. I don't know which team it was, but I'm gonna assume that it was a cat unplugging the power cord of Thug, one of the Thug players, because I mean Shampoo's Cats got to have cats on their side. So, you know, we've got a little bit of metagame going on. We got the animal friend perk, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. I can just imagine the person figuring out like, whoa, why did my PC shut off? And then finding out it was their cat.
Another agent of chaos sent from Shampoo's side of the field. Actually, wait, did we? I'm looking at like the stream replay with the delay and seeing if I can see who it was that disconnected, and it turns out I can't. I have no idea actually. So I'm just gonna choose to go with that narrative because to me I think it's funny to think that it was
Yeah. It was Thug. There we go.
It was Thug. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, called it again. But we are back, ready to go back into the map. We've finally gotten that agent of chaos out of the room, most likely locked up, doors closed, no more unplugging power cords from here on out. And Thug sitting at 3-5. And like I said, I think on the attacking side of your Thug, about 5 points is the threshold that I would be happy with, but they still got a ways to go.
They do.
Gonna walk right up through showers. April sees and hears that one coming. Gonna use the clone from the Yoru there. Try and bait a little bit of aggro. Thug not going to be swayed. Also a split push. You got Rich Violent Thug and May coming up through mid, but Cloudsy takes them both down. Gets a little bit of damage coming in from behind as Battison and Lover even up the score. Alongside that Brimstone ult, it's going to be enough to get Lover on point, get the spike down, but not without losing Dark Lord Vanitas. The retakes from Shampoo's Cats have been good so far, but Kana gets checked in U-Haul by Battison, and now we are even, a stalemate. two on either side, two in U-Haul. Battison gonna throw out the net, and Lover with the collat, two-piece. That's 3 for Lover, and Thug get themselves back in the game.
Wow, the original Showers take was strong coming in from Thug. Unfortunately, Shampoo's Cats were playing more back and more towards the short side there. And their delay on that Showers and choosing to fight short, honestly, I thought they were going to win the round based off of their first initial kills there. They did such a good job, but Thugs ended up being able to get those kills on the Raisin Brim. And can we talk about the Deadlock's net there? Like, Deadlock literally just straight up told them to sit.
That was ballsy. I don't know how else to put it, but like knowing that that's exactly where they're going to be lurking, to poke your head out and go for that net and set up the ultimate alley-oop for Lover. That's such a great 1-2 punch though. And there we're gonna see that same split push from Thug coming out again. 3 members in Showers, 2 coming up mid. We're gonna be keeping a close eye on Cloudsy, who was able to check that mid push last time. We've got 3 members of Thug through Showers, able to actually find the kill into Cloudsy as well, so we might actually be able to get all 5 members of Thug onto the point before Shampoo's Cats have anything to say about it. In fact, Kana gonna be silenced, got nothing to say at all. Lover will fall, but that is all that Shampoo's Cats have so far. It is now a 2v3 as Battison also gonna be on the business end of April's gun there. And April finds another, evening up the score. April might actually be able to do it here if we can get a little bit closer in. Rich Violent Thug, though, has the angle. The smoke coming out. Spraying is Luna getting traded out. It's just Luna versus May, and May has 6 hit points. Has to try and find the shot, but no. Sprays the wrong way, walks into the smoke, didn't see the shot coming, and Luna, with the 3-piece clutch, gonna get the defuse.
I don't even know what was happening there in those smokes, to be completely honest. But Thug did such a good job at sandwiching the Viper ult there and being able to pick the Viper off, dropping her ult. I'm really surprised Shampoo Cats walked away with that round.
Yeah, like it looked really good for Thug, but again, the retakes from Shampoo's Cats are often clinical, and like you said, like you didn't know what was going on inside those smokes. I don't think May did either, to be honest.
Yeah, here we're leaning back towards the B site, throwing that same long net. I don't think they're going to catch anything just because they are playing more back here. Like, I feel like the Viper's going to go for an early peek for info and then fall.
I have to see. Kana is walking up and, yeah, just like you said, falling back. Actually even sees the, even sees it coming out. Backs up, says, yep, nope, not today. Throws up the wall, and we got 3 people on the other side of it from Thug going for a slower B-site push, and maybe with that intel you think that it's going to be an A-site push. In fact, a lot of Shampoo's Cats stacking over towards A, so he might actually be the best option. Dark Lord Vanitas actually going around this side alleyway here, and that is a deep place for this waylay to be.
They are bringing out the double lurk here, and I think Shampoo Cats are aware of it. Like, the Brim is... Oh! Maybe not.
Ooh! It's still a good trade, though. You take down May, but that is your defense on B site completely neutered, and Battison gonna take down Luna as well, drawing blood over at A site. So now, I mean, if you're the Rays for Shampoo's Cats, like, which way do you go? Like, your attention is being torn in both directions. Dark Lord Vanitas gonna find the trade there onto April. Rover with the cleanup there. It's 3 versus 2, though. The spike is gonna go down at A site, and now the retake, we're gonna have to see another miracle from Shampoo's Cats.
Yeah, earlier on in that round, they were doing the double lurking thing, but they actually did what I predicted them doing, or what I hoped for them to do, was group up and lurk together, and they were able to get that pick on the Brim and open up that A site for them.
Looks like they're going to take the high ground here, head on up through Heaven. They're not going to split up, and Rich Violent Thug is watching this window, but at the worst possible moment, takes their eyes off the ball, and Cloudsy is going to take the head off of the shoulders. Now evened up 2 for 2. Lover looking to try and stop this defuse. Battison going in deep with a shotgun. Cloudsy trades that one out, but is lined up perfectly once again. Battison keeps setting up these alley-oops for Lover. I mean, these two, what a duo.
No, really, and I'm just glad to see Thug being able to bring back some wins into this half.
And we also have Thug, like I said, if you're Thug on this attack, despite how it's been going, you would be happy with 5 points. You have that now, and you also have the opportunity to tie it up at the half if you can win this one as well. And I think switching sides, that would be a huge feather in Thug's cap.
Yeah, we are playing the same setup here on B. You're going Hookah, see if he gets any kills there. Unfortunately, though, Shampoo Cats does have 2 really strong retake ults.
All right, the lineup is impressive, but the third time it was nothing. There was not even anybody there. Good try, Battison. I appreciate the effort. Please keep trying that one. April jiggle peeking, and Battison gets the better of that one, though. Nade not required. April dispatched. We're going to go ahead and pop the deadlock ult, just looking for the angle here. Completely locking down that angle as Thug have gotten themselves 5 deep on B site, gets the spike down, and they know where every single member of Shampoo's Cats are, and that is the grave. Dark Lord Vanitas sends 3 down to it and is looking for the 4th. It's Cloudsy with a scrap of HP, trades it out, stops the 4-piece from coming through, but it's just another alley-oop for Lover.
That was a beautiful flash coming in from their Sky there. Setting up the Waylay to get all three of them blind in spawn to get those kills.
And like I said, tied up at the half, that's huge for Thug because I like the defensive prowess of Battison on this deadlock. And even on the offense, the second half of that attack side, Battison ended up stepping up just like we saw them do in the past.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Viper Wall come here on A short. We're on defense. We are playing the standard setup again. Senti Sky towards B, 3 towards A. Let's see if they take any sort of aggression here through the Viper Wall. Meanwhile, it looks like we're going also for some hookah pressure, and hopefully the Viper will be able to hold the TP on the A site.
I need to blow something up.
It's going to be an interesting setup. It's going to be Rover carrying the spike, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Like you said, a little bit of hookah pressure over towards east side, but Battison is ready for it, and so too is Lover. That is 3 members of Shampoo's Cats done and dusted before you could even blink. Sure, they can trade out May, but you're going to need a lot more than that. Maybe taking down Rich Violent Thug will help out a fair bit as well, but I mean, you got 2 members isolated, but Kana takes down 2 more. That is a 4K for Kana. Maybe we can even get the ace if this one last shot comes through, but Lover says it's not to be and finds 3. What a pistol round.
Everything happened so fast. That TP trap was beautiful. I love that they were ready to do that. I really thought the Viper was going to be able to kind of hold that a bit stronger, but I just don't think that they were expecting it to happen that fast.
That's so insane that Kana finds 4 and just falters at the last hurdle. Like, that went from being in the bag for Thug to completely fumbled courtesy of 1 hero play and then fumbled again on the other side. Like, Thug shouldn't have won that one, and no one should get a point for that one.
Agreed completely. It looks like we are playing kind of a slower round, especially on the save here. Waylay's pushing up showers though, looking for that aggressive pick.
This is what we've seen before, using the Waylay utility to try and gather some intel. I think Dark Lord Vanitas, though, now stuck in real deep here, has to try and make this one work, and is able to take down the everlasting threat in Kana. Gonna peek around the corner here, though. Didn't see April lurking, and that's gonna be 1 swift headshot. We are traded out.
Look at the timing here on B. We were able to walk up all the way long and have 2 people unaware in hookah.
Yeah, that's all 3 members of Shampoo's Cats up there. And like you said, everyone from the side of Thug completely unaware. In fact, there's still a lot of pressure over on A site. Like, May is still back over there lurking and waiting, but Battison was waiting for April, who walks right into their waiting arms. Spike's still in play, though. Walking up towards B site, Rich Violent Thug gonna take down Luna, and this is looking pretty scary if you're Shampoo's Cats. Getting traded out, the Spike carrier gets killed, you can't get the plant successfully. Cloudsy is dispatched, and Thug extend their lead 6-8.
Yeah, just wow. I was, them getting that pick on the Yoru kind of gave away that, like, there could be people pushed up on the B side already. So that was a little unfortunate for Shampoo's Cats. It looks like we're going heavy A here, though. Maybe taking showers with the Yoru fade. And maybe we're actually going to see this Viper Wall, this lurking Viper Wall, put to use.
I think that might be the best option, because so far, like, the B pushes for Shampoo's Cats haven't really paid off. You have to try and utilize, like, this A site as well. And okay, ooh. Dark Lord Vanitas goes for another Waylay play, but this time it was scouted by Kana, not going to fall for the same trick twice. And now, I mean, that's going to be Thug. Sure, they got the intel, but they had to give up 1/5 of their composition in order to do it. And Cloudsy knows there's going to be someone lurking in heaven and is not going to risk not checking that angle. Takes down Rich Violent Thug. Shampoo's Cats now 5 deep, gonna get the plant.
Spike planted. Enemy remaining.
Yeah,
quick KOs. Yeah, this is over. This is done.
Best bet would be trying to get some aggro pushes for Lover. Maybe farm some orbs, but
I don't think you farm orbs. I think you just farm aura at this point in time. Like, you got the eco for it. You might as well just go in and try and, yeah, that's all you're really gonna get. Draw a little bit of blood. It's it. That's it.
That first initial aggression from Waylay was a little ambitious though. And I'm really surprised that they ended up dropping the Viper Wall, Shampoo's Cats dropping the Viper Wall as they were like mid walking up. Like they just wanted to fight.
It's one of those things though, like you can go for that aggressive play, but if that's where the entire team is stacked, like you're just walking right into a death trap. But if they're not, you get the valuable intel, so it's a gamble every single time.
Yeah, agreed. I just would have wished that maybe any sort of backup or any sort of utility to help them out. Looks like we're doing the looks like we're going towards the same Viper Util A lurk wall orb. Oh.
It didn't even get to jump in this time. Dark Lord Vanitas just gets completely scattered out. They have got Vanitas' number now. Do Shampoo's Cats, and that's another time that you are now severely lacking in the intel. I don't even think you got anything for that one.
No, nothing. I really like how Shampoo's Cats are still playing it slow. They're not speeding up on a just one kill. They're taking their time, working the map.
Yeah, happy to take it slow in a 4v5 and weigh their options, because I mean, I think they know that aggressive play was only for the intel, and maybe you're even expecting the Waylay to go down, and you're like, okay, whatever. You know, we're planning for this 4v5 scenario regardless. You do have Battison ready to swing to either point in what as needed. You do still have a lot of pressure currently on A site, and you can see the smokes now. I think you know this is where it's all going to be. Smoking out Heaven as well means Rich Violent Thug can't do a whole lot to stop the plant, and we're also seeing a lot of Viper utility coming out. April finds 2, just spraying through the smoke, and Luna putting out a lot of damage as well. And once again, if your lover, it's time to Aura Farm, and yeah, Kana is going to harvest that one right up.
Yeah, they ended up fade dogging towards Hookah, which kind of baited Battison into like, should I rotate? Should I not rotate? In the end, didn't pull like too many rotates, but they were still able to take site cleanly and Viper ult it down and secure the round.
I'm liking this Viper utility though. It seems like every time they go to A site with that Viper util, whether it's the walls, whether it's the ultimate, they're able to get a lot for their money when they go that way.
Yeah, it looks like we're swapping it up and going towards B here, but I still expect Viper to do some sort of lurking util and maybe try and get a push up there.
I mean, it'd be wise, you know, because that would be something that, like, if you're Thug, you have to try and scout out. Like, if you see a lot of the Viper util going out over towards A site, you probably expect an A site push and maybe, you know, fall back a little bit. But no, they know that it is going to be B right now. And Dark Lord Vanitas with a shot there onto Cloudsy and another onto April. That is 2 for 1. And now the Waylay once again going to pay off dividends, going in super deep. There's the recall, sees Rover there and knows that you don't have the HP to keep this one up. Rover, though, also knows that that's where Thug is and is going to rotate back with the rest of the team.
Yeah, that was huge flashes coming in from our Sky there. And especially, they did an excellent job doing that long play and converting this eco. Insane.
And there's that Viper
May.
util, and yeah, that Viper util, just like we said, over on A site, but May scouted that out and shot the Viper as well. Also caught Luna lurking super deep. Also gonna take down Rover as well. That is 3 for May, a thrifty win for Thug, and they maintain their lead.
And we have a timeout coming in. Honestly, I'm very surprised that they tried kind of pushing towards long because they don't really have any util that can really get them up there and clear. Like, yeah, you have the fade, you can eye, but they can easily break it and you still don't have any info really. And their dog or her dog is just so short. So that was kind of risky coming in from them.
Also interesting to see the Brimstone like going in that deep alone. Like Luna was just like way deep entrenched in A site all entirely, you know, by themselves, and like it just gets snuffed out by May, who's again, we love to see May lurking in that U-Haul over and over again. Like that's their favorite place to be, right?
Yeah.
And you're able to get the Viper just trying to walk right up mid, doesn't happen. You're able to just turn right around. What are you doing in my swamp? All right, you ever get Luna out of here as well?
Yeah, and going into this round, we have 2 people on Shampoo's Cats, Cloudsy and April, who are 1 away from the ultimate point. So I'd love to see them try and go for an orb showers or an orb long and do an exec off of that.
Let's see what Shampoo's Cats do. Timeout has been utilized. We've discussed our new game plan as we've moved on here, and I'm seeing a little bit of a split. We're seeing the same thing, I think, you know, where you're going to put Kana up over towards that mid to try and fake some of that Viper util over at A site, while the rest of Shampoo's Cats are looking to gather some more intel and see if B is safe to commit to.
Yeah. it looked like for a second that they were gonna fight up long, but they kind of fell back there on Thug's side.
May actually was able to get the orb through the smoke there. Didn't fall for the bait there from April with that Yoru clone. Came right through. I don't think either of those two realized that the other is there. You know, ships passing in the night. Obviously, we know that there was a Yoru there at one point in time, but no one wants to be the one to try and peek around the corner. So that ends up being a win for May. Shampoo's Cats now still going to try and push through showers, but that is something that I think Thug are now ready for as another Cloud's smokes come through, but Dark Lord Vanitas commits a little too hard to it. April gonna clean up that waylay and also gonna find May lurking in the corner, but there's that ultimate that May was able to grab. Also gonna clean up one, but that's all you're going to get. This looks so good for Shampoo's Cats. Thug, they're falling. Kana able to walk up mid with that util though. Shots coming in through heaven. Finds Rich Violent Thug. Has to teleport out. Doesn't have the HP to commit any further. Addison actually got the cocoon kill there onto April. That evens the score as well. And suddenly this actually looks better for Thug. And Shampoo's Cats in all that mess were not able to get the spike planted.
I'm surprised they're pushing up short here and completely giving up bomb. They know that Shampoo's Cats has to get that in order to win this round here.
No more Viper.
Oh, Kana caught asleep at the wheel by Lover. You can't be falling for that one, my friend. Luna gets the spike, though. Goes for a fake plant, but with only 10 seconds, I don't think you're going to be able to get this one down. Has to try and commit to it with another fake. Lover falls for it, takes the bait. With 2 seconds left, though, Battison finds the shot, and that's the death nail for that round. Thug now going up 10-8, and this is looking dangerous now for Shampoo's Cats.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a miscommunication there with the whole U-Haul hold because someone was holding it from short, right? But they couldn't hold the correct angle, so they were able to swing. The defense was able to swing out and still get two on the bomb plant. And going into this round on the attack side, we do have the Ural, we do have the Razal. It's looking like we're going to do some sort of a fast hit on A here with those. And Thug doesn't really have any ults to counter it.
Yeah, they're just going to have to try and rely on raw pick potential to try and counter it, so we'll see how they end up tangoing with this. They're also mostly prepared again for another B push, but now they see everything coming on through. Quick shot there, though, from Dark Lord Vanitas to take down Luna. That is going to slow the pace down dramatically to one that Thug is more than comfortable with. They're going to lose Dark Lord Vanitas, but May, the real Dark Lord, comes through with 2 more kills and knows where that raise is. Going to pick up the third. That's another 3-piece for May. And yeah, you get to shoot the body a little bit on that one. 8-11, and Thug are inching closer. Only 2 more rounds, and they will take bind.
They really picked apart that... Oh, we have a timeout coming here. But I was going to say, they really picked apart that exec very well on Thug's side. They were lucky that the Yoru ended up ulting towards showers rather than short. I really hoped that Yoru would ult through short and Raze would follow that up and ult off of it. But unfortunately, that did not happen, and we ended up getting stuck in the on the short side and just getting sprayed down by May.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more shower pushes for Shampoo's Cats. You would think that they are Shampoo's Cats, that where they would be the most comfortable, right? Is in the showers.
Yeah, and like Thug isn't even really like defending it that well. So I don't see why they're putting so much pressure on this short when they could just do like at least some sort of a crunch even.
Honestly, I think a good way forward would be to try and mimic what Thug was doing. Like, on their attack, we saw a lot of split pushes where it's through showers, but also through A mid. So you could maybe have the Viper, again, try and use that some of the util on A mid, and then have the rest of the gang wrap up through showers. Would that be, like, I feel like that would be a good way forward, right?
No, yeah, for sure. Especially having, when the Viper throws their orb at the U-Haul entrance, Clove cannot hold anything there unless they're pushed all the way past that util.
Well, we will have to see if that is the route they decide to take this time around. We can already see, yeah, the Viper wall being thrown down A mid. That might actually be what they go for. And I think if you're Shampoo's Cats, that would be a decision that would make you look well-conditioned. It's another shower pun. I mean, I gotta get them in while I can.
No, you're fair. You're fair.
It might not be, like, this might be the only chance that I get to, because I don't think we go to another map that's got a shower in it, so we're gonna make do while we can. It is exactly that, though. We've got the Raze and the Viper util both on mid, while the rest of the team is wrapping up through showers. Cloudsy goes super aggressive, but May was ready for that one. Kana, luckily, through the showers and through the smoke as well, able to trade that one out, but it's a fake. Everyone's wrapping around back through mid over towards B side. Lover was ready for it, though. Lover and Battison, the dynamic duo, now have the spike carrier trapped, and that's going to be that Yoru again going back towards A mid, and now everyone is pinched.
Guy wrapping,
Yeah.
choosing to wrap away or wrap around all the way towards shower side. What can you do here if you're in Shampoo's Cat's position? Apparently, you
Kana
can do
can
that.
just take down. Yeah, you can just take down Battison, and that does give them control over the spike as well. Again, but I mean, like it's 2v3. You have to get the spike, and Thug know where it is, and they know all of Kana's exit routes.
Yeah, we're gonna have a face
30
buff here, and
seconds left.
Kana gets away with another.
A Lover's face got taken off, as a matter of fact, courtesy of Kana. That is 3 in this round for the Viper on the side of Shampoo's Cast, who has been consistently clutch. Rich Violent Thug going to be the next victim, and we are threatening once again for a potential ace. That is going to force the Waylay ultimate coming out
10
from
seconds left.
Dark Lord Vanitas, but Kana doesn't have to take the bait. Now that Shampoo's Cats have the advantage, Kana can just take the spike on over towards A site,
Planted.
or sorry, towards B site, get the spike down. And now Dark Lord Vanitas looking for the shot there. Kana knows exactly where it's coming from. Also has the backup if it is needed. Just camp this corner and wait. Also took a chunk of flesh. Rover going to deny the ace, but who cares? We still got the win.
We did indeed. That 2v1, choosing to split up and TP towards B site, even though the Fade ult didn't hit anything on A, is risky, but it worked out for them. Kana being able to get 4 that round without even taking a a fleck of damage, I guess you could say, is crazy.
What's consistently crazy is like, I think that's the second or third time that we've had these rounds that Shampoo's Cat should have been knocked completely out of, but Kana just kills 3 or kills 4 and manages to just dig Shampoo's Cats out from underneath the heap that they got buried under.
Yeah, and if we play this right, we have 3 strong ultimates going on. We have the Raze ult, the Brim ult to take site, and the Viper ult to hold down site. So, in my book, this should be a win for Shampoo Cats.
Well, it's going to be another slow and methodical push. You want to try and get that Viper in position to utilize that. Make sure that Thug aren't already there for the retake. If you can get that Viper's pit down, I think that is a win condition. They're trying to get the spike going up towards B site. They're going to take down Lover. That's once again Kana. Going to draw first blood. Now that Viper is on the site, there is so much noise being made over here at B site. Everybody from Thug trying to make that rotation. Battison going to take down April over here on Hookah. Can't find the second one there onto Cloudsy and Shampoo's Cats. They've got the Viper's pit down on B site. They've got the spike planted as well. And Thug, sure, they are in position to try and get the retake. But as the plant goes down, Cloudsy with the damage can't find it with the ult. May finds 2. Kana going to clean that one up, but the ultimate is there. Kana cleans that one up. That's 3 on a technicality for Kana, but another 3-piece nonetheless. And with the spike, actually, no, the spike never got planted.
No, unable to get the
30
bomb
seconds
down.
left.
This Viper ult is so strange. It gives access, it gives the defense access to the whole back site.
And Rich Violent Thug that's exactly where you're planted. Looking for Kana. This is just a game of cat and mouse. Cloudsy with 1 HP lives and turns on Rich Violent Thug. How does that even happen? It is now Dark Lord Vanitas with only a quarter of a health bar to try and go for the retake, and all you can do is spray through the pit, and it is not going to work. And just like you said, this should be a win for Shampoo's Cats. Indeed, it is.
Unfortunately, the spray and pray did not work out for the Waylay there. But the Waylay was able to bait out the Raze ult in Hookah. I don't know if you saw that, but was able to run up and bait it out in TP, which honestly was a huge win for them. But unfortunately, that Viper ult was just too much of a nuisance.
We're going to have a Brimstone ult as well coming up on the field for Shampoo's Cats, so that could be another potentially strong initiation tool to get them in the door. But the retakes from Thug have been pretty solid thus far. But it's 10-11 scoreline right now. Like, it's threatening to be another one of those slobber knockers like we've seen on Haven from both these sides in the past.
Yeah,
Viper Util going up A short again.
Just looking at this mini map, we're stacked towards the B side. We have the Brim ult to use here on U-Haul. We should get A side for free here if we speed it up. Or if they speed
Yeah,
it up.
almost for sure. And it's going to be that split push, but now they know that A site is completely vacant, so Squatter's right. Shampoo's Cat's more than happy to come on in and take up residency. Just like you said, there's that Brim ult on U-Haul, and Rich Violent Thug going to fall. 2 more members of Thug going to fall as well, and with the spike down, this retake, I'm sorry, Thug, I don't think it's happening unless Battison can make a miracle happen. May looking to try and set that one up, takes down Luna, but gonna have to trade out your own life to do it. And Battison, it is now time to put up or shut up, and April going to shut them up. 1 quick headshot, clean, 11-11, make a wish, chat.
That's an unfortunate read for Thug, thinking that they were going to be more towards the B side there. But that was a beautiful exec from Shampoo's Cats. They were even willing to actually do that showers crunch that I was hoping with Raze double satcheling around and having one person hold U-Haul in case May was there and wanting to peek out.
Playing field a little bit more even going into this one. No ults on either side. We're close to quite a few, so maybe we play for some orbs. Dark Lord Vanitas, once again, a little bit lacking on the armor, and when you're using this Waylay to try and gather intel, that's one of those things, right? That's going to be a real fragile initiation tool.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to play a little bit slower, which I do not mind. We have 2 going up hookah, 3 kind of lurkers, I would say. I would love to see them group up, though, and try and make something happen here on A site.
But look over at B site. That's where Kana is. That's where the spike is. I imagine we're just kind of baiting things out here. Dark Lord Vanitas, though, going to take down April over towards A site. I think you're fine with that if you're Shampoo's Cats, honestly, because you're committed to B site right now, and you know you've got all the utility you need to get yourself in the door.
Are we going to be aware that the rain is in hookah, though?
Oh, that's a good shout. That is a good observation. That Reyna definitely knows. That's gonna be Rich Violent Thug. Sitting in hookah. Just watching for anyone trying to come on in. Knows that the spike is down. And just checking for anyone else. Thug coming on through the backside. Up from defender spawn. May finds one, and so does Rich Violent Thug. Like you said, the Reyna and Hookah, the lurking threat that they were not prepared for. Alongside May, the two of them clean up, and Thug are going to retake the lead.
No, what a retake. The Reyna being alive that long in hookah is insane, and that was honestly really vital, especially having the Fade being stuck in that TP the whole time, unable to help their team on site. And then taking elbow, winning those, or pushing back those, aggression coming in from Shampoo's Cats, and pushing the back of the site into the Waylay ult. Just made the retake that much easier.
We're also gonna have Battison with the Deadlock ultimate as well. You know, we want to talk about the way that Shampoo's Cats have been utilizing ultimates to get in the front door. They don't have them anymore, and Battison has a strong defensive utility, and this is now, I mean, win condition for Thug. You win this, and you've pretty much got it sealed up. We can see a nice split hold here, 3 on A, 2 on B, and it's looking like Shampoo's Cats want to try and go for this B long push again. Once again, that's where Kana is, and it's not going to be a fake up mid. Oh, we've got the cocoon. Battison finds one, gonna take down Rover, and that is a crucial first blow. And now we know that it's going to be a B-side push. Thug are ready for it. Battison takes down another, gonna find Cloudsy. And if you're Shampoo's Cats, this attack has all gone wrong. You have to commit to it. Rich Violent Thug gonna take down Luna. Battison with a third. Maybe we can find a fourth. We know where that last lurker is. Gonna take down Kana. Battison with a 4-piece to give Thug the win on Bind.
Yeah, what a way to close that map out. I honestly got excited seeing, seeing Thug finally like stick together on the attack there, but unfortunately, it did not work out in their favor.
Yeah, I gotta say though, it was another scrappy map. Like the score, like we didn't go to extra innings on this one. We didn't go to like overtime, but 11-13 is still a little too close for comfort. And right out the gates, I think we're seeing a lot of bright spots from Shampoo's Cats, and if you're Thug, I don't think you can sit comfortably as we go into the next map either.
No, not at all. And sorry, let me just pull up the scoreboard here.
Oh yeah, we got we got the scoreboard. Don't worry, Prod's got you covered here.
Oh, perfect. No, but I'm really hoping that we still get a banger of a map too. My concern here is going back to the whole energy talk, is that the loser of this map might feel a little defeated, I guess. And I just want to make sure that they keep up that same energy and like aren't completely drained going into the second map.
Speaking of drained though, I think if you're like, look at Cloudsy and Kana, despite being on the losing side, top fragging, like that's got to be a little bit draining to put up performances like that and still come up short, right? Like Kana was making heroic plays happen, like 2 separate 4 pieces. You've got 3 first bloods. Same for Cloudsy. Cloudsy on the defensive over on over towards A site was stellar, finding some of these opening frags, but it just is not enough.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I really thought they would go into that second half there. Wait, am I wrong here? No. Sorry. Yeah. I
No,
really-
you've never been wrong in your life, actually.
No, I think I just have the colors
Except
mixed
when
up
you
in my
said I
head.
wouldn't see Waylay. That time you were wrong, or a liar,
Okay.
or both.
That you can call me out as much as you want for that. I take everything back. I thought like my original thoughts on Waylay. Maybe Waylay's the go. Maybe Waylay's like actually the move here.
And for the record, I mean, at least from my observation, Waylay has a 100% win rate in this
gosh.
tournament. So not only is the Waylay making a strong debut here, but it's also like totally undefeated. It's clean. So simply play Waylay and win, I think, if you're Shampoo's Cats.
Yeah, no, for sure. Dang, that was a heck of a map, I had to say. I'm really glad we did get to see a different kind of play style. Even though they didn't win, I think that they Shampoo's Cats did an excellent job with the comp that they had, that the comp that they chose to run. They were still being aggressive, but also being able to work around their Viper and Brim, you know, using the double controller to their advantage. But yeah, at the end of the day, they just could not close it out.
Well, at the end of the day is still on. We have not reached the end of the day quite yet. We
At the
still
end of the
have
map.
at least at the end of the
Yeah.
map. Oh, don't. Yeah. At the end of the day, at the end of the map. I completely lost my train of thought. I don't know why that stun locked me. No, that's totally fine. I wasn't trying to like correct you. I was trying to like segue into something, but
Oh,
just
yeah, no worries.
no, it's all good. Don't worry. It feels like it's already been a long day for both of us, and it's not quite over yet. We have at least one more map to go, and the next one I think is going to be an interesting one. It's one that both of these teams won quite handily. We're gonna be going to Lotus, but first we're gonna throw to a quick break, and on the other side of it, we will have map 2, potentially the last map, or potentially the next chapter, and it looks to be an epic saga. Either way, do you really want to miss it? The answer is no. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit.
That is my bad. I am so sorry.
No, you're totally fine. That's just one of those things that Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of Radiant Academy 203. My name is CB, joined by Emily, and we are going in to map number 2. And I think the story up until this point has been a very interesting one for both of these teams, right? Like, we saw how Thug did on Bind. They carry that success over. Both teams have tasted success on our next map, which is going to be Lotus. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
No, I'm actually really excited because on the side of Shampoo's Cats, I love the comps that they're running, right? Like, I was looking at their past matchup against Gojo's Ekins, who they won on Lotus dominantly, by the way. It was 4-13, okay? And they are running not a Zoomy comp, but they're running, what is it, double controller again. And it looks like that's like their kind of bread and butter for like these maps, which brings out a whole new different playstyle that Thug has to learn how to adapt to. And while I think it took them a minute, right? They ended up, taking the win or whatever. But I think that it brought some like different challenges that they weren't used to based on like their past lineups or past matches.
Yeah, like their past matchup with Big Cats, I wouldn't say it was dominant, but they were definitely it was definitely a lot closer than Haven was. Let's be honest about that one. And also a lot closer than I think even Bind was. So it looks like initial first glance, just based off the past score lines, you kind of have to favor Shampoo's Cats on this one, especially when we consider the play styles. This is not going to be the same Lotus that we saw, despite having 50% of the same lobby on the same map. I think you bring up a really good point. It's going to be real different, and only through the agent select are we actually going to get the finer details. But like you say, that like double controller, that's not something that Big Cats were ever going to bring to the table, and I don't think that's something that Thug are ready to thug it out against, as it were.
No, I completely agree. Like, even in that bind match, you can see that like it did cause some troubles, and it allowed it caused Thug to have to be way more aware and not be able to like rotate or shift over as much as you saw them do against Big Cats.
And I think that's also going to put a lot of weight on Battison to be already like calling the shot as to where the attack's going to be coming from, right? Like, if you're going to try and play this defensive utility, you need to have your defensive player ready to go. I also think we might see that Waylay come out again.
Oh, I hope so.
I forget. Did we see the Waylay on Lotus before?
We did see the Waylay on Lotus, yeah.
It's just a mainstay for Dark Lord Vanitas. Like, that's definitely something that we're going to see again. Well, once we get into the let's get into the agent select here, and we are expecting to see that coming out. Yeah, already locked in, like not even waiting.
Yeah, as it should be though, as it should be, because Waylay has like literally been one of the top duelists, and I wasn't expecting that at all, like I said before. But especially on Lotus, I think is when I really noticed that wow, Waylay has like a usable kit. Waylay has little I guess like tricks that they can pull out.
What do you make of the ISO pick, though, from Rich Violent Thug?
I mean, they went from a Reyna to an ISO, right? Or were they always on ISO?
I don't think they were on ISO the first time around. I remember that on Haven we saw the ISO, I think, come out from Big Cats, but I don't think Thug pulled that one out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ISO is a fine swap between Reyna as their previous comp. If anything, I almost think it's better because they do have that extra shield now, and on the side of Shampoo's Kittens, if they want to op, ISO completely counters that.
And you might be asking yourself, chat, we didn't actually get to see what Rover's agent selection was, and that's because the player crashed. It's not esports without tech pauses, so we're gonna yap a little bit more about what we did see. And I also wouldn't put too much stock in it, at least from the Shampoo's Cat side, because you might not want to show your whole hand when you're missing a finger.
Yeah, exactly. But no, speaking more on the actual ISO though, I think that could be exactly what they need, not even just to counter op if they want to pull it out, but just as that second duelist following up the Waylay, like the Waylay just doing their dash stun thing and the ISO just swinging out with their shield popped, being able to tank an extra bullet and get a kill and try and, repop their shield and whatnot. I think that's perfect.
I mean, if that's the case, like Thug they're already trailblazers when it comes to utilizing this Waylay, because it's not something that anybody else in this tournament has seen, and even you who has like this pro experience has never seen before as well. And being one of the first people to utilize this agent to this extent, and also pairing it with another agent that we don't often see quite as often in the ISO, I think could be a complete game changer, pun kind of intended.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think the reason for this swap is because again, Shampoo's cats are pulling out more standard different comps. You know, they can't just run it down on a chamber anymore. They have to worry about double controller plus a possible extra senti. Like there's more layers to their defense that they're gonna have to kind of try and pick apart.
Some of the things that I was seeing over on the other side, though, again, I like I said, not to put too much stock in it, but I gotta fill time until they get their other PC back up. So let's talk about it as well. Like what we saw, I did see the Vice, and I also saw April hovering over that Viper, just like you said.
Oh, so yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. So that's why I think the ISO would be a fine swap. They're gonna have to play it a little bit slower and bait out a lot more util, and I think ISO could be perfect out for being able to take their ones and have that added protection. Whereas Reyna, you do have the flashes, but you don't have that like protective bubble over you.
Something else that's interesting, I think, though, is to me, like, that sounds like a gamble, though, because if it doesn't pay off, you end up conceding this map. You have that breathing room, but our decider map is going to be Sunset, which is something that we haven't seen from either of these teams so far, at least on broadcast today. So in terms of what their performance on that map is going to be, we don't really know. Like, that's still kind of an unknown quantity. Maybe they know something that we don't, and they're willing to take this risk.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I don't know, Sunset could kind of be a gamble. Like it's really hard to kind of picture what comps they could be trying to bring into it to try and close out that third map if it gets to that.
Well, we do know, or will know very soon, what comps they are bringing into Lotus as we go for round 2 of our Aiden Select. If you're Thug, I expect to see pretty much exactly what we were seeing before. Yep, Battison over there on that Vice. You're seeing that Waylay from Dark Lord Vanitas. That's a mainstay. And then over on Shampoo's Cats, we're seeing the Neon coming out. And there is the Omen, the Viper, and the Vice.
Yeah, this comp is going to be insane on Shampoo's cat side. They don't have like a whole lot of flashes. They do have the Omen blind and the Vise blind that I think they're going to have to use pretty strategically in order to take these sites, such as like C site or B site. A site, I'm not too worried about, but I'm expecting to see the exact same thing on their like defense half. I think Thug is gonna have a hard time trying to break through their Viper wall, bait out their gas levels, bait out all their smokes, and just try and find a loophole or create a gap for them.
Well, Thug not going to change anything up. For a second, I was worried because Rich Violent Thug was not picking an agent. I was about to say, if you don't lock that ISO in right now, I will come over there. But thankfully, we're not going to get another crash. We are ready to actually go in to Lotus for our pistol round. We'll see how the tone ends up being set once everybody gets familiar with the compositions that we're playing against. But like you said, I think Shampoo's Cats and their unique playstyle is going to present a new challenge for Thug. And I want that to be the overarching story going into this matchup. Because again, this is nothing like what we saw Thug play against Big Cats the last time we were on this map. The playing field may be the same, but the combatants are very different.
Yeah, for sure. And like starting off with pistol round, it looks like both teams are going to try and go for like the standard A fight that we're used to seeing here on Lotus. We have the Neon Sun and Fade Eye and Omen Blind coming out from the defense side. We'll see how the attack side counters it with their Waylay and their ISO and Fade.
Just like you say, it's all going to kick off over on A site. Luna going in super deep over here on the Neon, now firmly entrenched in that corner. Also got the Viper wall to help try and cover the corners, but Rich Violent Thug just walks right up and takes a life, and that's all you need to get yourself in the front door. But the paranoia comes out from Clousy there. Great shot. Follows up, taking down Rich Violent Thug, trades out, and now we've got Thug trapped in this little death box right now. Addison able to trade that one out, take down Rover. It's 3 for 3. And now with the spike moving up towards the actual plant site, we might be able to get the bomb down, especially off that kill on Takana. Dark Lord Vanitas able to make the second kill come to fruition.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Wow, completely unaware of the swing through the smoke. That was a really good pistol round. They were able to adapt. You know, they tried forcing that B push rather than going A. Unfortunately, they were held off by Shampoo Cat's util and able to bounce back and recover and go back to A site.
Now we wait.
like on the next push here. Looks like Shampoo's Cats going to continue to save. Thug going for a bit of a half buy here. Not going to overextend their advantage here, but do feel pretty confident, at least initially, that they should be able to go for another successful A push here. There is the Yoru shield, or the ISO shield coming out. Battison with an outlaw shot there onto Luna. Another opening frag onto that Neon. And May with the angle here takes down Cloudsy, nearly gets the second, knows it's there, can't quite chase it down, but Dark Lord Vanitas more than happy to be the Bloodhound who goes in, takes one down. April gonna fall as well, and that is a flawless win for Thug.
That was a beautiful round. Just sitting back, holding, waiting for the
Take a
aggression
minute.
coming from
Focus on
Shampoo's
your
cats that
breathing.
ended up coming
Helps
through
you
on the
win.
B site and just kind of picking them apart, making it a really easy round for Thug.
Yeah, and going up 2-0, especially all buying, like, it's their investments that are paying off dividends, and now it's going to be a heavy investment from Shampoo's Cats. The Odin from Luna, full armor across the board. They have a collective 50 credits to their name.
Yeah, they're going. Thug is going back for this A fight, unknowing that they have an Odin on the A site. Let's see how this plays out.
Well, Luna just waiting for someone to approach through a wall that is bangable. Sees the Viper wall, gonna throw out a little bit of util there through the revolving door. Oh, just spraying through it. Yeah, that's gonna take down Lover, and I think Delta fair bit of damage as well. Cloudsy gonna clean up Dark Lord Vanitas, and this might be just what Shampoo's Cats needed. Okay, spraying and spraying just in a line through the wall with the Odin here. Maybe gonna take a while to reload, but Battison is definitely feeling the brunt of that that assault there. A little bit of damage coming through the wall onto Cloudsy, but not going to flinch. Gonna continue to poke on up. Knows that everyone is poking through that smoke. A little bit of damage comes out onto May, but May also not going to flinch. Both these players just staying stalwart in their defensive sides. Once the smoke expires, Cloudsy gonna peek back on through behind that corner. May, I think, knows Cloudsy might be there, but now the Viper wall goes up, and both members are free to move about the cabin once more.
Spike down A.
Unfortunately, the longest picked off at Baby Door. We have a walk up here on B. Will they catch it out? Whoa.
Well,
30
April got
gets
caught
picked
out.
off.
Yeah, just Wrist Violent Thug just walking around and just one taps with a Guardian on the head there. What a shot coming out. Battison's still on 7 HP, by the way. Again, life support does not even begin to cover it, but the bomb site is currently covered quite well for Shampoo's Cats. This Odin again. Lunar just looking for more damage through the wall. You can see on the other side, Rich Violent Thug with no HP. In fact, neither member of Thug even... Okay, we got one in double digits. That's all we really have to hang our hat on. That's going to be dispatched. And, yeah, time expired. Not able to get the bomb down.
Forgive me about what
Yeah, and Odining Neon. Never thought I'd see that, but it paid off for them.
It's, you know, sometimes you got to go for the unconventional plays if you want to get yourself back on the board. You know, you didn't want to let that one get away from you. It is another dramatic investment from one side that ends up paying off dividends. First, it was Thug doubling down off of winning the pistol round, and then it was Shampoo's Cats going full buy with the Odin, despite being down 2 rounds.
It looks like they were trying to avoid the A-side Odin and head towards C, but the Odin has ended up rotating here.
Yep, it has indeed been scouted, but so too has Luna's position. There is that Waylay utility again, the recall coming out. Battison gonna trade out with Cloudsy, so 4 versus 4. Luna's got the fast lane down, but not going to utilize it. It's actually gonna allow the members of Thug to approach through the mound area, and that's gonna force Luna even further back. A little bit of friendly fire there, nearly coming out from the side of May. Luna now once again deeply entrenched with this Odin, and with the Neon and the ability to speed around the map, you never know where this Odin is going to be lurking. You've got to deal with it. Right now, it's in the smoke, and now it is above, and Lover takes down Luna on the way in. Never even got the chance to hit the ground before the corpse did.
Almost getting away with 2 kills there on that site, but unfortunately gets shot in the back.
Kana though takes down May, and Rich Violent Thug caught asleep at the wheel. April gonna take that one down. Kana with another one, make it a 3rd for Kana. And Shampoo's Cat's able to get the retake and the defuse.
Look at those kills. Honestly, I think Shampoo Cats realize that they can, that they're having a hard time countering the early aggression from Thug with all the util that they do have. Which is crazy because Shampoo Cats do have a lot of util that they can try and counter, but it looks like they're just trying to prioritize it for the retake, which I don't even mind.
You know what else they got? April picked up the Odin, so that's still going to be a problem. Luna has the Odin once again. So even though you managed to kill the Neon with the Odin, the world's fastest Odin wielder, it's still something you're gonna have to tango with.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like they're still trying to poke and prod at this C. They have such a good exec, but it's like they fall apart when they're trying to play the post plant.
Blinding prepped.
Eco not looking great for Thug here. They're gonna have to try and make something happen, but they have done well on these rounds before. Going through C Mound. Looks like they are ready to go back in with that Waylay utility. You can see the dashes scouting out, have the intel. Do we commit with that? Oh, we got the Gulag coming out from Rich Violent Thug. Wins the duel, takes down April, and elsewhere May gonna trade out Kana. That is two of the heaviest hitters from Shampoo's Cats dealt with, and that should be the spike going down on C site. This retake, though, is gonna be interesting because we have Luna again with the Odin and Rover on a separate angle. It's something that Thug are gonna have to be wary of and not get too overly aggressive because they know they might just get sprayed through a wall if even a peep is made by their footsteps.
That is true. Even moving in a pack is kind of risky when they have an Odin.
There. Last player.
Well, there is the pack, and they hunt as a pack, they fight as a pack, and they take a bountiful harvest, a flawless attacking round win. And again, it's the Waylay utility, being able to go in that deep and just get out safely, getting all of that intel. It's something that has been working well for Thug so far, and if you're Shampoo's Cats, what do you do to try and stop it?
No, what a round. Putting all your faith in the ISO, taking that 1v1 in the Gulag, and also the shots coming out from May. Talk about GC Deagle. Those are insane.
It's something that May has been like consistently good with. You know, everybody from the side of Thug has had their shining moments off the back of whether it was the intel from the Waylay or whether it's just May being in the right place at the right time and finding the right shot at the right time.
Yeah, agreed. It looks like Shampoo Cats are playing with more of a half buy here, so we are holding on the attack side for any aggressive pushes, but none have yet to come.
I'm gonna go ahead and trip the door, make Shampoo's Cats question their motives, and Luna going in with the ultimate there, zaps Battison. It's gonna be one swift kill, but hey, Odin's on the other foot now, as Lover gonna take down Luna. Luna going a little bit too aggressive there, and hey, you know what? If you can dish it, you better be able to take it.
Yeah, it looks like we're heading back towards the A site, getting spotted out by the eye, and they're falling back. I guess they're worried about maybe if they're stacked there or not, but it looks like they're rotating back into the duo.
But Shampoo's Cats have 2 members stacked up on C currently, and 1 member on either side, right? Like, they're kind of pretty well spread out. Like, anywhere they go, there's going to be a problem. And if you're Thug, you don't really know where the safest method of approach is. It's going to be C site once again, but Kana warns them. A warning shot finds the dome. Dark Lord Vanitas gets taken down. They still have to commit to this and try and get the spike down. Lover gonna successfully find the plant, but with no HP, April going to take that kill easily, and Thug, only 2 remaining members. It's going to be May and Rich Violent Thug. Scratch that. It's just going to be May, as Rich Violent Thug going to trade out, at least takes down April. So May is going to have to be the hero here. But Kana knows exactly where this Clove is going to be posted up, and we've got 2 guns staring down the barrel of this smoke, just waiting for the Clove to end up in the sight lines. But May finds the kill somehow. Make it 2, and now it's a 1v1. May finds 3. Literally how?
I have no idea. I don't know how we didn't get the trade after May got that first kill.
You literally had the smoke grenade and 2 guns trained right down it, looking directly at May, and the shots just don't come through. Like, they hesitated for a split second, and that's all May needed.
And now going to this timeout for Shampoo's Cats. I mean, what do you even say? How do you counter that round? Like, that round should have been yours.
Yeah, that's why you call the timeout for sure. Like, you need to recoup after that. Like, if you're a coach, you're yelling at 3 members of your team right now. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, and now going into this round, we do have kind of a weird buy on Shampoo's Cats. Meanwhile, Thugs, they're sitting rich and pretty, okay? They also have 4 ults going into this round.
It's been weird buys, like, back and forth on both sides, but this is the first time now that a team has managed to string 2 really decisive wins back-to-back and build up an economy. So, yeah, like you said, you know, it's going to get a little bit more dicey for Rich Violent Thug once we actually get the buy coming out from that one, but everything else is good. Like, you have breathing room. You can afford to drop this round and still buy up for the next round. Meanwhile, Shampoo's Cats are going to buy the Odin again to try and, like, you know, get back up to their old tricks because it's worked pretty well for them so far, but that's expensive, and you're not going to be able to fully armor up for that.
Yeah, it looks like they're still trying to force out a buy here going into this, which is a little risky, but I get that they're trying to break this win streak going on Thug's side. It looks like we're going back to this A fight, so we'll see how Luna and the Odin will be able to counter it.
Well, that's exactly where the Odin has been effective in the past as well. Gonna throw it on the fast lane, and feels like rolling out the red carpet and just begging Thug to walk up it. And you can see there it is. Yeah, the Odin just spraying through the door. Dark Lord Vanitas is there, and Luna once again gonna spray, but trains the crosshair in the wrong direction. And Dark Lord Vanitas on 1 HP, finally gonna get cleaned up. There's the wall bang. Nearly actually got out with their life, but was not to be. One drop of blood has been spilled for the side of Thug, but they're still committed to a C site push, as a matter of fact, actually. The A site push was bait.
Fine goes out. Vi's ulting sight.
Yeah. April lurking in the corner there, just waiting for someone to come around, but can't find the shots. Thug going on in. Battison gonna take down Cloudsy. That's a big entry frag. And now we can get the spike on site, get it planted. And the retake from Shampoo's Cats, who had most of their resources stacked up at A, is gonna have to be flawless. We've seen them do it pretty well before in the past, but Battison gonna find one, May gonna find another, and suddenly the retake is looking nigh impossible. 3 for Battison. Takes down Luna. Not gonna be able to get that Odin back this time.
Thug feels pretty unstoppable right now. Like they started off towards A, figured out that the Odin's there, is like, okay, we don't want to mess with that. Goes towards C, even though there was 2 on site. The Vizal was able to split up the Viper in the open. Omen was stuck on site just with the classic left. And even going past that, after getting the numbers advantage, feeling confident enough to push into spawn and continue fighting and just trying to end out the round fast.
It's going to be an eco round as well for Shampoo's Cats. I mean, Luna's still going to at least buy an SMG. You know, still able to spray and pray as best you can, but definitely not going to have the same punch that an Odin would, you know? But going in deep, trying to punch, but it's a haymaker from Dark Lord Vanitas that cleans Luna's clock on 1 HP. Again, Dark Lord Vanitas clinging on for dear life, but as long as you still have 1 HP, you're still on the field, you can still make an impact, and Battison is doing more than making an impact, making 2 human-sized dents in the floor, potentially a 3rd, as now we know where April is as well. Just have to clean this angle as Lover finds the plant. Dark Lord Vanitas finally loses that 1 scrap of HP, but you will absolutely take that. Battison falls, though.
One enemy remaining.
Unaware of the lure coming in from C-side.
There's Found Thug gonna take down Kana. It's still 3 versus 1. April walks right into Death's door, and Lover more than happy to be the gatekeeper.
I really loved how Shampoo's Cats actually tried to counterfight the A site that round, like the A main pressure. And I swear, if Neon had a gun, they would have gotten that kill Rubble, and it would have been a whole different story. I do not like how Thug ended up using 2 ults on that eco round. But I mean, with the way that they're playing, they're gonna get their ults back in no time, so it's fine.
It's totally fine. And speaking of the Neon having a gun, guess what Luna bought? I'll give you a hint. It's the same thing that it's the same thing that we bought every single time. They're back on the Odin, so we're gonna see this Neon with the Odin once again, and maybe we see that same duel, like you said, against Dark Lord Vanitas off in the corner. Smoke grenade gonna come out early on from May, and Luna more than happy to just sit inside it and spray from within. Gets checked a little bit there by Dark Lord Vanitas. Smoke comes out, and how's he gonna get cleaned up there by Lover? More than ready to just sit and wait, but now we know where Lover is lurking. Luna once again spraying through the wall, but it's right in between the wickets. Can't find Pay Dirt. May gonna take down April on the other side, though. Over on C is where the real damage is being dealt. It's where the spike currently is, and it might be going down here. We gotta watch, though. We do have that Vice potentially coming in on the retake.
It's you and me.
Oh. Is that the...
One enemy remaining.
Is that the... Okay, I wasn't sure. I think that was the ISO with the Gulag coming out and catching Kana. That is a critical kill, and now with 5 HP and an Odin, Luna has to try and make a miracle happen, and I think it would be a miracle to get out of this one alive. Dark Lord Vanitas gets cleaned up, though. Now we know where Luna is, but can we do anything about it? Luna takes down another one. That is now 3 for this Neon with the Odin. Surely we do not get a 4th or a 5th. Just live and let live, I say.
Even with this round, we have the Clo Vault. There's no chance of Luna being able to have enough time to kill both and the Clo Vault. Going for a save here with the Odin.
Walk right into Lover though. Yeah, that was so free. Just like, again, the wind behind any one of those bullets would have killed Luna there.
Yeah, that round was kind of insane. Like, having 2 players on Thug's side still fighting up towards A and having 3 walk towards the Viper ult and just somehow getting the spam. I don't know how, but they ended up spamming the Viper through the ult and just being able to take sight. And with this whole Odin buy, I love the Odin. I think the Odin is great, especially on this map. I would love to see it on their Omen or just someone else so that Neon still has the capability of zooming and fighting up with their util.
Well, no one on the side of Shampoo's Cats can afford an Odin this time around, so a shotgun is going to have to be the best that we can do. I also want to shout out as well on that previous round, again, the Gulag play from Rich Violent Thug on this ISO. We're seeing what this ISO is bringing to the table, and it's working out quite well, just like you said, as we go for another A-site push, potentially trying to check behind. Kana, though, sees it coming. Can't get the damage, though. Rich Violent Thug going to take down Kana. And that's going to be an easy A-site plant. Shampoo's Cats have to try and go in for a retake here now, but they are split 2 on either side. And if any domino falls, it will be the first of many. Luna going to be the next. April gets cleaned up as well. And with everyone stacked up, Battison with the wallbang kill there onto Cloudsy. And again, I don't know if Rover is going to make it out of this one alive. Currently trapped in a corner. Everyone knows where you are posted up, and May is going to be the one to post you up on the wall behind you.
Wow, what a round. I really thought the Neon would be able to get some sort of advantage by grabbing their orbs, CN using their ult. Unfortunately, just gets shut down before they even have a chance to start.
Luna, stop. You can't keep buying this Odin. You have
No.
you have to try you have to teach this old dog one more new trick, please.
Yeah, I mean, going this round, honestly, everything that Thug is doing is working. Like, I don't think they have to change anything. It looks like they're going to go heavy towards the C here. We are doubled up with the Viper and Vise now, so that might cause a little bit more trouble for them.
Looks like it's going to be another C mound push for Thug. The Shampoo's Cats are, for the most part, ready for it, like you said. Stacked up with 2. We've got the Viper util as well, and I think that's going to be enough to deter intruders, at least for the time being. We should go ahead and use the door on mid there towards B site to try and stir up a little bit of confusion, maybe make Shampoo's Cats second guess themselves. But it's actually going to be Thug that end up wrapping back around. They are the ones second guessing.
Yeah, going back into this solo Neon with an Odin, though. You can never count it out, I guess.
Like, oh, you'll never guess who's waiting over at A-site. It's Luna with a load and something you don't see every day.
Spike
Quick
down
trade out there.
A.
Lover and Cloudsy both down, but that's the spike carrier planted. Gonna be able to pick that one up, and Dark Lord Vanina's gonna take down April. Dealing with that Viper, I think, is huge, and does open up the door to get the spike down on C-site. Killing Luna is even bigger. Battison going absolutely huge on both these maps. Maybe might be able to find a second or a third as well, but regardless, Rich Violent Thug going to get the plant over on B-site. No, it's actually just a fake.
30 seconds left.
Rover with the shot there on the Battison. That is absolutely gorgeous. That's what you need if you're Shampoo's Cats to try and stay alive in this one. But this time the spike going down on C-site. This one is not real, not clickbait, 100%. And Rover cannot get in the front door. May slams it shut once again. And Kana gonna try and sneak in the other way. But a 3v1 is a tall task for any Vice to try and tackle. May lurking in the smoke, walking right on through. I mean, we nearly lost a couple of people there, but May able to get that cleanup kill there. 2-9 for Thug, and this first half is looking dominant.
Thug is just winning so many ones. Like, looking at the mini-map that round, we literally had our Waylay all the way pushed through C. We had 1 lurking on B, able to pick off the Neon rotating through Heaven. And then we still had our 3 towards the A side, being able to take space. Like, what do you do against that? I don't understand how they're able to get that much space when we have a double controller setup and a Sentinel.
It's like it's weird. Like, it feels like this should be where Thug is favored, especially on the defensive side. And I don't know what their attacker side is even going to look like, but it's going to have to be something special if they're going to even have any say in this map. But Luna and Rover damn sure are not. Dark Lord Vanina is going to make damn sure of that. Lover going to go in, take down Cloudsy as well, and Shampoo's Cat's already cut down to 2. May is not going to be able to stay alive much longer. Yeah, was already using the ultimate there. Clove was going to die either way, but you were happy trading that one out for another round win. 2-10 is not the scoreline you want to see if you're a Shampoo's Cats fan. And, I mean, as we switch sides, just how tall is this mountain?
It's okay. I will be the one glimpse of hope and say that this map is attack-sided. However, looking at Shampoo's Cats, they do not have the zooming power that Thug originally had on attack side. So they're gonna have to play this a lot differently. But that does not mean we can count them out completely. You know, I love to say win pistol, win game. To just bring some sort of hope back into the round. But I expect that they're gonna be playing still a decent amount like zoomy, but they're also gonna have their lurkers on the Vise and the Viper, which we see here at A.
Win pistol, win game, I think is it's not a sure thing for Shampoo's Cats. I think that's a checklist, and there are several other items in between those two things. The first step, though, like you said, is going to be win this pistol round. If they don't, I think we're in deep trouble here. So we're gonna have to see. It looks like it's going to be a C round or C mount push there. Dark Lord Vanitas, though, knows exactly what is up. Madison with the opening frag there onto Rover. Gonna clean up Luna as well. Vanitas is gonna fall, but you are happy to take that because you've taken down potentially the biggest threat in this pistol round. May getting caught out there, though. A little bit of a pincer attack there from Kana and Cloudsy. And now in the smoke is Madison and Shampoo's Cats. Now that they've even the score, no longer have to take this. Lover, though, with a two-piece, catches them on the rotate. And this is looking dark. April, the last remaining member alive, nowhere near the spike, not even in the same zip code as the fight, and is about to walk right into Rich Violent Thug. Is able to take the kill there, but yeah, now your position is known, my friend. I don't know that you're going to be able to get your hands on that spike anytime soon. Smoke grenade out on top of it as well. Good luck.
Parkouring around the Viper.
There's no way. Okay, I was gonna say there's no way April does this. The fact that April gets that kill into Madison is I don't want to like that's hilarious, but Lover is not gonna let that come to fruition. No way.
Yeah, just based off that round, it really looks like Thugs just want to close this game out. Like May just forcing their way through that smoke, even though they're just perma getting spammed through it is bold, very ambitious. But I support it. I get it.
I think both teams going for a buy here, and I think you kind of have to, you know, like if you're Shampoo's Cats, you only get one more lifeline, right? Like this, it's 11-2. You can only afford to drop one more before you are literally on match point. So buy your heart out every single round and just hope that it goes in your favor. You said win pistol round, win match. They already failed the first checkpoint, so maybe we can skip a couple steps here, but step number one means we got to win at least one round. Luna gonna go ahead and use a little bit of that speed to try and just bait out some aggression, force some positioning from the side of Thug. But they bend, they do not break. Kana going to be the first domino to fall. Cloudsy is the next, and Dark Lord Vanitas with the Sheriff finds two. Gonna finally get traded out for that one. But that is an impact felt if ever there was one. And now at 2-4, this is looking real difficult for Shampoo's Cats. Luna, though, is able to take down Madison, but the plant is baked. Thug walking up. Another trade comes out, and it's just Luna, who's now found two, is scant on HP, can maybe find two more, goes in for the slide, gets in on the corner there, and May has kind of lost track of where this Neon is. Can't just spray on through it. Luna gonna pick up the Outlaw and just wait and hope that someone pokes their head out. It's a game of chicken, but it's one that Luna has to win, as May has control over the spike, spraying a little bit more through, takes a couple more HP off, and May has done it, dispatched Luna, and we are one round away from Thug taking the map, taking the series, taking the whole damn tournament.
Yeah, this has really been a stomp on on Thug's side. So far on both halves, like I would not be surprised. Look at their buy. They have two Vandals, a Guardian, or two Guardians on this bonus, and I just see them closing it out here. Looks like we're setting up towards a heavy C though, maybe doing just an early C fight, and we'll see if they're able to catch the Viper off guard.
I think if you're Shampoo's Cats, you have to try and rely on either Kana or on Luna to go absolutely huge here. I think I saw Kana with the Sheriff buy. I think that might be the closest thing resembling a way forward that they have. Rover gonna trade out Cloudsy for May, so it's dicey and it's not clean and it's not exactly what they need, but there is the Sheriff shot from Kana onto Rich Violent Thug, but unfortunately, that's all you're gonna get to see. Rover trades out Lover, though, to make it 3 now for Rover, and Thug are dispatched. Shampoo's Cats have managed to do it. They are still in this, but they are going to be on life support throughout the rest of this map, no matter what.
Yeah, finally finding success with just a B walk up, getting that trade on the Clove, being able to fight through door, and not lose as many lives as I thought they were going to. it's just like where do you go from here, right? Like you finally have a good buy round coming off of that uh as it's coming off of the enemy's bonus. Where it looks like they're just going for a standard A fight and kind of seeing how it goes.
Which is odd. Like, you have to be perfect from here on out, right? Like, I mean, that's a great way to open it up, is that one shot there onto May. That's one of the biggest threats from Thug, already taken out, courtesy of Luna. So the heroics for Shampoo's Cats have not been snuffed out just yet. Battison, though, gonna snuff April out a little bit too cocky on that peak there around that corner. Loses a lot of HP for it, though, so Battison might fall if a couple stray bullets come out. Kana gonna take down Lover, and this is looking not terrible for Shampoo's Cats. They're actually gonna be able to get the spike down over on A site. Quick little fake plant, but now that's gonna draw the ire of the last remaining members of Thug, who are gonna have to go in for this retake. And I think you still have a fair bit of utility. You've got that double duelist on the field. Battison gonna get taken down there by Cloudsy, though. And we are maybe one more shot away, and Dark Lord Vanitas falling courtesy of Kana. Shampoo's Cats still have a lifeline. I don't see the ISO hitting the 4v1 here, and for that matter, I think neither does Rich Violent Thug.
Yeah, I could. Oh no, they're just going for a complete save. I was gonna say I could see them going to try and get some X's, considering that this was their save round. But it doesn't look like that will be happening here.
Yeah, it wasn't like a full buy. Like, whatever they were able to get their hands on, they need to keep, because like the eco for Thug wasn't great going into that round either. So this is where Shampoo's Cats can maybe leverage the economy, force some buys out of Thug, and I don't know. Like, it's so hard because you have to be perfect from here on out, but there's at least hope now, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. They're gonna try and win. Like, they're gonna just take it round by round here. And looking at their alt points, they're one away from so many good alts here. So I see them just going back to this A fight, trying to slow it down mid-round, grab an alt, and kind of go from there. But looks like Thug is aware of that, and they're going to try and fight hard for this space.
It looks like it's going to be real scrappy over on A site. I'm expecting an early and fast bloodbath. In fact, the fast lane going to be laid right on out alongside a Viper wall. And we can see Dark Lord Vanitas going for that waylay intel again, just trying to see if we can scout anyone out. May is up there alongside as well. But the wrap has come around over towards C-site. Battison has been taken down, and you can see how quickly everybody is now collapsing on C-site. But Shampoo's Cats have gotten at least the spike on site. It's not planted quite yet, but very soon might be. Rover gonna start that plant, and now the jig is up. Thug know exactly what is happening, and if they can keep this going, they might be able to clean this one up. Ultimate gonna come out from Dark Lord Vanitas, just looking for that looking for anything, but only gonna find the business end of Luna's Vandal. That trade out is going to come courtesy of Lover, who has been the linchpin of Thug on this map, but you're gonna need a lot more than a linchpin as Rich Violent Thug gets taken down. Another Lover is down. May, last one alive. We've seen heroics from May before. Will we see it again? No. Shampoo's Cats continue the momentum.
Yeah, they're finally building up some confidence with these round wins. They're kind of steamrolling now, I would say, a little bit here. It's just,
and you want to talk about confidence. You're gonna eventually start to shake Thug's confidence as well, because they keep having to force buy.
yeah, they do. They just keep trying to force some guns out, and I don't blame them. Like, in their heads, it's just one round. They're one round away, whereas Shampoo Cats are what, 7 into just bringing it into overtime.
I mean, it feels a ways away, but every step is going to bring us a little bit closer. And if you're Thug, what do you got to do? Like, how do you keep these cats down? Like, just die. Why can't you just die? It's going to be another C-site push over through Mound with that clove smoke to try and block in the exit. Luna has an Odin again. Why not? We've seen so much craziness this round. Might as well go back to our old tricks there. We can maybe get that Neon Entrench with the Odin. It might be enough to keep the momentum going for Shampoo's Cats. Going to see the ultimate coming out, and oh, it is all kicking off now. Battison gonna take down Luna. That's that Odin off the field. And now everybody from the side of Shampoo's Cats, they were stacked, they were ready to try and make this push happen, but that was not who was holding onto the spike. So there is still the option to rotate, and as they back up and concede some ground, they just might, but they're still looking for something. They're looking for something to try and even the score. Any pick, any frag that they possibly can. It's going to be Rich Violent Thug, though, who sees Cloudsy. Hello, Peekaboo. Didn't see you there in the smoke. You're now down 2 members. Still don't have the spike on site. but everyone now knows where everyone on the side of Shampoo's cats are. And at this point, they might as well be sitting ducks. April gonna take down Lover. Rover also gonna take down Wristband and Thug. The score really evened up, but two more. Excuse me. Two more are coming out. I need water.
You're good.
Last player standing.
Unable to get one, May with the the ultimate, and just like that, Thug closes out map 2 and winning grand finals.
Economics. I'm kidding. I'm terrible with.
What a way to end it. I mean, as soon as you kind of saw them grouping up, going into a full buy setup, you kind of felt a little iffy on it, right? And unfortunately, that feeling is kind of correct. Because as soon as that neon goes in and dies, you okay?
I'm good. That round caught me so off guard.
Yeah, they almost had a comeback there.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna need you to keep going for a second.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, there was like some false hope there. False hope in general for them winning at least, what, 4 rounds back to back, I want to say? 4, 3? And then going down that round, losing their neon, but somehow bringing it back into a 2v2. I don't even know. That round was just insane. But unfortunately,
that whole map was just insane. Like you said,
yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
No.
But I just found my voice and need to utilize it for this last second. That whole round was insane. Like 5-13, it looks like a dominant win for the side of Thug, but it really, for a split second there, there was hope. Just like there's hope of me being able to close out this show.
No, there was, but oh man, May and Battison, they have just been performing consistently all day, and I don't even know. May, I really have to give props to May for the shots that they were hitting today. It was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, May has absolutely been a standout for this squad, and not just any squad. This is our championship squad. They are our Radiant Academy 203 winners. Truly humble under God. Like I said at the top of the show, no one has humbled them yet, and it seems today no one will, and they will continue to walk out with their heads held high. And May, like you said, is a major reason for that. Consistently performing on this Clove. That's something that we've seen in all of their matches from, all day long, and in fact all tournament long. Been so good on this hero, been so good utilizing all of the utility, all the smokes, all the lurks, all the clutch plays. But we can't even just isolate May, because everyone on this squad was batting 1,000 today. And speaking of batting, I gotta talk about Battison as well.
Yeah, no, of course. Battison is just the aggro duelist that you want to see. Like, Battison on Chamber would be insane, right? But they're able to still pick these sentinels that provide extra util, but still keeping that same energy that you would normally see on a chamber player. Like I said, every single map they have played a sentinel, but it doesn't make them like afraid to take those fights, especially when when they're having such success in doing that.
And speaking of success, I mean, the Waylay, again, still 100% success rate. Even though you're seeing Dark Lord Vanitas way down there towards the bottom, it was still a successful strategy, and it still worked out for Thug, and it's something that neither of us thought we were going to see today. Surely neither Shampoo's cats nor Big Cats thought that they were going to see today, but we saw it on every single map played today, and there was never really a strong answer for it.
No, not at all. I just think it was like a surprising pick for both teams that Thugs ended up playing today, and there was a lot of rounds that Waylay was able to kind of, I don't know how to say it, like not just entry, but like do more than entry because of the way that they were utilizing it. Like literally they were a duelist and a Sova drone and a stun all together.
Yeah, like you said, like you get these plays where you can just go in with like the updrafts, get into these crazy angles, stun whoever you see, and then get out alive. You've got the intel and you know that they are a sitting duck. You can just walk right in, right? Like, it's crazy the amount of utility you can get out of a pick like this, and it's something that all the tier list, all the community said was never going to happen. Well, it happened, and it just won a tournament, and it makes them look so good, especially in some of these like long, drawn-out series like the one we saw earlier with Big Cats. And this one, I mean, threatened for a little while to also go the distance. Nonetheless, it works out. Thug able to slay not only 2 sets of cats, but also my voice. Yeah, as we close things out here, we see Thug, and you know what? Honestly, we should have known because Thug was actually the team that dispatched Saja Boys back in the quarterfinals. All right, I mean they sealed the Hanmoon. What more do you need? All right, they were able to shut down demons. What like we should have already known that they were well equipped to go the distance from there on out. But taking it 2-1 against Big Cats in a series that I think if you missed, you might want to go back and see for sure. Shampoo's Cats, unfortunately, going to be the final victim, the final crown in Thug's Thorn. I said it a couple times, but I think it bears repeating. Truly humbled under God, not humbled today by any means. Getting to stand tall, stand proud, and be excited about what they have done. They are your Radiant Academy 203 champions, and it is well deserved. And also one of the few teams that brought non-cat related branding to the table.
Yeah, no, surprising. Like if you look at like you said, the playoff bracket where it's 16 teams, how many teams had the cat label? I for sure thought someone in the grand finals. Eight? So 50% of them. And the odds of them not the odds of the winners not having cat related anything is crazy.
It was a literal coin flip, but we did at least get cats in the grand finals, which I think was guaranteed because 3/4 of our semifinalists were cat related. We had Big Cats, Shampoo's Cats, and Gojo's E-Kittens. So there was going to be some feline behavior in the grand finals no matter what happened, but Thug were having none of it, and they will have nothing but victory today. I think that about does it for this show. Like, what more is there to say? I mean, all of these teams left it all out on the field today and let their gameplay speak for themselves. I kind of personally hope that this is the start of something and that we see a little bit more of these unique playstyles coming out. Maybe we see more Waylay going through in the marginalized gender spaces in the game changer scene. Maybe we see it creep its way up into the pro scene eventually. What do you think?
I would hope so. Just off of today, I would love to see it.
All right, well, there's a lot of things that I hope to see going forward today, not least of which is these players, and I can't wait to get to see them all next time. Thank you, Emily, for joining me as well. I hope to get to see you again in the future as well. I think that would be swell, because it was a pleasure getting to work with you, getting to work with someone who really knows what she's talking about. Thank you so much for your insight. And chat, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show, because I know I damn sure did, and I can't wait until next time. I forgot that we have an interview coming up. We're not wrapping up just yet. We're gonna throw to a quick break and we'll be back with an interview from the winner. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, let's make sure we can get this this set up. We had Dark Lord, we could see Dark Lord Vanitas there. Looks great for what I can tell. But we don't know exactly how we're feeling just yet. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more in the break about while we try and get this all sorted out. Any other thoughts that you had about that last map that maybe you want to bring up? Now's probably a good time.
Yeah. No, honestly, I was hoping to see a little bit more of a close game. I was kind of expecting a little bit more of a close game. I just it was just a weird, I don't know, a weird game, I guess. Like I'm trying to think back onto like how what is it, Shampoo's Kittens were playing, and I, again, like I said, love the Odin. Don't really love it on the Neon. I would love to see the Neon zoom. You know, maybe not always push or sit towards the A site, like, because I just feel like giving your Neon, that was like the main thing, giving your Neon a gun where they kind of have to sit back kind of defeats the purpose of having a Neon. The Neon is supposed to be able to run up with their wall, stun, take space, take aggro fights. You know, they have a Fade to support them, and it's not like the best initiator to give that support, but they have Eye, they have Dog, they have Suck. Like, in my eyes, they should have been trying to push up with the Neon and the Fade to take the A main space and have someone else, like an Omen, is what you normally see with the Odin sitting in trees, spamming, getting ready to blind if need be.
Yeah, someone that's a little bit more, you know, designed to be stationary. Someone that you can actually like rely on to like hold a corner, hold an angle, and be waiting or try to go for those wall banks. It's really odd to see the Neon trying to go for that. It did pay off a couple of times. Because, like, I see the vision, right? Like, you want to play for the speed, and it does kind of theoretically mean that you can set that Odin up in any corner that you want to. But, like, once it's there and once you know where it is, you kind of know where to avoid. And then you're going to rely on, like, the smokes and the util to try and reposition. And it's only when you actually, like, you never really see the Neon getting in the face like you would in a traditional Neon play, right? Like,
yeah,
you never really see them going up and trying, like, hitting, like, one of those close range point blank shots with the Vandal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I just would have liked to see them kind of play more standard with their more standard comp, I guess.
Well, you know what I would like to see is I would like to see Dark Lord Vanitas once again. Can we bring that one back and maybe get the interview underway? Because we have got a champions interview that we have to get going here. Let's start. First question is, can you hear us and can we hear you? Like, let's start there.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I good now?
Yes.
All right.
Let's go. All right. So, all right. First real question is, how do you feel?
It feels great. Honestly, it was just a nice, quick, swift win. Honestly, it wasn't too much struggle. Just another day.
I like the
I think
confidence.
that-
Yeah.
I think that answers some of my questions. I do want to ask one other question though. Is, you know, we
Right.
saw you guys playing all day long. We saw you playing against Big Cats earlier, and that series was really close, especially on Haven. Was there any sort of like mental adjustment between that series and this one to sort of prepare?
Haven, we were just doing a bunch of hero plays, and we had to keep each other in check, to be honest.
Yeah, easy enough. Emily, I'm gonna go ahead and toss it to you because I think we have a lot more questions that we wanna ask, especially about some of the agent picks as well.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, what made you guys decide to run a Waylay over like any of the more standard duelists?
For Bind, like we ran the race yesterday on Bind, but for like matchups like against people who play pretty unorthodox, Waylay is like a safer choice in a sense, because you can kind of do the same thing that Raze can, but just get out, because if they're playing unorthodox, they're not going to be in the right spot. So like, let's say your util doesn't hit, you get like the question mark and you know who's there, but you can just recall out, and like I can throw a stun if I need to stun them out of the corner, and my team can keep going in. So like any util lines that aren't filled, I can fill myself.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to highlight, because I don't see too many Neons in like any sort of Neons, Waylays in like any sort of tournament as of right now. Like, it's very uncommon, but you were utilizing her as like a Sova drone and a stun and a duelist, right? Like, that was so cool to see. So how did you kind of like come up with that, or like find that tech?
It's kind of like Waylay is like an anomaly character, like Yoru is how I think about it. It's like you can get away with doing like the dumbest stuff, like the worst plays, because you have that just straight cross map, get out of like jail free card. And like with Waylay, it's even faster now since the buff. So you can literally just like bum rush someone, throw stun at their feet, and get out. And now they're just like they have to have three people swing them while they're stunned. And like with bind, like she's able to like completely recall across the map with TPs. So like things you can do is just like fake a trap and then recall back, and you basically trapped your trap. And it's just like a bunch of different forcing like teams to like think about it, because she can just throw a fake for free without having to like throw a life on the line.
You meant, excuse me. You mentioned the buff as well. So do you think like between the buff and like your performance today, you think this might be the start of something? Like we might be seeing more Waylay going forward, or is this just something that's exclusive to your toolkit?
I mean, when she first came out, I one tricked her in ranked for like 45 like straight games. Like I didn't, I
Oh, so
was just
you were
hard
ready
set
for
on it.
this day.
I was ready for it. Once she got buffed, I was like, oh shoot, this is my chance. So we had a lot of fun with the Waylay, especially like in like more like puggy styles. Waylay is a lot better since like the util lines probably aren't there. Like you don't need as much as you do like setup wise, because you can just be the setup for your second duelist if you run double duelist.
The double duelist composition is, I think, something that you guys ran quite a fair bit, and
Yeah.
to a bit of an extent. I talk about the a bit of the mental shift between the series, but also what was the difference that you saw in the two teams, right? Because Big Cats were playing this really silly, super aggressive style that
Yeah.
made some of these like kind of made you guys rely on those hero plays a little bit.
Yeah. So like what had happened was we went against like a super unorthodox puggy like team comp into like a pretty set like standard like double controller slow pace, and like definitely on bind we kind of like jumped the gun just because like the pace change was like really like opposite. It was like night and day, and like trying to like walk around the map or like brunt force like double controller is kind of like impossible in a sense with our comp because we didn't have the utility for it. But once we got past like bind, viper, brim, I think we were fine. On lotus it's a little bit easier because you can work the map. There's 3 sites. It's a lot harder to control.
All right, Emily, I'm gonna throw it back over to you if you have any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about like the mental going into it, I know like as a player when I used to compete, when we had like these long days and long best of threes, especially when you guys have like some sort of a break in between your two best of threes, it's kind of like hard to keep your energy up all the time. So like how did you and your team like execute doing that?
It was just a bunch of banter with each other, just kind of like poking each other when we whiffed, poking each other when we like made a dumb play, and it was just like, all right, we got another one after this. Let's like heads up, and we were just having fun the whole time. That was the big thing. As long as we're having fun, it's hard to be down.
Honestly, like if you're having fun, win or lose, like it's still a pretty
Yeah,
good day, right? Especially when you do actually
yeah,
get to walk away with that win, right?
especially yeah.
Yeah. Well, you are going to be our champions. You are our winners of Radiant Academy 203. I want to ask one more thing though: is what's next for you, for your team, for your teammates? What is going forward for Dark Lord Vanitas looking like?
I mean, we got Swiss tomorrow. We're ready for our game. I'm going against a team full of my friends. It's gonna be fun. We got Swiss and the main stage to look forward to. I think everybody here is on different teams, so we're all excited. And then maybe next GCA you'll see us as well.
All right, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I just realized what your Twitter handle is. You might have to change that after today. You know, after this Waylay performance, I have no aura. I think that might be a bold-faced lie. Emily, if you got any more questions, now's the time to throw them out. Otherwise, I think we might be saying goodbye.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
All right,
All
y'all
right,
have a
well,
great day. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much for joining us. We
Of
will
course.
have a great day. I hope you have one as well. Go enjoy time with your teams. And I think for Emily and I, it might be about time to wrap things up for real this time. I'm sorry if I fooled anybody the last time around before we had the interview, but I got really flustered losing my voice because that was an insane final map. Every map was insane today. I mean, what a crazy day of Valorant. What a crazy day of action. I love coming into Radiant Academy to see these teams because it's always a fun time.
No, it truly is. And I just had a blast. I just want to say it was so fun casting with you. You made it so easy.
I'd love to hear that. You made it so much easier as well. Because again, your knowledge, you've been there, you know the pro side of things, you know the technical side of things, you know what you're talking about, and you also know the mentality. And that's something that, you know, from being here sitting on my side as a caster, like you just can't really teach that, you know? You have to live it, and you have You have lived it, and I'd say for casting, you did a wonderful job as well. You were a wonderful duo, and I hope we get to do this dance again at some point in time. But for chat, we are out of time. That is going to close things off. Thank you all so much for joining us for Radiant Academy 203. We will hopefully see you for 204 in the near future. Stay in school, kids, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Mwah.